up? Good morning, Charadas. Crazy move there from Vrax from now on the day. Big daddy move there. VRAX. Big move. Gee golly, now up, 700% on the day. I was up almost 800% here. We're going from literally 3 up to, I saw this actually because I had a meeting this morning. I literally saw this as this went live at around 5:35, 5:50, somewhere in there. I was like, you know what? I bet this jumps up one more time. Right after I said that, thought that, boom, 7:50. Because we had a meeting at 7 locally. I was trying to get some stuff done in the 30 minutes here. And then right after that, I saw it ramp up to 8. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I saw it, and I saw it mid low fives. Mid low fives. Like, you got to be kidding me. Your mic is all like, man, yeah, it's from going back and forth from fucking all the shit. Oh, it's because my video capture device is on. Now it should be good. Going back and all the shit I'm having to do here. It's all good, though. Oh, my gosh, this is what a mover, though. Now you got to think, I saw it 100+% ago. It went 100% from my move, which is crazy. Huge move there overall for the day. Best bounce play is going to be back down here off this $8.95, $9 area. That's where I would like a bounce play, off this old resistance area. I'll put the line in right about raw. I'm going to get rid of the old trend line that cracked, and I said watch for it to reset over on the Discord. This has been a nice, good mover all day, and we finally have something running, but most likely up this much ain't going to run in market. So, not like all day long is my point. I would not imagine. But it might. And I'm still going to go for at least one bounce play on it. We've seen bounce plays still working. That's really about the only mob play. Everything else is relatively slow today so far. Yeah, it was the stuff from OBS. It's going to be another one of those days for me. Just nonstop. Nonstop. All right. Let's go over to the morning alerts here. Sorry, I'm in the meeting, just a lot of stuff going on. The TikTok stuff that I'm making sure we have to push. Because, like, since I'm the manager, it was weird. I had to, like, I'm like the one that ran the meeting today. Because Adar, well, there's Gil. Gil finally had Gil had a baby. Gil's like my bestie. I love Gil. Adar took over for her. Another girl, a lot like her, right? And she was like, I'm like, but point me, this was my first one. They're like, hey, we're going to, this is like the YouTube meeting, even though it's about TikTok, but this is like the YouTube meeting. We have one on Monday, every other Monday, one every Tuesday. One on every other Monday is about the company, what we're doing as a company. Like, hey, we're doing this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, you know. So there's like 30 people there. There's a lot of people there. Then on this one, there's just like 7, 8, 9 people. It's just, hey, who streams live? Here's what we're doing. And then, so I had to like, all right, guys, so here's what we're doing, you know, like, so I had to like tell them like, hey, you have to start making these TikTok videos. We're trying to put, anyway. So kind of weird. I didn't know how I was going to like this role. In the end, I love it. I'm actually kind of liking this. They like someone like Alejandra had to email me her invoice. And I had to forward that. I'm like, man, this is weird. I'm like literally I'm literally like a manager. Like I literally, or, you know, like whatever. I say a manager, but you know, whatever you want to say. It's cool. It's cool. I know that. I like it. All right, let's go. Oh, let's get more notes. All right. Wow. VRAX did have some good news this morning. The float, of course, is low, right around 800K. Does have some decent news. Nothing too crazy, honestly. Just something about adding something to the product line. This guy has gone banana Joe's. All the way up now to $12. Here she continues to climb. Now, over $11.95 and 12. Well, let's go down first. Trying to form some base support at around 1180-ish or so. Old resistance should become new support. We'll see at 990. I like more touches, a couple of fails before we broke out at 9 better. That's the next support down. I love the 9 mark. Below 9, watch for a bounce play somewhere right around 8 into the 770 area, and then below that, flat plat perfect bounce area at 7 on the dot. Now, over 12, well, and that's about as much down as I'm going to go because I don't think we'll go that far down at least anytime soon. And below that, I don't think you really want to be trading this play. On the way up, we do have a big fail back in, I remember this play back in May, ran up to around 1335. We have another upper shadow at 1275. 1275, then 1330 resistance areas. Over 1330. Watch for a pop up today. Yep, and there's a little bit again at 1270. There's that. That's that same mark. And then here, old support at 1370 area. So then we have essentially running into the 13. So that'll probably be where this maxes out. One more pop in around 1275 area, and then over that to around 1350, we'll call it. Somewhere right around that. Maybe gets a little higher, a little bit lower. I think that's where this play shoves down and sees a little bit of reversal. On the way up over that 1450 resistance. Through 1450, we probably get a great pop all the way up to around 16. Over 16, watch for this to run up to around 1750, and over that to 1850, 1875 area if this play has the juice. It does look like it wants to squeeze here and go for more. If you want to chase this for the move up, I would go smaller shares. So if you feel like there's an anticipation for the breakout, go a quarter size to half size. I will say, Vrax, the more it runs here in pre-market into the opening bell, less likely it continues to run. So if this does somehow shoot all the way to 15 or 18, I doubt we do much in market. I really wish this would settle out here, maybe see a pullback back down to 10 or 9 before the opening bell and does not squeeze for more. Generally, rule of thumb, I would say 7 to 8 out of these plays like this that run this far, 800% or so here, whatever this is at. Oh, no, that was the float I was looking at. We're up 250%, my bad. So if we get up to like 300%, I was like, what? I was looking at the float. If we get up to around 300% plus, I would say 7 of 10 usually won't hold. We get to 500%, and more, which that's still a ways to go. That's when these plays really don't go anymore. So we really want this to base out, chill for now. We'll get more movement in market. Does seem low. We're going to get one more squeeze here coming up soon. And there's that little pop I was talking about. How big is it going to be is the question here. Man, talk too much in the morning. All right, let's go to the next top gainer. It's like really there's nothing else after this, honestly, for the most part. RKTO for you slow and steady eddies out there, Aussie chicks of the world. You need your slower plays of the day. This is it. All right, over to RKTO, your next top gainer on the day. Float. This is your medium, right? 20 mil, slow and steady eddy. Does have some news this morning dealing with SpaceX AI. That's good. That's great. You think that, honestly, when I think of news, this news seems a tad better just with SpaceX and AI. You talk about two of the biggest sectors that have been moving in the world. And that's AI stocks, AI-related news, and what? Space-related plays have been huge over the past few months. This is squeeze and continue up. Support on the way down. Best is at $1.05, 105. Below that, we go to 90 cents, or 90, we're essentially a dollar. Under that, a dollar every 5 cents. So essentially, I see 105, I see 1, and then I see 95 cents support. On the way up, once we go up through here, a little bit higher, resistance comes in right at 120. Makes a lot of sense. Over 120 area, I'm going to go into this to get a little bit cleaner. Over 120, watch for a pop up to 130. Over 130, we go somewhere right around 140. This thing just has 10-cent intervals all the way up to 150. Really, truly up to even probably 160 area we have 10-cent intervals. And it's really doing that this morning so far. Every pop really doesn't go more than about 10 cents. Next top gainer is RPGL. RPGL today had a nice spike in after hours. Yesterday was regained compliance with NASDAQ. Ye freaking hot. It's never usually a good sign. It somehow has been popping plays here recently. And what I've noticed, though, is they come right back on down. Watch this back under 225-ish area for the move on down. Has nothing to hold it up. Probably go sub 2. On the way up over 240, watch for a move up to 255. Over that, we go to 265. Over 265 to 275. RPGL has a float of 1 mil, so it might skip through those levels, maybe, in market. You just go to most days with RPGL, even when it spikes, after all these reverse splits it's had here recently, you don't really move too much. And regaining compliance with NASDAQ, generally not the best thing. I will say over 270, though, finally we get more than a 10-cent pop. We go up to around 295 to 305. Now, say somehow in a world that we get over 305, say, where do we go? Okay, so over that mark, and 305s. Watch for a move up today to right around 350, over 350 up to 390 area. I doubt she does it, but there's some levels. Next top gainer, S-Dot, trying to be back on the board here. Not a big fan of S-Dot, just overall looking at this chart as I was looking at it earlier. But we'll see. Now back over 31 is the key. I have a line in there, forever line, and it's been pretty significant. Over 31, watch for a pop up today to 32.50, and over that, I think that's where we're going to pop. We could move into yesterday's high of day, which is somewhere right around that 37.50 mark. Had a huge gap down yesterday out of nowhere. Had a halt down yesterday. That I don't see anything. I don't see anything on the 8 for that to happen. But if you check yesterday, guys and gals, we had a halt down in the middle of the day, and this thing had a gap down from 27-ish area all the way down to 11, 12. I have no idea why I'm not seeing anything on the news at all since we saw something on the 6th, but nothing since then. Just a real sketchy play. It is up for the day. Maybe look for those halt because it does have a gappy, it does like to gap when it halts. Back under 24, watch for a move down to 23. Under 23 is the key. We go down to 22, 15, and under that, we really start to crack away. Watch for a move down to 2075. Under that, down to 1875. So there are some levels for S-Dot. It is on watch. It can move. It's just a little sketch. And there is your RKTO. Again, squeeze to 120. It's a slow and steady Eddie play. This is your medium play. If you want to just look for base hits, this is your play. I think this is a nice, good news. It's got the right area to kind of run up to about $1.50. I don't think it does anything crazy today, but this will be more of your slow and steady one with that news. All right, let's keep going through these. We had JLHL. That was earlier in the morning. Oh, gotta love when you have scammers call you this early in the morning. That's not even like popping up though. I'm not even gonna go over JLHL. Simple's up SMPL. Is it SMPL? Okay, that one did pop. Okay, so we do have, and that's earnings. This is earnings. Next on watch is Simple, SMPL. Simply Good Foods had some earnings play. We've seen earnings run. Has a nice good bull flag. It's a little liquid and low volume this morning. Did pop just recently to new high of day. 1540. New high there. On the way up, watch for your slow and steady Eddie play. Over 1540, watch for a spike to 1580. Over 1580, watch for a move up to 16-ish. Over 16 for a move to 1645, 1650 area. 1670 after that. And over that, we run up to about 17. On the way down today, created so far main support right at that 1450 area. All right, that's it for me. The rest of these are trash. Another play up on the day is going to be soon. To keep an eye on that. It's got 235 support, 235 support area into 230. Resistance coming in at 260. Again at 275, and I have a forever line in at 285. That's literally after hours double top high. Over 285, if we get through that somehow, some way for soon. We have soon seen this play pop up recently. We've got resistance at 3. And then over 3 to 320. And this is, again, another real slow and steady Eddie play, SUNE. Keep former runners on watch. NVVE needs to hold around the 725 anchor line. If we do and can still hold that, great. Even better, holding 785, 790 area where we're barely hanging on to. On the way up, 870-ish resistance, right? Over that, we run to around 9. So 875 and a 9 resistance is strong. Over 9, watch for a pop to around 950. Over 950, watch for a move up to right around 1020. Over 1020, we've got some 1090-11 resistance, and over that up to 12 for yesterday's high of day. If we get through that 1250 resistance I'm seeing here on past chart history a little bit, let's go through this a little bit better. Here we go. Over 1250, watch for a pop up to 1350, and over that to 15 potentially, and maybe if this holds up, could be a multi-day runner. Also, well, SkyQ just jumped crackdown. So SkyQ, meh. Keep this on watch. Bottom support's at 325, 330 area from yesterday, so watch to see if it bounces off of that. Resistance, if we do crack down to that, will be at 350 where we're cracking from, 355. Then again around 380, again at 4, again at 415. Dun 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 dun. Hey, dun 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 dun. Well, let's see if this comes down to the bounce area. I'm gonna put some limit orders in right now, team, just to see if we do come down to it. Dun 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 dun. Ding dong 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 ding dong 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 bada ding dong dong. All right, I'm gonna go over here for large caps today. Sorry, I'm gonna go over here with it for the large guys, just so I can keep my eye on Vrax. All right, let's go to Spy. Man, just make up your mind already, Spy. What's up, Daza, Ingrid, other cousin? How you doing? There's your pullback from Mark ATO. 110, probably going to be a little support. I like the 105 the best still, though. That's still my favorite. All right, large cap plays here. Spy still can't make its mind up. Doing pretty good sticking with the range, right? We did find our way all the way in yesterday and at pre-market all the way down to really last Thursday's low. Went a little lower yesterday, but I think we're range bound where we're going to stick between really almost last Thursday's high and low. But Friday, or Monday, I should say, we did go a little higher than Thursday. So Thursday, yesterday's low. Thursday of last week, my bad. Thursday of last week, Wednesday, yes, yesterday's low is kind of set the bottom for now. The top's going to be last Thursday and this Monday's high. Now levels in between. On the way up over 748.25. Watch for a pop up today to 749.25, 749.20ish area. Strong resistance there. Reversal from Tuesday and then last Wednesday at that node. Over 49.25, which I'll go normal high of day. Watch for a pop up to 50.90. Right around 751. I'll go 751 to 751.20. That's this Tuesday and last Thursday's high of day. That's your ultimate high. On the way down, support is at 746 pre-market low. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 745.25 area. Under 45.25, watch for a move down to 44ish area. 44 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 44. Watch for a move down to 43.50. Under 43.50, watch for a move down to somewhere right around 43. I'm going to go ultimate low of day there. Maybe we might get a little lower, which would be then hanging down fully to last Wednesday's low, which is 42.50ish area. Bing, bada boom, bada boom, bada bing, boom, boom. Man, why does Bonanza always get in my head? I don't know, but it does. I need to get some water, don't I? Oh, I got water. That's right. I got some, yeah. Oh, who called it? Son of a bitch's fart shits. So close to that bounce at 105. Oh, son of a bitch there, ye. Over to Apple, Slapple. She don't say no crapple, because I like some Scrabble. Have you guys ever had Scrabble? Anyway, that's something like my mom would have in Pennsylvania. Under 1150, watch for a move down to 311. We're going down after that. Little pun right there. 311 going down to 310. Normal low of, I think that's just too close. I'm going to go one more under 310. We'll go 310. We'll go 310 to 309.50. Why? Because last Tuesday, or this Tuesday's low is 310-ish. Last Thursday's high is 309.50. Below that, watch for move down to 308.75. Under 308.75, we go down to 307.80. And under 307.80, we go to 307, ultimate low of day. There, yesterday's low. On the way up, this is very similar to the SPY as far as being trapped in between levels. 312.75 resistance. Over that, watch for move up to 313.50. Over 313.50 area, we go up to right around 314. Over that, we go to 314.65. That is pre-market high. That is yesterday's high. That would be 314.65. I'm going to go there, ultimate high of day. Now, if we get through that, we have a couple more levels to get to, which would be 314 or 315.50 and then 316. I don't think we get to new all-time highs. No, that's not all-time highs, is it? No, we have room to go. It is getting very close back up to it. So the only level then, but after that would be going through to 317.50, which is all-time high. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, man. Avery makes some just ridiculously good. Oh, you had it, Aussie chick. It's always a tad different. It's not always the same because it's always different ingredients, different tomatoes she's using to make her spaghetti sauce. But oh my gosh, her spaghetti sauce is so good. I want more of it now. I just drink it. I've had it. We've had it literally the last 2 nights. So my mom brought over all these tomatoes on July 4th. Like, what are we gonna do with all these tomatoes? So well, I'll make some salsa. Blah, blah, blah. And in the end, she's like, she just used them all. I'm like, okay, there goes my salsa. She wants to make a bunch of pasta sauce. So she made 2 different kinds. So we had these yellowy orange tomatoes. Then we had the red, true red ones. And yeah, she did the red ones. Oh my God, her pasta sauce. I say her pasta sauce, but we'll call it spaghetti sauce. However you want to label it, but she puts, there's meat. She does like the spicy Italian sausage and a pound of that and a pound of ground beef of some sort. Oh man, yeah, Aussie. She was like, that was so good. She makes some good, crazy good pasta sauce. Well, we did find a little bit lower yesterday. It went to 500. Actually, the 498.75 rule essentially got touched close to that, but rule. I just love how I say that. Look at it, all the way back up to 540 today. It's crazy the range we have on AMD anymore. Absolutely nuts the range we can have in a day, but it's always ugly charts. I just would say don't trade AMD day-wise. You should be in this long term. It is just too choppy for me to say, hey, go long here, go short there. The main areas I do like, if you do want to take trades off of it, 531 to 530 support. Below that at 522.70 area. 523.50 area. On the way up, we get through 540. Watch for move up today to 542.75. And over that to 546.75, 546.50 area. If we get through that, we're going to 550. And over 550, we've got a little resistance right over that at 551.50 to 552. So there's some levels for AMD. Like we talked about yesterday, I think ARM finally starting to find that bottom. Could be true. So far, I'm right. As far as it could be. I don't know if it fully is, but just kind of saying, okay, we could be there, right? On the way up today, not a lot of good resistance, honestly. So watch this to squeeze over pre-market high to 320. Over 320, we go to 321.50. Over 21.50, watch for a pop up to 25. Over 25, we go to 27.50, and over that, watch for a move up to probably over about to 332. On the way down, I doubt we bounce off yesterday's high. Maybe we do with more volume. We went lower than that today, but watch for 310.60 possible support, 3 into that 310 area, and then of course 308.30 where we bounced that and came from already this morning. Below that, I love support right around 300. Got an arm and a leg. Don't you know I said his name is Craig? All right, over to Goog. On the way down today, below pre-market lows, watch for a crack back down to... we probably go most likely down to last Thursday's low, to be honest. Maybe watch for a move at 250.150 at first. Below that, though, we go to last Thursday's low of 50.35. I'll say we bounce off that and try to stay up in this overall channel, but we are starting to break back down and kind of forming a little archy look, almost like kind of a weird wonky head and shoulders. Under 50.35, watch for a move down to 48. 348, ultimate low of day. On the way up, we have resistance at 354.20. Over that, we go to 354.80 to 355. Over that, we go up to 56. Over 56 to 57. And over that, up to around the 57.50 mark. Over 57.50 to 58. I don't think we get higher than that today. I'd probably go normal high of day somewhere right around the 57.25 mark, 57.20, and then ultimate high of day 58. Now, if we get over 58, watch for move up to 59.20, and then over that to pre-market high of 59.50, 59.75. Meta, some bad news this morning. Not terrible news, but overall, I think this was yesterday too that I heard a trader talking about. They have some double signing here. It says manufacturing AI chip. I don't know. Just regardless, it's cracking back on down, and that huge move up now is, I think, again may give it all back from last Wednesday. So, and I think it's going to happen today. Under 580, watch under this 580 mark for move down to 5. I'm not kidding you. Go all the way down to 570. 570. I'll go normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 567. Under that, we go down to 565. On the way up, Watch for a move. If we hold 580, it's key. We have to. On the way up, watch for a move back over 54.75, 55 area for the move up to 57. Over that, we go to 90. Over 590, watch for move up to 592. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day back up to 595. And over that, we go to 598. Right around 598, ultimate high of day. Microsoft coming back on down as well. So these M plays just love to look, they run together here. For whatever recently, chart-wise, looking pretty similar. Under 50, or call my bad, 374.50. Under 74.50, watch for the move down to 73.30. Under 73.30 down to 72.50. Under 72.50, watch for a move down to, if we have a little bit more of a tight day and we hit these levels, 71.50. Under, and that's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 370. On the way up today, watch this back over 76.65. Watch for that push. And breakout should take it to right around 78. Over 78, we move up to 78.75. And over that, we go to 70, we'll call it 380. 380 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to yesterday's low, right around 381.50. Finally, NVDA having a day yesterday, getting out and moving up. Finally, maybe some rotation over here away from Microsoft and in the metas of the world. Over 206, if I can talk, over 206 here. Watch for a move up today to 207.20. Over 207.20, we go to 207.75, and over that we go up to 208.40. 208.40 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day pushes all the way up then to 209.20, and over 209.20 we go to 209.70, close to 210. On Z-way, Z-down, Z-day. 205 trying to hold up. Yesterday's highs trying to bounce at that right now. Under that, we go to pre-market lows of 204. Under 204, watch for move down to after-hours lows, right around 202.75. Normal lows there. Ultimate goes to 202. Below 202, we stink down to 201. No, 250-ish area for ultimate lows. PLTR also on short watch list today within Microsoft and Meta. Watch this underneath yesterday's low and Monday's low of 207, 206.90. Under that, we go down to 206.40, and under 206.40, all the way down to 124.65. 124.65 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 24.65. Watch for move down to 23. I'm going to go 123 ultimate low of day. If we get below that, we go all the way down then to 121, just in case. There you go. On the way up today, resistance 129.30 at 130. Again at 131.20 to 131.50. Normal high of there. Ultimate high goes up to 132.35. Yesterday's high of day. Ultimate high of day. Over to Tesla here on the way down today under 393.65. Watch for move down to 391. Under that, we go down to yesterday's low of 390.50. 390.50 to around we'll call it 390.50 to 389.75. So Thursday of last week's low, yesterday's low, that about 75-cent corridor is your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, this also was on short watch list to go all the way down to 387.50 area, and under that we go all the way down to 385. Ultimate low of day there. We could even have a bigger day. We've had bigger ones lately. Under 385, just so you know, watch for move down to 384.20 area, and then down below that to 382.50. Now say if we do pop rock and roll, watch for move over 396.50 to go up to 398. Over 398, we go all the way up to 401.50. 401.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 404.50, close to 405. If we get over that area, watch for move up to 408.50 area. In case we have one of those bigger days, there's your next level up, and then right around 410. Now back over, I'll do some Qs here for you futures traders that like to trade the Qs as well. Over 7, there you go, 875 roll. So 718.75. Watch for move up today to 421-ish area. 421 breaks. Watch for move up to right around 423. Over 423, we go up to 420. we have that big of a day? Oof, I don't know that we do. I'm gonna say 423.50 normal high of day, 420 or my bad, 723.50 normal high of day, 725 ultimate. On the way down, 714.30 support. Under that we go down to 713.50. Under 713.50 down to 712 area. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes down to 710ish. Large cap at the bell. Of course, I did like a lot of those pullback potentials going over to, like, say, Teslas of the world for more movement down. PLTR, MST, or not, Microsoft, Meta. They all look like they wanted to crack back at the bell. Those are just my favorites at the bell. Otherwise, use those main levels as always, team. But my favorite ones would be more pullback from Meta, Microsoft, PLTR, and Tesla. And small caps at the belts, all the VRAX show. I wanted to dip by back down off of 9. I even put orders in to see if we'd get filled here in pre-market. It did exactly what I wanted and got that reset. It didn't go for more, so now we can possibly go for more in market. It's going to give a little bit better shot for it to pop, rock, and roll. Also, who called the 325 bounce play on Sky Q? I did. Whammy. Also, the 105 bounce, it kind of hit 107, 108. Didn't go that great. But boom! There are your two beautiful bounce plays alerted for you. Sky Q and RKTO, and did get the Vrax kind of chill out mode, so possibly we can get the bangarang rock and roll here at the bell. Those are your plays here for small caps as we move forward. All right. Boom! We're good to go now. We're good to go now. We're good to go now. Let's see what we get. I still like the 9 bounce, so I'm still going to leave orders in off 9. Sky Q off 325, baby. I called it out. I wished Trader One, where you at? Where's everyone in chat? What did I? And I should have taken this just to show you guys that how perfect and right I am. I said yesterday, leave this order in. It will bounce whenever you see 330 again. I don't care if it's tomorrow, next week, next month. That 330 handle is going to see a bounce. I promise it will. And especially if it's the next morning. Boom! Boom! Fucking boom! Bam! Halted down, Vrax. Halted down. Halted down. Dang it. I was hoping for the squeeze-a-rooney. Vrax, 975 resumption price. Now 980. I bet this soaks back up to like 10. Now it's at 990, 980. Okay, cool. I'm going to leave my orders in at 9. I'm going to leave my orders in at 9. Okay? I like that area. CLRO. Oh, CLRO popping. That plays a former runner. Yes, get a little bit of popping, not much, but mano, beautiful bounce at 325, right at the bell too, right, it hit 325, 326, beautiful. Everyone's staring at Vrax right now, I'll promise you that. It's just where we've been here recently as well. Oh, what's making that noise? I don't want that noise. All right. It's the Vrax show. 990. So it's probably going to be, at least it's staying that way. 999. Now it's going down to 950. So we'll see. 960. So we'll see. I think it's going to open up closer to 975, 980, 990 area. Yeah, S-Dot's ugly. Do have FBRX halted up too as well out of nowhere. See if that runs. This Sky Q bounce was money out of the gate, guys. If that gets through this 355 corridor, you know, that's going to be, that's a money bounce right there. Literally to the dot as alerted. I said if this cracks and goes down, this 355 will be the new resistance, and the sport's at 325. Perfect. 37.26 and 37.10. So 37.10 for FBRX, 37.26 for Vrax. Volume's probably going to slowly die out of this too. Look at the 105 VWAP area holding. Nothing major right now. Good girl, Marco. Well, SkyQ working out literally as alerted. Go back to SkyQ's alert. Go listen to that. Said if it cracked 355, that'll be the new resistance, and we'll bounce at 325. And it not only did it as we cracked it earlier, we fell right back at 355. We came down, bounced at 325 to not only go right back up to 355 and fell. Also, RKTO. I said 105. It's bouncing like 108, 107-ish. Now it's working out slower. It's your slow and steady Eddie play. Don't expect a ton from it. 2 check marks right there. Vrax as well. Too much in pre-market. We are seeing that sell-off at the bell. Hoping maybe since we didn't run, we could run more at the bell. Getting that sell-off. And, of course, use those levels on the way down. I like 9 into 875 roll. That would be your first area to look for a bounce play on VRAX. Nothing else is really moving right now. We do have FBRX halted up, but SkyQ and RKTO as almost on the dot alerted. I wish every stock would, would run this technically sound. Candlestick confirm, get in like a 352. Pops up just a little bit, and then boom, comes down. You're taking profit at the bounce area. Get you a quick, 20 cents. And then take the bounce here back up. Now, I know it's not a lot of movement. It's a slower play, but it's something. All right, here we go. We got FBRX coming live first at 37.10. And then we have Vrax at 32.26. So here goes FBRX live. Not moving into a 10-minute halt. Let's see if Vrax goes live. Should be resuming right around 10. I was right. It soaked all the way back up. It's only going to open up right around 10 here, right now. Has slowed down a little bit, which is good. It's not just going straight into another halt up or a halt down, which is always a positive sign. Yeah, because it was halted, Aussie Chick. You can't place orders, unfortunately, when it's halted. Yes, Veda, I am just waiting to get filled. If we get filled, we may not. This may rip into a halt up. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these recently that just start halting. They're like, down, up, and then we're moving on, we're down, halt. And then, it's like, chill out, just let it run. I like halts when they go up, like parabolic, but you don't get those all the time. It's really fun when you get the parabolic TCGLs of the world. This again wouldn't be bad. I know it's low volume, but this 325, 330 area isn't bad. FBRX is showing a gap up to 2650, so there's that to possibly play. Love playing the gap and goes, or even, of course, to just let this gap and go to like 50 or 40, whatever, just craziness. And then we can get that first halt down that usually just tumbles, away. Slow. It's going to be slow overall. Vrax is going to be your main mover. I could see this play in the inward chilling out and maybe, not giving us as much as we love today. Yesterday's slowdown definitely, stood out for sure. Come on and hit 9 already. I've got orders at 907 into 877. So I have orders from 907 into 877. You're not the only one, Aussie, that has said that, before. And they're like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, because it's halted. They say no soup for you. That's why I need to bring it up again in Monday's meeting. Like, can we please get on the being able to place orders when a play is halted? I would like to really be able to put limit orders in. That's kind of goofy that I can't, place orders. Oh yeah, Vrax has a trend line. Good eye there. Good eye there on that trend line. Look at that. Boom. Check it out right there. Good eye. Boom right there. Right on that trend line. Trend line bouncer Rooney. And I do not trade trend line bounces. I'll trade when they start coming back and they crack and they go down to back to nothing. So it is. So it is. So it shall be written. Something along the lines of that looks kind of crazy. Let's see if it stays into this. Let's see if that comes into play. See this tight channel we were in here, team, earlier that before we squeezed out of it? Are we going to reclaim it? And if we get out of it, watch for a pop back up to 12. I will say, if this moves back up to 12, I'll take a dip at 10. I'll dip it at 10. I'll dip her at 10, but she's got to get back up to 12. Got to get to 12 before I trust 10. FBRX showing 26.50 on the dot still. 42.10 resumption time. Okay. Pretty wet spread on Vrax. Yeah, there is a decent size spread on Vrax, about 10 cents or so. It gets a little tighter at times, but yeah, it's right around 10, 12 cents. It's probably going to be a little better over here on, no, it's still about 10 cents, about the same. Gets a little, maybe a little tighter over here because there's more routes, but relatively. There's the open, so we are open, FBRX, and there's no movement. Come on! This is just like yesterday, right? We're like, come on already. Come on already. Big move in pre-market the other day. It's funny how I sat there. I watched the whole thing because I got up, literally came in my office right at 6:30, right around 6:30 on the dot. Pulled up stock rocks, and this thing started exploding. I'm looking at it like right around here-ish. Literally, I was like right here. It was in this candle. This candle just opened. It hit like 540. It was hovering around. I was like, I bet it's about to squeeze and go one more time. And I should have just went in like, said F it, 1,000 shares. There's no way it's going to crack back at least below that lower shadow. And if it does, so what? You'll lose 500, but whatever. Fuck it. I should have, because right away, then it holds what would have been my entry area before really ramping up and going for more. And then, yeah. So it's just trading those. Woo! Big move there from FBRX out of nowhere. So there's another big ass candle. Did get a decent sized gap. The gap was correct on Zindu. I really wish this would it's just not a lot of volume. I'd love it pop into 3150 halt up. Gaps up to 34. Goes into another halt up. Then you might be looking for the first halt down. Talk about a spread. Talk about a spread. Look at that spread. That is $1 right there. Right around $1. We have strong resistance right at around 30. Usually makes sense. And we have resistance coming in at 32.50 area. And then again, really strong at around 34.50, 35.50, somewhere in this area vicinity, right? So the best two are over high of day are 32.50 and 35. But again, I teach you this stuff, right? It just makes sense every 250 until you get to usually 35, 40, and then you start moving maybe in $5 intervals. And this is really kind of working right here. I'll move it to where it like looks to where we're actually failing now, but that's this. We are literally back in this uptrend. We are back in this uptrend. By the way, Trade the Pool will be now live on Friday, Steam. I'm still doing my thing here with you guys. But we have Friday live stream. Thanks to this guy. Well, I've been pushing it for a while. So we have tomorrow on TTP, which would be awesome. So then we start pushing that to other people out there. Like, hey, don't forget, man. When I'm not live, go over there. But I'll always be live on Friday. But Fridays now, we do have a live stream. Alejandra and Steve will be live in the mornings. Then they'll have a psychology segment. And that'll go from around 9 a.m. Eastern to about 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Then there'll be an hour and a half break with some scanners up. Then me and Steve do the week recap. And that stream will end. And then we'll get into Steve's webinar. Steve will get back. He used to do webinars on Friday afternoons. Gosh dang it, that lower freaking shadow. You got to be kidding me. Are we not going to get our 9875 here? Because I like this little node even into this. I love all this area. And the VWAP's now coming up into my area. And now we're bouncing really off 975. It's like, God, you got to be kidding me. And so do I still trust this? And I have to. I mean, I have to trust the areas I love a lot. There's your 30 resistance still kind of coming into play right here. Again, spread's bad, strong. Careful with that one. But again, levels are working pretty nicely. If this can push to 12, somewhere in that 12 area, 1190, right, close to 12, I'll say, hey, I'm going to go team into this a 990, $10 area. Anywho, so yeah, Trade the Pool, rocking and rolling on Friday. Rocking and a rolling. It's trying to push back up out of this channel. Hey, if it does, I'm fine with that 1011 or 101190. I'm like, that 10,970-ish area. Just go up a buck, essentially. Everything else is pretty dead. Any questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over, let me know. But my God, it's the Vrac Show. It's the Vrac Show. My buddy, one of my best friends ever, and like the one I do mention a lot. He's passed, unfortunately. You guys every time I say the Vrac Show, it reminds me of this. It was on what's it called at night? But Leave It to Brack. I thought it was called the Brack Show. Oh yeah, Leave It to Brack. I think this may be the opening one, but it was the Brack Show. I guess maybe the first. But yeah, the Brack Show. Yeah, this is it. Listen to this guy talks.
Carnival of Feet is coming to town this weekend.
Bragg's so excited. He's been buzzing about it all week.
Hey, everybody!
Good morning, little pooper.
Boy, I'm as happy as a bag of eggs. You know why?
You found your real parents?
What?
Oh, now, dear, don't tease the boy.
I thought it was funny. You just don't get it, that's all.
Honey, go ahead and tell us why you're as happy as the wig.
Okay, Mom. Tomorrow is the day of the Carnival of Feet. There'll be feet there and feet. And don't forget the feet.
Oh, man. That was great back in the day. I'm like, what is this? Is great. Yeah, they're like 15 minutes long. Oh, what's that show? What's that station called? Oh, Adult Swim, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. Yeah, there you go. That was like, what was it called? Yeah, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim was like the late night. Yeah, it was great. It was great stuff. The Old Brack Show. The Carnival of the Feet. All right. Oh, come on, Vrack Show. It's the Vrack Show. It's the Vrack Show. Give me one more pop to 12. I'm going to get some orders in right around this 10, 990, 970 area. Let's get it going. Come on. Come on. Got a small little W shape going on right through there. All right. She looks like she wants that 12. Be right back. It's like I know as soon as I was going to wait till 9 when I go take my or when I go over to trade the pool. Einstein need to go potty. As soon as I walked in, I heard Miles bark. So I said, hold on, because I heard Miles bark. I'm like, well, some dog's moving around. And if that's the case, I bet Einstein's out of the covers. And sure enough, I go in there and Einstein is, my cover's up. He's out of the, he's like, he's up walking around on my side of the bed, which is so funny. I'm like, what are you doing, Heineman? Pick him up, take him outside. So I had to go pick up Einstein and take him outside. Oh, I know. Well, we are just slow motion. I mean, and boom, there's your one bounce. I talked about it earlier. There I saw 105, which came from this little area. Right? You can see that right through there. One came from this bounce, and then 95 cents came from this area. And there you go. One on the dot was hit. This may squeeze and go for more, which then really, if it does, I really will like this area more. I'm cool with it now, but I really want this to pop to 12. Like, give me 12.15, give me 12.20. Then I'll feel much safer and much happier and better about that 10.980-ish area. Everything else in small caps is poo-poo caca. I'm not seeing anything else, honestly. If I'm missing something, let me know, but I don't think I'm missing anything at all. Carnival of Feet. Carnival of the Feet. Ugh. Oh, man. Guess you guys are good. Nothing so far? You positively, absolutely good with what's going on? You fine? You happy? No questions needed? There's that 12 pop. There it is. There it is. There's exactly what I was looking for. Now I feel a little bit better about coming back down to that 10.980-ish area. I don't want it to just rip for more, and it may do that here. It may continue to climb into that. It looks like it's going to halt up here. Trying to halt up at that 12.62 area. It's going for a halt. We haven't seen many gaps today. Wasn't a big gap up. But this will be one of those plays where we could look to get into as it kind of whips back down into 12 and 11.50, 60 area as it halts up. So I'm going to let this halt up. There it is. Halted up. Yeehaw. Now I can go get Einstein in a second. We can see where this is going to resume at. Showing 1290. Now it's showing 13. Okay, so we'll see if we get that. 1280. Yeah, we'll see. I think what we're going to get here, team, small gap up, and I'm going to look to add into this as soon as it hits 1260 or anything below it. 1230, 1260. We played these gap and go plays before. Let's see if we can't get in and out of this one. We'll get Einstein real quickly. So all I want is that we're going to get a small gap up here, probably 30 cents, maybe 20 cents at most. Anything into 1260 or lower, I'm going to be adding into 12. We've seen a lot of these recently, like Vrax, 100%. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go get my man Einstein. He's coming in here with me. All right. Oh, now it's showing 1262. So we may get a small gap up here. I'll be looking at if we get that quick wick down into, say, like 1180, 1112, 1180, somewhere in here. Especially if we open up at 1262. $59.39 resumption time. $59.39. Literally right around 2 minutes from now. And then we'll try to get this trade in with you guys before we go over to trade Zipu. Oh, that was the other WRAP, like wrap, you know, like if you're gonna wrap something, WRAP, Wrap Technologies popped at the bell. That's another newer one that I guess is up percentage-wise for the day. Not a lot. It's up like 33%. But that's up. It's been in the channel for the longest time. I'll put it right here since SkyQ isn't doing shit. You put it right there. Just chopping around in a channel now. $59.39 resumption price or time. 59. A minute from right now. A minute from right now. A little less now. Still showing 1262 for the price. Still showing 1262. Looking for a dip back around 12 into this 1175 area for the move back up, up, up. Looking for the old dip-a-rooney. Dip and ripper. Give me a dip. Give me the rip. Right into another halt up. Go Banana Joe's. We've got room up here on Varax. On Varax. You can see here where we're at now. 1275's resistance, but we get through this, we're going to pop up to 1330, and then this thing can just go crazy. Just go crazy. Are we not going to dip down? Are we not dipping? See if this can dip down anymore here, team. Come on, come down to like 12, 11. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. You good, Einstein? Is anyone else in here with you? Okay, no. Come on, go a little lower, maybe, possibly. Can we go a little lower there? Can we go a little lower? There we go. I'm just now getting in here, team. Just now getting into this play. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh, we're going for a halt down. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Now I have to get out of this play. I'm going to have to get out of this play. You're kidding me right here. You're kidding me, right? No way. We're halting down here? God, I just got into this at 12, team. Oh, man. 700 shares at 12, and I added in right when it got down to 1150, thinking we'd dip right back on up. So I'm in this on the halt down here. And let's see if we can't get maybe a dip and rip from here. If this gaps down, maybe taking a big loss today. We'll see what we get here. I'm not too worried about it. Come on. Come on. I'm going to attack it again if I lose here. If I lose, I'm going to try to get it back with one trade at 10. 100%. 100%. We'll see if we get the gap down here. Right now, it's showing a gap down, so we'll see. I think it's going to soak back on up, and we're not going to see much of a gap down. I'm going to see if this play doesn't pop back on up through 12. That's going to be the goal for me here. Honestly, a little surprised there that area held up as strong as it did. Just the fact that, guess we're up so much. You know, it's not we're up that much, though. It's 260. We've seen 300, 400, 500% movers. Like big-time movers. Maybe it's because I haven't had my smoke for the day yet. I haven't got the smoke yet. Gotta go take a smoke break. And nothing else is moving. I'm just like going through different like chat rooms and stuff that I would just have slowly gathered up to over the last, say 8 months. The 4 or 5 different ones I roll through to see if there's something else moving for small caps. And there ain't shit in small caps moving. This is the only thing that is literally moving with any sort of movement. I mean, everything else is... Oh, S-Dot. S-Dot was another one today. I forgot about S-Dot. That was kind of like... we'll move arcade. S-Dot, S-Dot, S-Dot. So this just shot up to new high. That just shot up, boom, out of nowhere. S-Dot is actually moving today. Nice, good squeeze or Rooney. There's that resistance area that's going to now be support potentially. Of course, the bottom side's good at 2850. That 31 to say 3140 area is also going to be pretty good too. That is your only other mover, but it's not really a small cap play. As far as price-wise, a little bit more expensive. And same thing, you're going to be dealing with definitely a spread there, if not a big spread. But dip by somewhere around this 31-ish area, like the 31 area for a dip. Then again at 2850. Looking for this to not really see much of a gap down and rip back on up. Otherwise, I may take the loss and go right down and try really, again, here at this 10,980 area. I don't see how. And again, if you haven't traded today, that is just gorgeous now. The fact that we've ran and hit new highs, and this is where everyone was loading up at earlier. Was not anticipating this. I was thinking we were failing with the higher low pattern. It was going to fail here, come down, get us filled here, then move up and break the downtrend. That was it. You see that huge wick and back up. I wish it happened more often so it'd be something that I could trade, but this is truly something I see quite often. In market, when you see the move down and soaks all the way back up, it's almost one of those, oh, geez, that was it. That's why I thought here for a minute we're going to get filled. Oh, let's go down. Here we go. Here we go. And then no, boom, we stop at 950, soak back up to 1020. It's usually a good indicator we're going to squeeze and go for more. Again, I wish it happened enough because, guys, let's get in. We'll risk, the lower shadow here, but we're getting in now. We're going to get in now for the move up to here and then potentially here, and you would have gotten both. But I've seen that a lot as a pretty good trend, so to speak. Gonna go live at 5 after and 45 seconds. I'll stay with you until this goes live to see if we get the move back up or if I'm going to say, hey guys, I'm stopping out, going back at 10. And the goal would be doubled, going like 2,500 shares at 10, going bigger to get the move and the essentially make the money back that I lost and in the day, you know, essentially even or green. Dogs are snoring up in here. Let's go. Here we go. All right, if it can move back up here to 1150, I'm good. If it doesn't and it cracks back below 11, I'm going to stop out and come down here at 10. So we're good if we can get to at least 1150 here, guys. Or if not, if it goes back below 11, I'm stopping myself out. Average entry price is 1175. Well, let me actually look at that again. 1173. 1173. I thought it was somewhere right around there. Not liking this. That was really good there for a minute. I thought I was going to get back into even like Steven. Doesn't look good here. Sit through this terrible entry. Halts down on me like an asshole. All right, 10 is the deal, though, team. I'm already letting you know I want to go 10. 10 to 975. I want to take this dip buy. All right, I'm just letting you know. All right, I'm stopping out. Just stopped out. Stopped out of that. Taking the loss there. I'm going in heavy at 10 to 980 area. All right, 10 to 980 is where I'm going in on VRAX. All right, 10, 980 area. That's the dip buy. Here we go. Boom. All right. Take a small little micro break. I'll be back on Trade the Pool. Let me get that link out there for you guys. Well, that's what you get for playing these halting plays, eh?
More shares because, as we all can see, MU, the semiconductor.
What the heck's Michael Noss at? Hey. Boom. I can't believe that, team. Honestly, just shows you where we're at right now. Just still inconsistent. You know, they're really, what's been the theme here? Other than maybe the double dip at 10? As in, what could you say, hey, I can trade that. That's sexy. That's money. Nothing really. There was really been nothing on Vrax unless you shorted that top and you just were like, I'm adamant. I'm going to, here's what it is, right? I see it past short history, upper shadow at 1270. There's another one at 1330. I'll throw some orders in between 1270 and 1330. And that worked out money. I just don't short the top. That was truly about your other trade, maybe shorting this and the reversal here. They're short-lived, though. I mean, they have been bigger, but it's boom, 2 candles, and they're starting to come back up. Now, this may be the one that really works out for multiple candles. Otherwise, the longs were winning the battle most of the day, but it was mostly breakouts. There haven't been true good bounce plays. It's truly breakout, right? It's breaking out. You know, it's breaking out. It's breaking out. It's breaking out. You know, W shape kind of sort of, but still breaking out. Mostly breakouts and momentum. It's what it has been on Vrax so far today. Going back at this 10 area, though, this has been your main support on VRAX. I still like it, even though it's bouncing in this weird area. Got to trust the chart. Nothing else moving besides RAP and S dot. Those are your 2 other movers. S dot and VRA, or not VRX, that was a duh. WRAP, RAP. RAP and S dot are your 2 other movers. Had a little fun with FBRX earlier, right? It ran up, but then after that, it's really done nothing but kind of channeled around 30, as we talked about. Getting short in the top. That's kind of been nice today. A couple of shorts up top at this 30 handle has been sexy. If you do like short in the top, I mean, that's not a bad area to go at that 1275, 1330 area yet again. Although it is starting to maybe make a high pattern along the way. So if you do go up top, you know, don't go too big. I mean, that's usually, like on these volatile plays here like this, I wasn't going to go bigger than usually 1,400 shares. Something like that. Stab at it once when it came down to here. somewhere off this little upper shadows when I first stabbed at it, but it came down so fast it was like a 12 or so when I first entered the entry price, which was awesome. And then I actually slapped on it when it came down to this here. I thought it was going to hit this and ricochet up. No, freaking halts down. So end up wrong on where this play, you know, ends up being a bounce. I knew this was fine. That's fine. I wanted a little bit of a reversal. I just didn't think it would get lower than 12, if not, you know, 1170, and then rip back on up to new highs here. It seemed like it was starting to get, the big volume was coming back into this play here. I just thought we were going to get that move. So it's kind of my thought process there. Can't win them all. I will see you guys over on TTP here in just a few minutes. 10 is the bounce play for me on VRAX. And if you want to leave orders lower, I mean, there's 9, right? There's an area down here right around 770. And then again down here at 7 for orders on the way down today for VRAX. It's really your only mover in the small caps other than WRAP, which WRAP has around 210 to 205 support, as you can see here. If this runs up high enough to say 245, 250, I would imagine this 215 to 220 area becomes the support. 32 right now, I called 31, it's hitting 32. On SDOT just hasn't been able to really hold its gains most days, guys. So just be careful with this one as it moves further on. I know the volume is ramped back up a little bit, but typically this play likes to give back some gains. And then it likes to pop randomly later in the day after you think it's dead and done. No, then it just ramps back up for more. Good job, Dazzy. Got the halt down. There you go. Cool, cool, cool. Good job, yeah. Not a bad option there as well. The big sell-off pressure. Good entry. Good exit there. Got 60 cents out of it. Love it. Teaching you guys how to trade different strategies, which is awesome. There's many ways to trade here. I'm trying to show you which different ones, you know, breakouts, which we take here and there. With momentum. Bounce plays, for sure. Learning how to trade that first halt down and trying to get some profit out of it, you know, especially off those huge sell-offs from high of day moves. Would have gotten a little bit here. Not a lot, but could have gotten a little profit out of this one, and then even better here yet. So, good job, bub. Love it. Glad you guys can learn how to trade all these different ways to trade. Nothing else really moving in small caps. Honestly, for the most part, I don't see much else out there. It's pretty slow. Large caps do as well doing the kind of funky wonky up down, can't figure out what they're going to do dance, unfortunately, right? I don't know what's going on, but gotten a little wonk diddlers. Little wonkies. Apple's choppier than all Chopville. AMD, that's a nice one. AMD, good barn burner move for the day. AMD, that's a nice one. I like it. ARM had a good squeeze at the bell. It's flat now, but that had a good squeeze at the bell. Google is ugly as all get out. Meta popped up today, dropped down a little bit, but not much, and then really started to squeeze and went up for more. Pretty decent move from Meta. Microsoft is okay. NVDA giving back some gains today. Okay, all right, all right. Tesla's a little choppier, little choppy. So I'll look at AMD, Meta, NVDA, and SPY. Over here we have WRAP, FBRX, SDOT, and there goes the sell-off here for VRAX. So let's see if we can get filled here at 10 to the 980 area. Any questions? I think we're good, right? Everyone good? Aussie, yes. You're welcome, beautiful. All you other people, you're beautiful too. Love you, love you, love you. I am looking to make my money back on VRAX. Hey, I may be down now, but I'm not out. Shit. No way, Nose. I can be down, you know, 1,500, I think, is the most I've ever been down in a day. 1,500 to 2K. And what's crazy is the one time I remember being down that much, I took a break like now, and then I came back. This was years of 22, 23, somewhere in there. I remember I went against me, shorted something and it squeezed. I think I'm pretty sure pretty sure that's how it went, but I shorted something anyway. I think that's how it went. Shorted something, squeezed on me anyway. And I think I added into it. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was anyway. And it would just, lost big time. So I'm taking a break. I'll be back. That was a big loss. That was bad. I was like 1,500 plus, something like that. And it was the day I was streaming live, like on Tradecaster. You know, I was like, oh, damn. Took about a however long break, came back and alerted something, alerted something, whatever it was, said this is it, and then killed that trade. That trade was money. I forgot what it was. I'll never forget that though, because it was when Melissa who hasn't joined in forever, and she joined randomly earlier this year out of nowhere again. But her name's Melissa Piker. It was like Melissa PKR, something like that, or PRK. Anyway, and because I did one-on-ones with her, she was active in chat, and she was one of the ones like, "Oh, take a break, Josh. You'll get it back or whatever." Trying to be really nice, and she always is super nice and sweet. But yeah, I'll never forget that. And then it came back and got it back. So it's what I plan on doing here. Taking a break though for now. I'm going to go out in the kitchen, out in the living room for half a moment, sit on the couch, just do this. I'm like, take a little break, and then come back, get on the TTP live stream. I'll see you guys over there in about 10-15 minutes.
Institutions very hard at that time, right? You're not getting, Goldman Sachs and Citadel and all these kind of things against you. So, and it's only going to get more. I just noticed, I think it was maybe even just Monday, TradingView came out with combined charts where if you're looking at like Apple, for example, you see Apple until the overnight session, and then it switches to the boats exchange, the overnight exchange. So all night you get the, so you notice if you're a TradingView person, right, where usually you have like an extended hours thing that pops up here on the side, that actually just converts over to the that overnight session for that stock. So you're getting basically a 24-hour chart. So yeah, we're one of the first to do it, but just know that this is like, you have to. Eventually it's all going to be like this, right? So don't put your head in the sand when it comes to this overnight trading. Eventually everything is just going to trade like crypto. It's all going to be 24/7. It's 24/5 to start with. I think they'll end up opening up on the weekends as well, and it will all just be eventually 24/7, and you just have to. You got to be part of it, right?
The chat
Spy
is
is
debating.
really going here.
Hello, Spy. The chat is debating whether sleep is essential or not.
Screw it.
It depends. It depends, right? Like in my case, it was worth it last night. You guys see me right now. I'm just hanging out on stream, right? Because I already made my money, right? Like if I make 400 overnight, do I need to be pushing into the open here? No, I cashed it, right? I set the stop right at that 1,000 mark for Micron, and I just let it work. It could have kept going, right? And eventually did break that high. Now we're seeing the chop come in, right? The piston effect coming in, right? So the technology got up as high as 1% from the open. Now it's only up 0.2. So watch out for that action to continue, right? Like I mentioned, could we take out that 716 low? We could undercut it and then rally a little bit. This is going to be where it gets people frustrated, right? So that's why I mentioned watch out for that overnight trade, right? Because the overnight trade has been a lot of the times, especially I've noticed it in choppy times, the overnight trade becomes the better trade. Now, when we're like completely like trending and like ripping higher in the markets, I've seen a lot of times day traders start to really win because they're just dip buying a lot, right? They're just dip buying and then it's just sent off, right? Because when you're in momentum trades, right, in momentum action and the market's trend trading, you can catch trades that dip right out the gates and then they just keep going. Right now, we're seeing what? A big rip and then usually a pullback. A big rip, a pullback. A big rip, a pullback. So you have to know the current environment you're trading or be like Michael and have what? Many strategies at play, right?
Well, and what's interesting here again? Either Walter Bloomberg's napping, which I doubt it, or all of this has happened with no economic events, no real news. Like I'm looking down here to see, and he hasn't done anything today.
There's
All he's
nothing.
done is those. And if you're following him again, I recommend for news because I think he's a really good news source. But if he ever does an all caps post and then a whole bunch of like normal cap stuff below it, that's just like a space filler that he's like waiting until there's no news so he can keep tweeting stuff, which means it's old news or it's just an opinion article or it's nothing that matters. And that's all he's tweeted today. So there's been no breaking news. There's been nothing kind of coming out. I guess Trump's not maybe not awake yet, so he's not like yelling
He's
about
awake.
something.
He's awake. He knows.
Well, wasn't he overseas?
Oh, maybe that's it. So
Yeah, so I
there's
think he's
there's-
overseas right now, so of course he might
Right,
not be
so-
awake.
the biggest earnings we talked about was Levi's, and then there's really no economic report that we care about at all, and we're not getting any tweets. So you combine those things, it makes sense that today is just kind of a little bit of a choppy action day. And like I mentioned on the open, for me it's right, if we hold yesterday's low, then we're still fine and bullish. And until we get through this high right here, which was just the most recent swing high, this is just kind of range bound action. So let's just chill out here. And it could be buy dip, sell rips, take profits when you see them, that kind of environment. Bank earnings start soon. That will probably kick us in the arse, get us going, and figure it out after that, right? But I'm just not in a, like I mentioned, I'm almost out of buying power. So I'm not in a huge hurry to take a lot of additional trades. I'm just hanging out.
AVGO continuing to fall to the downside, making new lows today, now at 387, and it's tapping that price that it closed at yesterday at 388.69. So watching that one. That one's also been tumbling now for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. Ooh, the thing about that is it never got the pop to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Crow's talking about soccer. It kind of tells you the state of the markets, right? And I've told this story a ton, but I started trading on an actual trading floor, a bunch of dudes sitting in a room together, and you could tell if they were talking about hockey or they were talking about whatever was on the news or whatever last night, then you knew it was a slow day in the market. And busy days were just dead silence because everyone's focusing and they're looking to take trades. And you can just, yes, we were up at one point, but we were up like 0.3%, and now we're up 0.1%. So these moves aren't crazy. They're not huge moves, just choppy action. So if you see profits, take them.
Exactly. Yeah. And my Viking swing, it's I've taken some profits in the last few days with that. It started to go down a bit yesterday, but Viking Therapeutics is up a little bit today.
Hey guys, just jumping back on the mic real quickly. I got filled at 10.12 on the way down there, and I just market ordered in 2,000 shares. Just took that as it got back up. It looked a little weak, so I'm just kind of scalping my way back, essentially. I'm going to go with 9 again. I'm going to leave 10 alone. It looks like it's looking a little weak. 10 was good there. It was our bounce we were looking for. Now just looking to curl over, possibly even give us some more pullback, which is fine. Looking at 9 now. I like 9. That'd be the next area that I'm going to be going for. Just letting you guys know I took that profit and now looking at 9. Now join and trade the pool.
It is
banks today, and it came. And I hope somebody was able to play even just that. Look at this move, right? I mean, that's not a bad move. You were able to nail this. And this is what? The only way you play this is thinking the opposite, literally expecting the piston to come back up, right? So you don't normally go and see 2 weekdays and you're like, I want to jump into finance. But in this current environment, when you're going sideways and you're in a triangle pattern and you're off the support, right? And you're seeing that type of action, that's when you start to play these types of plays, right? Where you're almost expecting the contrarian play. You see it go down, you're like, I need to long this, right? Not the standard trend trade where you see something go up and you long it, right? And then you're just like, I'll buy any pullback. No, right now, if you do that, you can get wrecked right now. And that's what traders have been doing the last 2 or 3 weeks that have ruined accounts. More than likely, they continued trend trading in a current environment that's going sideways. This is just a learning lesson for any swing trader out there or even day trader out there to understand. When things go sideways, if you don't change, guess what? The market will take all its money back and then some.
and then come back.
Yeah.
After you've made your
and then just like really stick it to you.
right.
Right? So don't wait to be that frustrated trader. Understand when things change. If you don't change, you get run over. So that's one of my things that I really try to jump on. And now I always think if I see rotation going against me, Jesse, I'm like immediate. Like if I'm swings, sometimes I tell myself, it doesn't matter if the trade's good. The rotation's starting to work right now against you, and you have this decision right here. You either run to the profits or you give it back. It's not that and there's no third option of, oh, you're going to make more. No, a lot of times that's the one that you start to pitch yourself, right? But the truth is you had a swing, it was working well, but now the market is working against you. And if the market works against us, we can't fight that herd. We can't fight rotation. We can't be like, oh, well, finances are down, but Bank of America is going to be up today, right? Like that just doesn't work, guys. It just doesn't work that way, right? So that's why I shifted my focus of like, I need to focus sector and industry, sector, industry, sector, industry. Look how the Qs undercut the lows and then just start ripping, right? Like it's the piston effect.
It's top-down analysis, right? It's right. Technical analysis 101, right? Intermarket stuff. Tax asking
The
about
stuff
how
that
to
I
do,
love. Intermarket analysis, 100%.
Yeah, Tax start asking to do relative charts. So I don't know how to do it on Thinkorswim. Again, I don't have a Thinkorswim account, but with TradingView, right? It's just one divided by the other, right? So you just do so you talk about LOY
what, like ratios?
LOY divided by, you just put the right / PFE, enter. So this is your Lilly divided by Pfizer, right? You could do IWM divided by QQQ. And this just shows kind of the relative strength of IWM versus the Qs over the last little bit. But overall, right, the Qs beat IWM. So that's, I don't know how to do it in Thinkorswim. I don't know if anyone has Thinkorswim can answer that, but that's how you do it.
I don't really like that platform, so I don't think we could care less about Thinker. But I can show you how to do it on Trader Evolution. Now that I can show you. Yeah.
Do it.
Well, we can't do those like fancy ones where it's like really fancy, but you can do at least the overlay line, right? And so that's the way that I would do it, right? So like, let's say like if I was on, let's say I'll go to Tesla, right? And then now I'm going to overlay the Qs on top of it, right? So I can overlay the Qs on top of it. I can do it as a line. I can do it as different things, right? And then you can show price marker. Boom, right?
Oh, nice.
Now I can go to the daily and I can see the action with the Qs thrown on top of it, right? So this is the Qs action. You might need to adjust some of the logarithms, right? Like on this side, right? Kind of like mess with this to kind of make it look a little bit better, but you can do it, right? It exists, right? So I wanted to show you guys. I know pretty much everything that you could do with this thing, but
Mitch, I did not see
yeah.
the very beginning of that. What was the very first thing you clicked on?
So you want
it?
to add overlay.
Overlay. Beautiful. Love it. Okay.
Add overlay. And then to take it off, you just X right here, just to know, like, or you can do the eyes and just kind of take it off your screen. And then when you want it, you can just bring it back.
That's sweet.
Right. So that's what I do sometimes. You can overlay the SPY, or maybe like you're trading tech name, right? You're trading Micron. So you overlay the SMH or whatever you wanted to do. You could do like even like SOXL if that's what you wanted to do, right? These are just ways of creating kind of a ratio look, right?
Well, and it's great to. I wonder if I still have my Koifin account. It's been a while. You can do those line charts. Make it a good way to just take a look at. I do. So just
like
relative strength
lines,
and relative
right, will look
weakness,
better.
right? It just sorts it out, right? So this one's a bit messy. Koifin's not as good, but this is something that you could look at. Let's do this and just get rid of some of these VIX and NDX, IDU. But yeah, on my chart here, and this is just Koifin. Koifin's like kind of a Bloomberg alternative, and these are just all charts of the different sectors. You can see they all just start from the beginning of January, so you can see every sector kind of up and down. You can do that with TradingView and all of that as well. It's just good to compare, but like the way Mitch was talking about having the SPY or the Qs overlaid, you can just very quickly see, okay, well, this thing's ticking up while the Qs are ticking down. This is just a good way to compare. You can see what sectors are doing the best versus the worst. You can see that right up here. That's XLK versus XLE. They've kind of performed about the same this year. So technology and energy has done about the same. Then industrials, metals, real estate, staples, and then down in kind of the negatives are positive, but just barely XLF, right? That kind of thing. So you can go through and just look at these different, and I always like these comparison charts as a nerd person, but do you want to see this biotech chart?
It's a good
IBV?
one.
Look, this
Yeah,
is just
dude.
nuts.
I'll give you another one too to look at that I'm looking for the pullback on the long term, Gilead. But yeah, there's a lot of these healthcare names, man. They're really pretty looking charts. Like really nice reversals. Johnson & Johnson's a takeoff, man. I know I talked about that one for a while. I talked about how the robotics surgical was coming out, and man, that's been a beautiful takeoff off that. This is going to compete with Intuit Surgical now, and I think things like this, right? You saw the Qs taking off, right? Well, look how the Qs went down and healthcare came back up, right? Right, and now you're seeing what? Now they might actually go in lockstep with the breakout. If the SPY can break out above here, right? If the SPY can break into this area and the Qs can break in that area, we could potentially see all of them start to rally together, right? Because that's what we're doing right now. Essentially, we're spreading out the money, and now we're going to see if the cream of the crop rises again, right? And that's what we should be looking for. Does the cream of the crop rise again? The winners that were just winning, do they just come back and just keep winning, right? Your Micron trade, right? Your Marvell trade, right? Your AMD, right? Your NVIDIA starting to win again. That's what I'd be looking for, right? All right, guys, it's been that type of day. 1034, continuing to hold and trail the action there in Cisco. I've been winning, guys, and just continuing to hold this. Pretty good trade there, right? Like my normal size, this we would already, of course, kind of like just be trailing it in at least in triple digits. But up with my $15 here. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Let's keep riding. Let's make the 30s.
I was reading an interesting article this morning about Micron. Originally in June of 2025, it said it planned to invest $200 billion in the U.S. to meet the growing market demand, eventually produce 40% of its DRAM domestically. But they've bumped it up from $200 billion now to $250 billion.
That's important. You know why that is, right? Oh, Trumpster. Good old Trumpster. That's they understand one thing and one thing only right now. It's keep making Trump happy. You can always pull back the plans with the next president. That one, yeah, you can pull back, Michael. That's a contract I see pulling back there.
To America and blah blah. If they don't do it for the next guy, then it's the next guy that suffers the reputational hit. He doesn't care, right? He's out by then.
No,
so you end up getting that, you know.
And he's doing it with the American like narrative, right? Where this is for America. So that if you pull this off, you're the next president, you go and you pull that off, are you un-American?
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? So you get that. So
Can't
it
be
allows
un-American.
them.
Oh, here comes the
look
most
who it
American
is.
man
Here he
right
is.
here himself, Mr. America. What's going on,
ding
Joshy
dang.
Josh?
American Rebel beer. American Rebel beer. All day long, baby. Me and the Hulkster. What? Oh,
You and the Hulkster. That's
was
right,
the
Company
brother.
still exists.
well, I think
You won't do the shirt rip.
I can't. Well, not to trade the pool shirt, of course not. But maybe let me get a really thin.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's harder than what it looks like. This man, the Hulk, is strong,
He
dude.
needs to be really thin. The last
Tried
time
to
he did
rip
that
a
when
shirt.
when he was on the podium, he actually there was behind the scenes footage. He had to pre-rip the top of his shirt, so that way he could actually get the whole thing off.
It's no joke.
it's no
It's no joke, man.
Yeah. Hey, you got to have some big biceps and some strong hands to do that. But speaking of,
So what's going on, AK?
man, AK's taking a little beating today from VRAX. So VRAX has kind of chopped me around today over Rack. So I'll get my chart up here and let me get it going. But for VRAX,
You need some of that definitive therapeutics that Michael is holding.
I do. It kind of beat me up today, so I'm looking to. I got back a little to the little green from it. Red at first, got a little green. Now working to get back. Working this 50K flex account, but hey, you're gonna have red days. It can't always be green. So it's a little red right now, but patience. That's the virtue here in the stock trading world. But Vrax has kind of smacked me around a little bit, but I've gotten back at it a little bit. And there's not really much other than that in the micro, small cap sector moving today. It's really the VRAX, the Vrax show, as I've been calling it.
All right, that's looking good there. Market's continuing to hold there. Q's now starting to pull back a little bit. So to me, it seems like we're starting to get that dying out of the volatility, right? So just be careful out there. We could see still a little lift there, but maybe just not breaking through that high, at least for the short term. We'll see what happens there. As Cisco continues to hold, you guys see my trade. I'm looking for this to push into the 118s already, but you guys see me just trailing the 9, essentially. Trailing the 9 here, riding it out. Got in this thing at pretty much 116, 115.98. It's trading to 117, so not a bad little lift there. Cisco is boring, but it's consistent, dude. Sometimes you want to be looking for those, right? On a day like today where you're seeing chop, consistency and a consistent trade might be the way to go, right? So,
Well, that's what these are. These are the days for scalps. Like the SPY has not moved at all today, right? It is right near the opening print, right near it was in the pre-market high. Went up a bit, went down a bit. Whatever, and those are the days where you really gotta have that scalp muscle and it's most days, right? Most days the market doesn't trend. 70% of the days, I think 70 to 80% are choppy days, and only that 20 to 30% are actual movers. So on days like this, just having that chop, having that sideways action, that's what you need to focus on.
Tons of sideways action on NVIDIA right now. Holy cow. Just consolidating, quite boring, just above the 9, above 20 from what I'm looking at, below VWAP, but it's not doing much. We're only down about 2% with NVIDIA today.
And it was lifting yesterday, right? So what is that, right? It's the Pistons, man. Those Pistons come up, they come down. It's almost like you can expect it. So if you were long yesterday and you didn't sell the rip until like the 206 and the 205, how do you usually feel today? You feel like crap, man. You feel like
Terrible.
That's the truth. But that's why we have to understand the current environment. Right now, it's sell that rip. Take the gift when you get it, right? Because you can reload in a choppy trade, right? But what if you sold 206, but you're buying 200 today? Then you're using that cash to give you the ability to get back into the trade, right? So when we're trend trading, yes, you want to continue to kind of hold and look for those big wins, right? But when we're sideways trading, we want to be looking to sell the rip.
Speaking of rip, I'm looking for Vrax right here to rip right here. I'm looking for the dip back at 10 possibly to get in this play. I really love a little bit lower if we get it. This play does have the look, though, of some rippage. So I do love the rip on Vrax. VRAX is my baby for the day. Other than that, AMD was a good one, too. I'm sure you guys have paid attention to that. I'm sure that was your kind of your one tech sector play that's had a big, big move. I've missed the run on it, but AMD, speaking of moves, if NVDA isn't moving, this bad Bama Jammer right here is today. Good retracement back into this liquidation zone. Love that. That's got kind of a typical bounce area for me. All the support from earlier. Pretty close to that 50 fib from top to bottom for the day as well. Looking to go for more. I don't think we formed the M shape. I think we go for more. Kind of like SPY yesterday. SPY had the same look to it when me and was it the lunch recap? Yeah, during the lunch recap yesterday, SPY had this same look. I know 1 minute gives it a little bit more definition, but was it? No, it was another ticker we're looking at. Yeah, it was SPY. It was SPY from pre-market. So we see this big, and it looks a little probably in a 5 minute time frame, a little larger time frame, come up, come down, come up again. Are we going to top out? It looked like it could. We talked about this heading into the minutes, which was great yesterday. Thank you for all that joined me, Steve, Alejandro, in that the lunch recap. The week recap's tomorrow, but the lunch recap, right? And we saw this. We kind of called this out on what to anticipate. Minutes never really get much movement anyway. I know it's the FOMC minutes, but it's just data being released. We're just talking about it. Had a good move though, and I think this is what happens with AMD. I think it looks like we made double top. No, we're going to go for more. So I like AMD today for the long side move up and more continuation, making its way back up to all-time highs. In my opinion, maybe by Friday. Oh yeah, I keep thinking it's Wednesday, but it's not. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Absolutely.
4-day week has messed me up last week. I'm like, what day? It's tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Yeah, I never know what to do with these 4-day weeks. I just like every time you have one, you're screwed up for the next 2 weeks. Almost like you just do it in the middle of the week or something. You make my brain a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah, give me a Wednesday off. Let me see how that throws off my compass, so to speak. And again, Lewis, love it. How you doing? AK, yeah. How we doing? Tack, Nigel, everybody in chat, Crow, Snowman, the usual suspects. Oh, I shouldn't. I knew it. Nah, I feel bad now. Of course, Nas, we all do this. That's why I know you let your bots do all the trading for you.
Mm-hmm.
Should have stayed into this 10. I had a feeling it may go. I got in on this week. This move down. It got up. This candle kind of got me a little worried. So I got out knowing, okay, well, we're going to come back down, test a little bit lower, maybe in the lower 9s. No, we barely come back down, sweep around 1020, and here it goes up to 1120s, maybe even a little higher as we go. Making that W shape. Me and Steve see so many of these day in, day out. The great bullish move here that we're looking for. Get back up to the top neckline here, and this play could really be one we're looking at. Speaking of call-in show later in the day, where maybe we're having to talk about Vrax because it's halting at 15, 17, 18. Has good news this morning as well. Already up, 250, almost 300% on the day. Typically, these plays like to run. If we get to 300%, we like to get to 500%. So I want it. I'm hoping for the heat. Jesse, barn burners. I love
how casually, if it goes up, if it triples, just might as well 5x at that point. Just what does it matter, right? It's just doubling your money again. Screw literally.
It. For the mob, usually, like earlier when we saw the 150 move, as we start popping up here, say from 3, I saw this before we got into our meeting at right around the 550s, and I'm like, usually we go up to that 150% marker, and sure enough, we ramp up for more. I'm like, well, if we go to 150, we usually go to 3. I never traded it, just watched it go, and then should have traded
double.
Should have traded it when I first saw it 550. First came out with news, then I lose on it in market because I'm going to wait for in market because it's gone too far for me now in pre-market. So let me wait for something in market. Try to get long on the breakout essentially here and on a dip. Nope, it halts down on me. So Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, what's going to dip off 10 again for sure? And I, again, should have held some shares for more of that pop up. But yeah, saw it at 550. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just kind of watched these throughout the years, Michael, where we go to 150, we go to 3, we go to 3, we go to 5. So it's weird. Yeah. It's like, let's just go for more.
Yeah, just the numbers, you guys, just triple, quadruple, just a 10x, whatever, no big deal. Just
that is that degen for sure mentality for the traders. Because I would love to know the average length of trading years. Who's trading Vrax? How long have you been trading? Well, me, I've been trading for about 10 years. I would love to know the average trading lifespan. Essentially, what is the shelf life? Is it 1 year's in? We 8 months in? Is it 2.5? I'd love to know.
So what's interesting is every single one of I'm 5 chapters in to that new Market Wizards book that came out, and it's all basically Twitter people is where he got a lot of this from, and they all kind of did the same thing where they went. That's where they started. They all started from the shorting the low float penny stocks and did okay doing that, and then they all just hit like a limit, a sizing limit, either just mentally, right? When as soon as your account's 10 million, all of a sudden when you're trading these names, the fluctuations just gets too big to kind of stomach. Then they all moved on to swing trading and things like that after that. So it's just interesting that to 5 of the best kind of verified money-making dudes out there they all started in the same place, and then they all like split off into different zones. Like this last guy sold options and things like that. And it's just cool to see that, same entry, but then they all kind of carve out their own path after that.
What I feel like, myself, kind of where I down the line where I'll maybe still dabble with these because I love, of course, we talk about how much I love going fast and how volatile these can be, but it just seems like where most traders, that's their life cycle. Like, you start moving onward and upward to different things, and this is the beginning phase, which is cool to see that and hear that from that's where most start. Is where I'm at right now, and it's cool. It's just cool to see that, and then just even that, you got to think the average age of someone trading Micron. Or age, how long they've been trading, or S&P, whatever it might be, or futures. In my brain, I would just think someone trading Vrax, it's going to be lower. They've been trading for less years versus someone that's trading futures or options or maybe a large cap, mega cap sector play. And that's why I think a lot of that degen comes into these plays where you look at VREX and going how, and especially the news. The news is not that great today overall on VREX. It's essentially adding something to the product line. They added a agreement with FundSun Diagnostics for Immune Select research use immune profiling product line. That's the PR today.
Well, and like this is part of it too, which sounds crazy, right? If you need to start doing filings if you're trading more than 7. I think the number is actually 5% of the float. And again, that seems like it needs a whole ton of money. But if you're trading something that's a $1 stock with 2 million shares in the float, right? As soon as you're buying $100,000 worth, which isn't an insane position, then it's like you're now an insider. So there's a lot of different reasons to do it. And the main thing I just figure was it's liquidity, but then it's also just the kind of amount that you need in order to make it worth your while. And that varies by account size. And that's the cool thing about Trade the Pool too, is you can start with a smaller account and you can start to maybe, make some money and do some stuff in the smaller ones. But as soon as you're rocking that like 200K account, well, the percentage gain you need to make every year to make an impactful amount becomes different. So then you just might trade different things, right? You might go in and just say, okay, I'm going to trade, like a Micron or something as well. And there's still plenty of juice to have with it because, like Crow will tell you, there's always a leverage version of the ETF. So you could trade Micron that's going to move instead of 150% up or down each day. Well, it's going to move 3 to 5% probably, and now that it's this volatile sector, and then you can leverage that up. You can take a 2x leverage once. You can do 10% on either side, and you could end up doing that. So yeah, it's different things for everyone, and where you're where your count is, how much time you have is another thing, like all kinds of stuff that you can customize for kind of just yourself.
Just so you guys know, I got a message from the producer. He is out right now scheduling tomorrow's live so he can send out the email. So he just said you guys are on your own for about 20 minutes.
Oh,
Don't know.
Love it, love it. Yeah, and tomorrow we got to. What were you gonna say there, Mike?
I was just gonna say, do we just go crazy? Right, we're running
Yes.
we're running it now. Let's just start throwing random stuff on screen. You can't do anything to stop us anymore.
All right, yeah, exactly. We'll start doing this.
There you go.
Next thing you know, it's a party. All right, guys, come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Everybody, it's a party now. Aish is gone. The producer's gone. Come on, everybody, let's go. Come on. We got kegs.
We can do
got a
whatever
party.
we want.
Everybody in chat, come on in.
Let's ransack the house now. Back over, I know Tyler asked about MU. Just running up this uptrend channel is what I'm noticing on MU really overall, Tyler. So, from pre-market, we found a baseline a little bit above it. Now we're really coming back down and fully finding the bottom base. I think we'll work our way back up. As long as we hold this uptrend, not that the VWAP's always key to me when it comes to mega cap, large caps. They're so big. Not everyone's always going to be using the VWAP. There's always moving averages and fibs that other traders are using. I do just like this uptrend channel. It just seems like it's nice, slow, and steady. Long term, I still love this. I think recently Steve talked about it on the live stream where he was long short, where he's still long-term long, but he was hedging going short here recently for the pullback that, of course, Micron and these semis have, the semiconductors, whether you're looking at SMH, whether it's DRAM, whatever it might be. And we've seen that. Of course, Jesse long-term on DRAMs felt that effect here recently. This, although long-term, is healthy. It's fine. It's good. It's beautiful. It's due for a healthy pullback. Micron can't go to... It's not a small cap play that just keeps going and going and going, and then it's not going to pull a car, is my point. We saw what Car did earlier this year. That was fun to watch for a couple of days. It's not doing that. It's a healthy stock. It's going to have healthy pullbacks. So long-term, I love it. I'm still in from 630, and I won't get out until I see below 630. I wouldn't even add in, typically, if we ever get that low. I just don't think we will. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, you end up coming to market cap limitations. What is Micron going to be like Nvidia? Is it going to be bigger than Nvidia? That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's the rate of change of things has to change, right? It could still go up, but I just don't think you're getting the doubling and the tripling and quadrupling in these names anymore. They were at price A, and then a shock happened to their industry, and then they go to price B, then they probably hang out there. Unless the shock happens in reverse, they'll probably stay up here, but it might just be more of a normal gains 10, 20% a year as opposed to doubling and tripling and quadrupling anymore. And you got to go look at the next thing for that potential move, right?
Yep. Yeah, Pepsi here. We'll talk about this. We'll see if Steve can jump on here maybe during the J&J show. I'll reach out to him. He said he's got a special little, he was going to put together a special little Pepsi earnings report segment. Came out this morning with earnings and did come
Is that
down.
what they're doing?
What'd you say, Bo?
Yeah, I didn't know they do earnings. It seemed like a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about it yesterday, of course, teasing it a little bit with Levi's yesterday. We had Pepsi today, so wore my Levi's yesterday. Drank a little Pepsi as well, and you gotta honor both.
America.
America.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on in the chats there yesterday, but I did see, at least in our chat, some pictures that were blowing my mind. Some pants that I just don't know what was going on there. So if you don't make it to the stream, I guess you don't see these types of things. But
so yeah, you guys don't know who that guy is? That's Oliver Tree. That's
I don't know who that is.
Incredibly weird music videos, but like I don't know, he's pretty big. It's like
I live in a sandbox, man. I'm sorry.
What's his name?
Blink 182, Oliver Tree.
I've heard of
like,
Blink 182.
I've heard of
he
him.
does like that kind of. He's like performed with Korn. He's done like pretty big deal. He's done stuff with like Limp Bizkit. He kind of I like it. He kind of brings back that like
he should
90s.
He's the guy that just passed though.
He kind of needs to get smaller
I
pants.
think. Yeah.
The pants.
Well,
I
his
don't know
whole thing
about all
was
that.
he looked like an idiot. Like that was that's how he got noticed. He looked like a complete buffoon. But that was his whole. But
Dan
I like his
Ives.
stuff. It's
Dan Ives.
yeah. Well, Dan I saw the one with Steve, but
put that full
on Willy
screen,
Wonka.
man.
I saw that guy on Willy Wonka once.
Good Lord.
Boo. Steve, buddy. Hey, that looks. Hey.
Hey, like I like to say, right, Josh, the best stash on Wall Street out there.
Yeah, hey, he's got to be up there. I mean, luckily he doesn't have to compete with Burt Reynolds or Tom Selleck, so he's got the front run.
In Wall Street, he's up there. Steve's working it, baby. I just need the twisted tips now.
Oh yeah,
I need the twisted tips.
French Steve. We'll call him French
Yes,
Steve. French
yes. I need that French mustache, baby.
Yes.
Hey, Steve, you're out there. We need you. We need you going out there to Paris. Paris.
There we go. We'll work on it with them. We'll work on it. You guys, 5 minutes left. The last thoughts from the M&Ms as we move into the J&J show. What do you guys got for us?
Well, out Cisco, cash there, guys. I'll kick my little gain there. It pulled back, it hit the 9, and I get out. Right? Well, we'll live, right? Oh, look at that Mara takeoff, though.
Yeah,
finishing the day at 22,980. Less than $20 away from the 20K account. We'll keep chugging along. We'll see if we get it on the next stream.
That was going to be my question. If you ended up getting it with that,
it was close. Close.
That's good. Well, don't do it without us, right? You got to wait. Now
I'm trying now. I'm trying. I'm gonna have to just wait now. But hey, it is how it is. We can wait.
My thing is just right. The market hasn't moved today, right? The SPY's just been kind of sideways, consolidating. Nice gap up, and that's what you want to see on a gap up. You don't necessarily need to see a gap and a huge rip. You just want us to hold, right? We came in, we filled the gap for like a brief microsecond there, and buyers came in. So I think all constructive, right? As long as we fast forward till the end of the day, and when Trump wakes up and starts tweeting, he doesn't do anything to mess us up. And if we hold the gap, that's great. Let's see if we can get to that 750 area, which is the prior swing high, and from there, all-time highs again. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, I'm ready for my 770s. The kids will be eating good then, Michael.
That's the hope, right? That's the wife's been away all week. She's opened up her own business, so I got to feed them something good tonight because I've had to look after them. It's been just like, what do we have in the freezer? Hot dogs, pizza,
nuggets, baby.
Chicken nuggets.
Hey,
I ain't cooking. Here you go.
Fish sticks are good. I'm down with some fish sticks, baby.
So I'm gonna cook up something nice tonight so I can like leave some of the dishes around. So she just thinks I've been cooking for them all week. Like they don't, especially the 2-year-old can't say anything. What's she gonna say?
Love it. Well, good. Congratulations on the wife and her new business venture.
Yes.
That's very cool.
Still in the same space, Michael? Or
yeah. Well, it's dental hygiene stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how anything, but yeah, she's just they don't have enough up here, so they will pay them any amount of money to travel wherever they want. So she's got a little crew together to go and do backlogs, and she's consulting to make offices more efficient, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, great.
That's awesome, especially with AI nowadays. That's what you do.
She built the whole thing. I sat her down she ate all my Fable credits. I was like, just go through, because she's just like, I know there's something here, but I just can't get my thoughts. Like, she's just not good at putting the thoughts together.
There.
And that's what I hit the voice button. I'm like, just rant at it for an hour, and then leave.
Talk.
And she came in my office and she was like, holy shit. It's put together like this nice document of like everything that I was ranting at it, very well prepared. It's got like pitch decks for the different offices. I'm like,
you start thinking, this thing's in my brain, dude. Like, how the hell did this thing get this right?
Yeah.
Like,
I was like,
my brain couldn't do it, but
just yell at this, because I was like, you've got the experience, you've got the ideas, you just don't have the ability to. You never took business, so you didn't put them together, right? It's great.
Gold for anybody out there, retire. Hey, anybody out there, you can be doing the same in anything you're doing, right? I know that a lot of times we talk about trading as kind of full-time gigs, but a lot of times trading can also be what I talk about, like side gigs, right? So maybe you do have a full-time hustle. Maybe you're professional in some space and you'd make some money and then you also trade, right? Well, don't forget to kind of push into that, right? That's what I wanted to state with that, because It's so important. Like if you have the creativity, if you have the skills and the experience, you can build right now. So get after it. And that's the same thing with trading. That's why I think AI can be used for trading. It just needs to be used in the right ways. You need to be using it to help you structure, organize, and get towards more system building or maybe understanding, learning. There's literally infinite amount of knowledge out there in the world. And a lot of this used to be knowledge that you could not reach, knowledge that you needed to go into libraries, that you needed to look at encyclopedias, you needed to search and scan 50, 60, hundreds of documents on the websites out there because majority of the things were junk, right? Well, now you don't need to be doing that struggle. Learn. The amount of information you have accessible right now is infinite. So don't let the limits that you used to think about, don't let those limits hold you back. Whether that be like Michael building systems, right, for your trading, whether that be like me trying to develop more like triggered, like subjective help for my trading, right? Maybe it's building dashboards like you see Steve build also for different events, right? Being ready to go, right? Whatever you're doing, make sure that you're trying to help yourself automate tasks. Like Michael says all the time, automate something today so that you can do something else tomorrow, things like that. I take all those tips from all you guys. I appreciate all you guys with me, Michael, Josh, Jesse, and all you guys in the audience. Let's keep growing together right here, and let's keep pushing. I hope you guys have a great J&J show. Have a good one, guys, and don't miss the Friday extra stream that's going to be available for you guys tomorrow. And now, J&J. Have a good one, Michael. Have a good weekend, man.
M&M's, baby. Hey, AI for real, like an extra brain. Is that AS finally back in the background? Leading us into the J&J show, maybe? I was wondering. I had it ready to press the A&A. I was okay, the J&J show. Got to get it ready. And then boom. Yeah, and don't forget tomorrow, guys. We're finally rocking on a Friday. We're going to keep this train rolling on a Friday. We have the week recap for sure. We had that starting to float and go on Friday, a little extra stream. Now we've got a full Friday stream for you. So join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Alejandra, Steve, that's right. You know you love them. You want more of them. And so you get it. Tomorrow and every Friday moving forward from 9 to 11:30, they'll have a morning live stream for you guys. Just like we have today, what they're going to do from 9 to 11, trade live, go over charts with you guys, just like we just did here, or I should say, I was part of some of it, but just like Money Mitch, like Michael Noss did, just like Jesse did, you're gonna get Alejandro and Steve every Friday, starting at 9 a.m., going through to 11:30. And why 11:30? Because starting around 11 a.m. Eastern time, they're gonna get into a psychology segment. That way, every Friday, you're gonna get some charts, you're gonna get some knowledge there, but you're also gonna get a good lesson in on the back end of it. Take a little break. And then it's a week recap time with me and Steve. Alejandro will have guests join not only in the morning, us at lunch as well for that week recap. And then we'll cut the stream off after me, Steve, Alejandro, whoever it is that joins us on the week recap. So at 2 p.m. Eastern, Friday live stream is done. But come back in about an hour because Steve's back to Friday webinars. That's right. You want webinars and we got them for you. So Friday's a full-on pledge day now, essentially. 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every single Friday. Alejandro, myself, Steve, and other guests will be joining us every Friday. And then, of course, Steve with his webinars at 3 into 4 in Power Hour. By the way,
I love that we're adding more streams. That's so cool. Yeah, it's so great. Just more opportunity, more time for people, especially on a Friday when the markets can be slower sometimes or choppier. People want to see more streams. They they're not really completely logged out. They want to actually see some action and hear people talk about trading. So it's great that we're providing that on a Friday.
Just got filled a few minutes ago too. While we're finishing up the live stream here, looking over to the left, I did get filled. Had orders in this morning at 9:07 into 8:97 and 8:77, and so I got filled here on the way up. I did just take some profit. I'm almost back to even on the day now. If I can get this pop to 10, I will be. VRAX, I've been waiting for this all day long. I've had orders since pre-market, Jesse, off of this high of day resistance from pre-market right here. from this $9 area essentially onward. So looking to get this pop through the VWAP. Give me 10. I'm back to green for the day. Take a big sigh of relief and say, yay, no red day, but still may in red, but we're less red, way less red than we were from earlier. Just going back to the SPY, wanted to bring this back up in that 5-minute chart. Let's get back to 5 minutes. We're in a mega cap. We're in a big daddy. We need to get outside of that 1 minute every once in a while. I see this liquidation sweep. Where do we high of day? Well, Jesse, it's a level I brought up in my morning alerts today. It's a big reversal area from Tuesday. If I'm not mistaken, we go back even further, and it's the high of day. We can extend this out even further here, Jesse. It's the high of day from last Thursday, a week ago today. I think it is anyway. I think it's last Thursday. Anywho, so boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. That's going to be a tough line in the sand to get over this 499 mark, 499.20-ish or so area that we have marked in. If we get through that, this thing is definitely on barn burner watch, as we talked about earlier, at least Michael Noss did, to that move to 750. I think this play just uptrends overall. It's another pretty chart I like for the day, AMD. Go in here and let's get our trend line in. Boom. There we go. Get it up a little tighter right there. And there's our uptrend channel on AMD. So there's some nice charts there. Aussie chick, good alert there on Mara. This is moving very nice today. Really, nice. Yeah, very good move here on MAR. Yeah, nice to good on Mara. Mara's bounce off, is, in my opinion, I'm going back to that 50 fib area. Somewhere off this old, this is the most touches too. Where are the most touches on the way up, Aussie chick? I always talk about this, guys. That's where my bounce plays are coming in off. Right here. Touch, 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 touch. So add in at a 13.50, and then what do we have just below at 10 cents at 13.40? Touch, 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 right? So we have, and then down here, touch, 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 touch. So you're talking 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 touches up here at 13.50, 7 or 5. We're talking 10 plus touches in this 10 cent range. It's 50% retrace level. It's off that VWAP, which I know may be a little higher when it gets down to it. It's going to be somewhere in that sector. That's your best bounce in Mara, whichever way you like to say it. Jesse, there's my stocks as we move forward here in the J&J show. And don't forget in the next hour, and I want your take as always before, this one's going to have a little thought process to it that you can't just go straight to probably an answer with like maybe possibly last week. So the question for the call-in show today, who's your Mount Rushmore of stock trading? If you know Mount Rushmore, hopefully you guys know what the Mount Rushmore is. There's 4 presidents up there. So you have 4 traders to pick from. Who are they? Who are your top 4 traders of all time, Jesse? So we get to thinking about that. I'm going to mention Steve and see if he's going to be able to join us.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And while I'm thinking about that, because at some point I'd like to answer it and give you at least one figurehead of that Mount Rushmore, I wanted to also mention NVIDIA, Meta, Alphabet, and Microsoft lost $191 billion today, while chip and memory stocks added $245 billion. So it has been really interesting to watch how the chip and memory stocks have been down the last several days. I mean, really in the red, and then rallying back in futures, pre-market, and a little bit here still in the regular market, or in the, intraday. It's not like massive continuation to the upside for these right now, but they're holding, which is good, which is interesting, especially for my DRAM swing. So you got MU up still 7%. You got Marvell still up 6%. It's gone. It's made a high a day. It's plummeted. It's gone down, but then it's come back up a bit. So, and it's not losing the gains that it's made in pre-market session entirely. So I like that it's holding. Even though it's not massive continuation to the upside, there's definitely it's not just, it didn't just falter and give everything back.
Yeah. Jesse, I love the day after you work out. You know you've worked out good when you're kind of sore. You know, you're like, oh man, I did some good arms yesterday. Ooh, man, I pushed hard. You push too hard. You know, you would say too hard, but you push harder. You know, it's like, okay, because like the day afterward, you know, some days you aren't too sore. But, you know, it's just, okay, I hit my normal workout. But, man, I must have. And, you know, those days you push harder and you get more reps in, maybe put a little extra weight on, maybe a certain set. And the next day you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Did want to highlight one trade that I took this morning, and it was only one. So I got in at Marvell. We opened up strong. It goes up above pre-market, above this purple line here. I get in. I add a little bit to it. I start getting out of my position. I keep 10 shares. And I raise my stop up to about right here. It stops me out And unfortunately, I just broke even with this trade. So I should have probably put the stop loss up a little bit higher to at least get something out of it. But I just kind of wanted to sit in the trade for a while and see what it was going to do. I expected it to go below the pre-market and then maybe shoot back up and make a higher high. So I just wanted to see what was going to go on there. But I broke even on this one. And didn't walk away with anything, but that was my one and only trade that I've done so far today. But continually watching what's going on right now. As we've said, the price action has been a bit choppy, but yes, after a good workout, man. Oh yeah, no, it's like I sleep better. I wake up if there's a little bit of soreness, especially after leg day. I love feeling that after the gym, building up that lactic acid in the muscles, and then just letting the muscles grow. Right, eat right, sleep well, and watching how the body just does its work. It's pretty cool.
Trader 7789 says trade NVA meta. I love it. Yeah, pretty much a lot of the stocks we always look at. And then Trader 7789 says your chart looks like noodles. And then when I kind of looked at it with the moving averages that you have, I was like, it kind of does look like noodles on his chart.
So this is something that I just found out about this just a little while ago. Mitch was talking about adding an overlay.
Okay.
So I've got the Qs, I've got SPY, and I've got MU on here because I was looking at DRAM. So I was looking at so one of the essential things you want to watch is what is MU doing. It doesn't dictate the entire price for DRAM, but it does influence it massively. So with this particular method of adding an overlay, I'm watching these little noodles as they do look like noodles, look like a bunch of spaghetti on the screen. But I'm finding this to be pretty cool. This is something that I just added to my chart. So thank you, Money Mitch.
Yep, I've seen that in the past. Which of course, yeah, that look like little noodles, little squiggle line right there. So next to your 1 minute time frame, you see those little squiggles, and I've noticed that from the get go when I first started using the platform. Like, oh, that's really cool. Because TradingView has that. There's not many platforms that have that overlay. He was dissing my TOS, and I love some TOS. Okay, TTP TOS. Listen, okay, 3 letters. It's the original GOAT. But yeah, I don't think you can do that on TTP. I'm not for sure. I know you can put scripts into TTP, and that's the one thing about TTP, which is awesome. You can actually manipulate the program itself. You can put in things that aren't there, which is really cool. So you can do it, I'm sure, on TT or TOS. You just have to have a script for it to actually put it in. Yeah, so I'm kind of done with trades for the day. I'm just in this last Vrax trade to see if we can pop back on up to 10, and then other than that, Jesse, don't forget who the top 4. Good, there's Crow already chiming in. Tack, who's your top 4? Trader 77. Shah, who are your top 4? Your Mount Rushmore, your top 4 traders of all time. Derek Thompson. I almost say Derek Thomas. I always want to say Derek Thomas, former Kansas City Chief, great linebacker. There you go.
Yeah.
We got Crow says Jesse Livermore, Peter Lynch, Paul Tudor Jones, and Nav Singh.
Yeah, Paul Tudor Jones definitely up there. He's definitely one of the heads on that Rushmore.
Okay, yeah, I would say he's got to be for most traders. I would imagine he's going to make most traders' list. It's going to be like if you had a Mount Rushmore of basketball traders, I would imagine most are going to have Michael Jordan. That's going to be, if you do a quarterback one, Tom Brady's going to be on there, right? It's just kind of like, yeah, it's a given.
Wayne Gretzky, it's the names we all know.
Yeah.
It's the names we all know. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. It's a shoe in. You're just done deal. It's a done deal. So that outside of that, then there becomes who? I mean, Jesse Livermore's gonna be up there for a lot of people, but even maybe
AK-47, Johnny Knoxville, baby, bring him up.
Hey, in 10, 15 years, I would love to be. And one of those books that you guys from what's his name that does all the
you're gonna have to read it, Jack Schwager.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna have to read it.
He's gonna interview me. I'm not even gonna know. I don't even know. Yeah, he's gonna know more about me than I know about him. Like, man, I'm sorry. He's like, oh no, that's intriguing. I love that you have never looked into other traders and you fully just do your. Hey, it's like the guy you're talking about on Tuesday. That completely does his own thing. There's not another, really, I'll say not another, but there's not many traders in the world, and he did not learn that from anybody else, and he obviously does not care what I do. Paul Tudor Jones, what doesn't matter. He doesn't care about any of what those traders have ever done. You bring up the best, he doesn't care. He's got his own style. I can't tell you how much we've talked about that here on these live streams, going, hey, do your own thing, find your own strategy. That's where all of these people have gotten so successful.
Your chapter is going to be titled Josh Smith, AK 47. Bounce play and barn burners, baby.
Yeah, Exactly. The bounces that turn into barn burners, my friend. And I definitely have been a part of a few of those. Yeah, I found on TOS. I figured it'd be on TOS as well. Yeah. Want to compare a chart on Lily Overfries? There you go. Yeah, it's a cool thing to do. I mean, have that overlay. So that's it's nice to have that just in case you want to look at something else and not have to go pull up different charts. You just have it right on your chart. And again, the more you trade and have your own chart and your own style, those squiggly lines really don't bother you too much. You can understand where you're wanting to trade. You just want the little extra, which you see those overlays. Those are very similar charts. The three squiggly noodle lines you have, so to speak. They're all very similar looking. They're not exactly the same, but they do help you kind of say, okay, we're all moving somewhat in the same direction.
Yeah. And look at SPY curling up, and we hit a new high a day at 749.57. So, I mean, it's not doing a lot. It's only up 0.5% today. But our, I mean, it's not. It's nice that we're not having a down day, right? I mean, the last couple of days have been a little scary for the sectors, at least I know that I'm trading in. And not scary, really, especially for a swing. Gosh, it's a great time to buy, potentially. As long as it comes back, as long as it's doing what it's doing today, it's more confirmation, I think, that things will be going back to the upside.
Yep. And yeah, your DRAM, you're almost back to even, right? You're in at 67-ish, right?
Yes, and I actually bought some more shares this morning. I was at 67, and I bought some more at like 65.
Okay.
Just to add to, because I think it's going to come back. I think it's going to touch my price point, and I think it's going to continue to go on. And the thing has reached all the way up to, I believe, $80. So, as long as the semiconductor market stays strong, comes back a bit, I don't foresee it just going away, going down, and I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at over here too, there's overall, Steve hit me up. DRAM here, breaking that downtrend, right? So you can just see overall it's been in this downtrend. Now we're starting to break it. If we can hold it, which a lot of time we pop up and retest that, that's going to be the key. As long as we can hold now this line as support, I do see some, like Steve always has these drawings, we go up, come down, test, right, before maybe we pop up and go for more. That's a high watch on DRAM for that movement back on up. Really just across the board. I mean, it's what, earlier someone asked about, MU Micron. I think this space is still fine. It's just due for a healthy pullback. We had a very overextended move. I say overextended, but we just go back to the 4 hour here and look at DRAM, right? We saw the move it's made as it came out in April there on the way on up. That is a huge move, 100% move out of right out of the chute. MU,
Right.
I think we've seen all of these plays. There's no point to continue to go over all of them, but they've all made really good moves from April onward. We're due for a healthy pull. These are just sell-offs. These are people taking profit and getting out of it, and these are people like myself getting into these plays for more move up. Then you have people profit taking, moving up, profit taking, moving up. These are just quick profit taking. Now we're finally at a multi-day, multi-week healthy pullback, which is perfectly fine with me. And especially when you come back, which we've all been talking about, this 900, 875 rule. Oh, what's Josh always talk about? 875, right? Wow. So we didn't break it. We went right to it. We tapped it, and we're right back on up. Same sort of process. Where are we at? Close to the break of that downtrend. And overall, it's a crazy kind of high of day area. We're right at this major neckline where we have a lot of old resistance support coming into play right around this 1020 mark. If we get through that and hold it, again, more continuation. So I just really feel really good about this. AMD.
And I believe TAC even bought MU. He had mentioned on the chat earlier last week, I think he had said that he was in DRAM and he got in. I tell me if I'm mistaken, TAC, but I think you said 35 or so was your price point, and you just sold some or all of your position. But it sounds like TAC really caught DRAM really early on, which was great. I was a little later to the game, but I think it's one of those ETFs that's going to continue to do well in the long run.
AMD get rich together. We mean today, or you mean long term? Long term, this goes up 600. This will be 600 plus. This will be 650, probably 700. This will just continue to go. Nice, beautiful baseline down here. We're just slapping the base down here. I've been telling traders for weeks in my morning alerts, 500, 505. That's your dip buy, and we continue to just eat it up. Overall for the day now, again, I think long term, it's just up and away. Long term, yes. Today, we need to get moving soon. This is starting to lose a little bit of volume down here. We're starting to lose our edge. We're getting too close to this trend line and hovering on it. We need to push back to highs. I really felt like we could continue this. And if we do, and I still feel we do, this play overall for the day, as you can see, has room to run. Failing into this area right here, from a few days ago, is this back on Monday. Yeah, back on Monday here. So if we get through this little neckline, I think we move up to this reversal right here. 63.80, and over 63.80, we could make all the way up to 570. Think it could happen today. We have to hold this trend line. If we do not hold this uptrend channel, she's back down. She's basing back at this 550 VWAP area. DRAM, dip buy, yeah, to go long. Of course, they love bounce plays.
Would have been nicer to honestly have bought DRAM a couple of days ago for the dip buy. But yeah, I mean, if semiconductors can go back, and obviously, Josh, you give your analysis, but if semiconductors can come back strong tomorrow and next week, then we could start seeing that 70, 75 price point again for DRAM. But yeah, for a dip buy, I would say ideally it was yesterday or the day before. But I'm telling myself that too out loud. But
I mean, look at this right here. Boom, boom, boom. We're talking 3 days in a row. The low of day is essentially almost on the dot. Now, this one I know gets a little bit lower. You don't have that happen too often. And so this was, you don't expect that. A little caveat to the system. But overall, in market, we are holding and maintaining that 59, 58, 75 area, right? There's our 875 area kind of coming into play. That was it. Now, do we get that again? I don't think we do. If you're looking at long-term dip buys, that would be it as of now. We've really found a bottom, at least for now. We've tripled 1, 2, 3 triple bottom at that area. If you're looking for the day, this play still, in my opinion, has some work left to do. It's got some, it's got a little weak in my opinion. Right here, this new trend line. We had one. Look at this crazy uptrend channel from pre-market onward into the opening bell. We crack it, right? Boom. Well, this right here, we're doing again right here in a smaller fashion. So what's that mean? Well, we have lower volume. If it's smaller, it means it's lower volume, most likely. So that means what? We have less buyers in. If we have less buyers in, it's not most likely a good sign for this. I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back down to here. So if you're looking for a dip buy, I typically like to go to this nice, huge lower shadow. But this is where you want to add in at 64.40-ish area. Touching. That volume profile there is probably through the roof. And that's where there's a lot of volume at, where there's also a lot of volume. Boom, 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 boom. Where's the stock hanging out at a lot, essentially? That's where your high volume nodes will come into play. And that's going to be a huge high volume node right there, right around 64.60. 64.60 would be the key area to start adding in. So there you go. Dip buy, long, 64.60 for the day. Long term, let's scroll back on out again, and let's make it somewhere right around 58 to 59. Boom. There you go. Orange line. No, that is my V. That's just a VWAP. Just a VWAP. VWAP. I don't have a lot of moving averages here on Trade the Pool. I have a lot of dogs, as you can see, though. How we all doing? All the kids got to come in and say hi to Dad. We're doing good. I'm doing good. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Did just get stopped out of VRAC, so not good there, unfortunately. Still red on the day. Got a little more win out of it, so which is crazy. You got to think I'm 2 for 3 on the day. But the loss was unfortunately rather big, because it came down on me so hard here. Is that I wanted to go long here for the breakout. Adding in as it's dipping down. Halts down on me. Doesn't bounce up. I have to get out here. Can take in a decent sized loss. Got in here for the bounce up. Unfortunately, didn't hold long enough or I would be green for the day. I should have held longer. I didn't. So I got this dip by, then I've got this small dip. And look, like my small little dips, they're almost identical there, Jesse. Like boop, boop, out, boop, boop, out. Not big wins there. And then I'm taking a big loss right here in a big ass candle. So red for the day. Looks like it may end that way. I'm not really looking to trade. I will trade one more time, honestly. It's my favorite number. It held really well, especially if you go back to touches, right? I'm all about touches. Well, look at this 7 mark. All those touching. That bottom down there. I'll take it at 7. If we
I missed
7,
it. What is your favorite number? 23? What is your favorite number?
Well, it's 7. Favorite number is 7.
Okay.
Then
I was just thinking
23
Michael Jordan's number.
23 and 23 comes next. 7's from Elway and just 7. That's a lot. I just like it.
Yeah, of course. Number of completion.
Love the number. Love it. It just sounds cool. 7. I don't know. 5 is okay. 4, but 7. I don't know.
7. John Elway, 7 kids. That's just the way, man. 7 kids.
There you go. Well, we thought we were going to end with 7 dogs, but did not end that way.
You kind of doubled it, didn't you?
Yeah, we literally did. You go long. Yeah, get rich, I would. That's the only other long I would take. There is other areas to take some longs here on the way down, but I want to go where I feel safest at. And I know you're like, what, 7? I don't mind it. Honestly, overall, just how many times we touch there and how often I see bounces. Because this is usually one of those. And here's a good one for the day. We didn't hold it, but here's a great example of when I see a bounce play and knowing it'll bounce there at some point if we see it. And I called this out yesterday on my live stream. And I said, guys, if we ever see this 325 area, maybe yesterday, anywhere in this area, if we see that, let's go long. Anywhere off of this pre-market support through here. We hit it here. There's a lot through here. And we never came down to it yesterday. And I said, I guarantee you when we see that, it'll bounce. And sure enough today, look how we come down to this area. And we're just stuck at it now. Now, is it giving you a great bounce opportunity? Not really, no. It did out of the gate, like right out of the gate, came right down to it, bounce goes up. Just lower volume, no one's paying attention to it today. That's that 7 area for VRAX. If I see 7, I'm going long on VRAX for sure.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
that just to say, hey, if I can get one more trade in, I just need just a little bit more green and I'm back to even. And I want to get even, baby. I want to get even with this bad mamma jamma. And again, just one of those things too, like I've talked about, what I was talking about earlier, and this will happen, of course, in your trading career where you look at it down at here and it goes to here. You're like, why did I get in here? Dang it. And then you're red on it, and that's happened to me today. I have worked with so many traders doing those one-on-ones. That happens so often to where, I should have traded it here and I didn't. And then I end up trading it way over here and I lose. And now I'm ready for the day. And here I did it as well. So
It's human psychology, man. It's like, it's so easy to do that. It's so easy to do that. And for you, like having a little bit of red day and then pulling yourself out of it. I've had so many days like that where it's like sometimes the best you can do is just trying to pull yourself out of the hole and maybe just hit break even or just take a smaller loss than what you had before. So yeah, that's a real common day.
hey, it happens, and it happens to the best of us, and it's got the best of me today. But I'm not out of it quite yet. There might be one more left in the bag over here. I might be able to pull out. Slow and steady, Eddie. I love bringing these guys up for you. I know Crows of the World, Tack like trading these. The old turtle trading, Aussie chick. This would be good for you. Rap. Not rap as in rapping, but rap because you're going to wrap up your gift to Jesse because it's his birthday coming up, maybe, possibly.
October. So coming up, yes. And I'll be leaving the 30s behind and heading into that whole new decade of life and time. So, in October.
Well, I forgot. Now I have to remember that because I'm right there with you. Me and my wife have back-to-back birthdays in October. And then we just went ahead and upped the ante and got married the day after my birthday. So we're 3 days in a row, back-to-back birthdays and then the anniversary.
I'm October 5th. Can I ask what yours is or you want to tell me later?
Yeah, no, I am. I'm the 12th.
They're the 12th. All right. Nice.
The 12th. So every once in a while, it's on Columbus Day. And as a kid, I just thought that was cool for some reason. I don't really know why.
Yeah, that's great. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Lewis Scott, you can. You just have to meet all the qualifications, which is make sure you have 10 trades in. Make sure you don't hit that. That one of those trades is. I forgot all the different. There's a few different.
50%, I believe. It can't be over 50%. I'll review that, but carry on.
Yeah, and you're right. I think that's 100%. So point being, you can't have, say, a $2,000 trade and a bunch of $10 trades, right? You can't just beat it and pass it with one trade and then, I'm just going to go trade real quickly and just get a bunch of $5. I don't care if I win or lose. I've already passed it, right? That can't work, okay? You have to have the couple of rules. As long as you meet all the rules, and you can. You can pass it in a day. I think Smoked Tuna's been close to passing one in a day before, if I'm not mistaken. So, yes, there you go, Lewis. That you can. And here we go, squeezing for more. Beautiful play here. Beautiful play for Rap. Taking a little bit of that small cap, micro cap mob here as Vrax has been Vraxed out. Really starting to lose its luster. And that short starting to take over. But I still see VRAX possibly ramping back on around later today. Or even hitting my $7 bounce area possibly. Now on the way up, I almost said VRAP because I've been looking at Vrax all day long. But Rap on the way up. Let's go look at some levels here. Where do we go to next? Oh, well, there's a big demand area up here. I don't know that we get there, but 295 into this 3 area. So essentially, we'll just call it 3. Has some lovely, beautiful look to it. I'd say your next resistance right in between it, somewhere right around 265, 260 area. Pretty close to that. So watch for maybe a small reversal there. Would see more resistance as we move into the 290 into that 3 handle. Nice little play for WRAP. And again, just overall breaking this downtrend, finding our bottom base low here, coming back to the neckline, failing at it, testing it, breaking out of it, going through this old support's key as well. Go back to 2, and you can just look at the chart today. Once we got through 2, she was gorgeous, right? Hit through 2, held 2, that neckline, boom, now we're rocking and rolling for more. It's all about the chart for me. Find a chart, trade the chart. And if this, because you look at reversals, we've gone from 240 down to 215. Do the math, 15 minus 40, we'll call it, essentially got close to 40. Would be what? 25 cents. So we're seeing 25 cent reversals. There's one. There's one. So if we want to get a bounce play off 240, that means we want to see that resistance at 265 come into play. So get to 265, then we can look for a dip off the 235, 240 Honda.
Nice. And you were correct. The best trade cannot exceed 50%. So yes, yep. And then you have to take a minimum of 10 trades,
10.
like you said.
10, get 10 in. Go rip at it. And yeah, you could pass one in one day. I don't know if you'd be able to. I mean, you have to have 10 trades that are viable to get you enough profit. Depends on how much profit you need to make. But Snowman says October 15th for his wife. Yeah, a lot of October birthdays. I think there's a lot of baby making going on any year, every year, possibly from Christmas into Valentine's Day.
That winter season, man. You're hibernating. You're inside. We're both in the Midwest. I mean, come on. What else are you gonna do? You can watch a movie, I guess, but
yeah,
more fun things to do.
You would think that, like, just in correlation to Valentine's Day, that there would be more babies born in November, but I don't know I don't know. I'm sure you can Google that and AI would know
Well, I think they've done studies too, like, the Super Bowl's typically in January or that beginning of February. Yeah. And I think whatever team or whatever city wins, I think they've done studies on that city has more, like their population goes up a little bit after winning the Super Bowl.
Love it.
I think there's some science there, maybe.
Yes, there could be. Both get rich together. That's 290 into 3. It's about a 10-cent area of resistance. Nice little area there. Never defined. There's never a certain on the dot. I've been close to being on the dot before, and sometimes, but it's got to give it an area. Got to give it a little roundabout area. All right, so have you started to think about, my man, your top 4? I'll give you about maybe 10 more minutes here. I thought maybe Steve could join us and give us a little Pepsi rundown. Pepsi did have earnings today. We had double beats, Michael Anthony said earlier in chat, but that didn't mean much for Pepsi and the buyers because they sold and shorters took over as we saw some pullback on Pep today. So we'll take a look at this, I know, as we start the call-in show. Hopefully you guys want to call in and take advantage of. If you do call in the call-in show, guess what? 5K eval giveaway to any first-time caller. Last week we had 2. They were jumping at the bit just to call in, just to get a 5K eval for free. A lot of people over from Discord are seeing that going, I get a 5K eval if I just call in? And that's really all they're just doing. But they do chime in. There was some good talk from a couple of traders last week, from a couple of different traders that called in that were first-time callers. Let's see, they got him. What happened? Did someone leave? He's back. Was it me? Was it Jesse? What happened there? I don't know.
I don't think I left.
Yeah, Nigel just said something along the lines of, I don't know.
They got him again. He's back.
Yeah, right.
Did I disappear, Nigel? Good to see you, Nigel, in chat. Good to see you.
Nigel, the student. The student. Man, that's...
What's he going to call himself when he graduates?
Well, he's going to have to become Nigel, the novice I don't know. What's he got to the novice beginner trader? Because he's just a student now, right? So he's supposedly not even really trading.
He becomes the master, so he'll be like Nigel the master.
Okay.
Right? All right. He'll have to... Usually.
Well, okay. Is he going to go straight to a master from being a student? Really? I mean, dang.
They did that in Star Wars.
Yeah, they did.
Padawan learner to like Jedi Master, Sith Lord, or whatever.
Yeah, you didn't have to worry about climbing those ranks. You were just straight to top dog. That was a straight to the top.
That's right. You're one or the other. There's nothing in between in those worlds.
Hey, just like Yoda said, do or do not. There is no try or whatever, essentially, right? So it's either you are a Jedi or you just suck and get out of here. Get
out of here, Padawan.
Get out. And Snowman, I'm sure you're going to be loving that today. Don't forget, sticking around all day long. Steve in your Power Hour. So I'll have Steve later for Power Hour. And don't forget, tomorrow, smash that like button. 50 likes, whether it's the live stream we have today with Jesse and I. But tomorrow, I got to keep teasing that. Tomorrow, we have an all-day stream now, essentially. 9 a.m. in the morning, 30 minutes before the opening bell. Alejandra and Steve will front the live stream for us. I know we have Money Mitch, Nas, and all the other people that do it Monday through Thursday. It's going to be Alejandra and Steve starting every Friday. They'll have a psychology segment in there as well, which will lead into the week recap with Steve and I. So you'll have us all morning into lunch hours. Call it for about an hour, and then Steve will be back for his webinar. So now you get Friday Power Hour webinars back with Steve the Achieve. And today is also, which I know we'll talk about in the call-in show, Steve's on Trader TV in just a little bit every afternoon right before he goes live here for Power Hour. So I'll have to tease that too as well. 22 likes. Let's smash that like button. Usually when I say that, we get the smashing going. The smashes and the smashing. Crow says, everything that has transpired has done so according to my design. I was allowed your friends to know the location of the dealer. There we go. Oh, what is that from? Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design. Allowed. Let's see if it was who allowed your friends to know the location of the deflector shield. It sounds like it's from a movie or something.
I want to say it's Star Wars, but I don't remember that at all. That
Okay.
line from Star Wars at all. Everything that's changed is according to my design. No, that's not from Star Wars. Not from Star Wars that I. And I memorized those movies as kids.
Oh,
As
did
a
you?
kid.
That's
Oh
yeah.
man, yeah. When I was 10, 11 years old, I mean, I memorized those movies. Yeah. I should have been memorizing stock charts.
Well, yeah. I
That's
mean,
the amount of time I put to that.
he says Return of the Jedi. So it was when that was from. Palpatine. Palpatine said it. You have to go back and watch
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it's been a while since I've seen it, but I did memorize. Okay, you're right. You're right, the Crow Trades. Jeez. Wow, the memory starts slipping when you hit that fourth decade, man. What's going on with me?
it. 1 decade in, you got it. 2 decades in, still got it. 3, kind of 4.
And then 4, it's like, what?
It's
What
like
happened?
movies. It's like movies, you know. You get to 4th movie, they're usually just not as good anymore. Let's just be honest. Does anyone like the 4th Star Wars, even though it's the first one, I think, in the end? No. No one cared about that one in 1999. Although I'm sure you as a kid, you probably were so stoked to see new Star Wars.
When it came out, yeah, man, it was everything. You see it now and you're like, wow, hello. Like, why did you use all of those just CGI, so 1999 looking stuff? It just, it doesn't hold up. It just, the older movies from the 70s and 80s look better than the prequel movies from the 90s and the early 2000s because they use CGI technology that just becomes dated after a couple of years.
Yeah. I would say there's some that still look good. Like I'll still see some like Transformers did a crazy good job with their CGI and their Transformers. And it's not a lot of it. It's just the Transformers. So that's only CGI you're getting. Yep. And there are moments, and then when they got later on, like in there's a couple of scenes where I'm like, okay, a little too out there with the CGI, and it kind of goes back to, especially in that time frame, if you remember, first Matrix, really not a lot of not a lot of CGI, but the second Matrix, which I still like the second one a lot, but it really was, you could see there are certain scenes with Neo, especially when they use too much CGI, like when he's trying to save Trinity in that highway scene with the twins. There are some scenes where he's flying around and doing some things, and I'm like, okay, a little too much there. That didn't look real at all. Not that it's supposed to, but it was like, okay, but that's when, to me, CGI still wasn't that good. Go back to even Blade. First Blade, amazing. Not hardly any CGI. Yeah. Then you get to 2, and there's a lot more, which 2 is good, but you start to see the CGI, and in those CGI scenes, especially like you said, when you can amp them up into 4K now, you go, whoa, you can, whoa.
You can date it so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at even great movies like Lord of the Rings, which still overall as movies look great and amazing, but everything that they CGI'd, be it Gollum, the Eye of Sauron, most locations were shot right in New Zealand, so they look great, and they're going to look great 20 years from now. But frankly, I mean, then they came out with The Hobbit a few years later, and they CGI'd most of the villains in that, and it looks terrible. It honestly looks horrible. It's not going to hold up. CGI is one of those things where it's really, really tricky. I think you got to use it sparingly, because if you use it heavy, your film's going to be dated really quick.
Yeah. That's why I like the ones that, like I said, go back to Blade 1, the first Matrix. None really, and then how good those stand and still hold up, and how good those are, even just quality wise, as far as the writing and the acting. But then without all that CGI, you just get real performance from the actors, and them having to fly around, do their own stunts, or have other stunt people do the stunts. That's why I like, like the Tom Cruise movies. You can say he's got the same role over and over all you want. For the most part, he kind of has. He's had some role like Magnolia, whatever. Anyway, he's had some roles outside of his spectrum, and he's done good. Anyway, but he does all his stunts, and you go watch those movies, and you go, "Wow, that was awesome!" I didn't have to go watch some fake animated something do something. It was everyone did. They did their own. That's why I like his movies or 007 movies. Because they're all doing. They're
physically holding on to planes while they're getting the shot. They're not like a far away shot. It's fake. It's not really someone there, or even a stunt double for that matter. Like you said, Tom Cruise. Yeah. He does do about 90. I've known someone who's in the industry who has met him and kind of talked to his people or whatever, and he does 95 to 97% of his own stunts. Like everything we see
Yeah.
on the screen,
Yeah,
it's
that-
not from stunt double. It's
Yeah.
Tom.
That airplane scene and like knowing that it's real and seeing like the behind the scenes of it. Yeah, I'm going
Love
like
it.
I'm like palm sweaty.
Or
when I
jumping
watch-
off a cliff on a motorcycle? Like he
now,
did
I would do that versus holding on to a plane. If someone
if you
said
got a parachute, okay.
yeah,
but
yeah.
holy-
So I'm like, I will do that any day of the week over going. Okay, you're on a plane. Hold on, and we're gonna strap you to it. I promise you'll be good. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do that. I know I'm good because I'm not gonna do it.
Right.
That's crazy, crazy, crazy. And back to Pepsi. I think it's fine, Michael. And we talked about this earlier, and I know when Steve comes in, he'll give his rundown on it. It had double beats. It's just down. You know, we've seen that, and I think overall too with Pepsi. Just looking at the chart, kind of going back, we're just really in a overall in a kind of a dud looking chart. Now it doesn't mean after certain earnings we'll have pops, because I've seen that looking back, like I was telling you back in the one we had at the Super Bowl, we had earnings when we had the pop. You know, we just had a good strong. I think what we'll see from the summer will come out with Q3 earnings. So I would say and venture Q3 earnings from World Cup, from all the summer events that we're having here, you know, like say from the NBA finals, summer grilling, barbecue, whatever, you know, July 4th, people traveling and getting sodas on the road. That's where I would imagine the spike comes from. Q3, right? Our next earnings report. And then again, the one that we'll get after the fall, right around the Super Bowl and leading into it. Those seem to be the two that work the best. So just kind of going over those plays soon. That one smoked tuna, I should say, is looking at soon, slow and steady. Energy play. It has popped in the past year, as you can see here, what it did about a month ago. Had a nice move, 125 all the way up to around 10. So soon, you can see the neckline in the sand for me. It's coming into play now. For the most part, we're getting close there. A lot of failing, you know, coming in right around the $3 mark, up to around the 320 mark. I see that so often. We just talked about it earlier for WRAP. RAP had that strong resistance right around 3. Maybe it's a hair below it, a hair above it, but 3 generally is just that key area as we move up from 1. 2 never really seems to be strong. I don't know why it gets to that 3 mark when we get a little bit stronger. But yes, a good slow and steady eddy play. This one's like WRAP, right? Put your trend line in, starting to get a little flat up top, a little sideways consolidation. Just go to that 50% retracement level when the chart builds it up. Old resistance equals a little quick little bounce in support. Right at, if I put my fib line in from high of day to low of day, it's right at the 50% area. This is the bounce play to be had right around 255. That's your area for SUNE. Tax says NBA setting up. What do you got there? Are you looking at it?
No, that's exactly where I was going. Was Tack was just mentioning that Nvidia is setting up here, so I was going to take a
go ahead.
Take a quick gander at that. So yeah, we're definitely moving up
I
above.
thought you had your screen up. You're good.
Yeah. I
was
Either
background
one.
producing it over here. I was like, go ahead if you're looking at it. Go ahead. Setting up here. This is overall. I'll say, kind of channeling with the higher high pattern. So this does look a little good. Had the M did not work out overall with more fruition down to the bottom side. We're popping back up. Watch for a new high to be made. I wouldn't be surprised new high comes in right here off that 202.50 mark. What you got, Jesse?
Yep. So we're above the above VWAP. I like that. Above the 9, above the 20. And yeah, I mean, we're just curling right back up. Let's see. I wanted to pull this down and check a look at some of the other. Let's see. Do I have pre-market high is 203 when our closing price high today is 204, 203. Yeah, so we got a lot of room to the upside from what we've already seen today.
Yeah.
This could be temporary. I don't know how long I would trust it at the moment, just considering so much is consolidating. SPY really is kind of flat today, but the Qs are up like 1.5 points. So yeah, I would definitely be watching Nvidia at the moment right now, and I like where it's at. Again, above the 9, above the 20, above VWAP. I like its position, but we will see here in the next few minutes. Are we gonna fall and break VWAP? Are we gonna just continue to move to the upside? So yeah, it's definitely it is a good one to keep an eye on at the moment.
Speaking of Mount Rushmores, I would say probably Mount Rushmore of worst characters of all time, and tax Jar Jar Binks. That's got to be up there. It's just as far as
that's got to be the worst.
It's got, and as if they did a real list, I guarantee you he would definitely. I think he would. I don't see how he doesn't make the list. Not that it's. I don't. And here's this. I think it's gotten so bad. It's kind of like a Nickelback, where like that hate that they shouldn't get, but they get more and more of. I'm like,
Nickelback was actually good. When
good.
Jar Jar came out, he was terrible the whole time. Nickelback actually has good
I'm saying it's
songs.
got a. I think it's got a little of that Nickelback to where it's ramped up a little, maybe more. I don't think he's that. I think he's bad, but I think if we go through all the movies that we've ever seen, we would find something that's worse. But he just is ingrained to our brain so bad that he was bad that it's now that much worse.
He was bad PR
Yes,
for Lucas and company. That's for sure.
Cruise building scene. Oh, that building scene was cool. Yeah, he broke his foot or whatever, he was jumping across, or broke his toe or ankle, I think it was. Jackie Chan. Yeah, I can imagine Jackie Chan's broken too many bones over the years.
Oh gosh, yeah. Jackie Chan's another fun one to watch. The Rush Hour films. Oh,
yeah. I was watching him in Rumble in the Bronx. I remember liking him for whatever reason. I remember renting movies and watching Jackie Chan Rumble in the Bronx, and there was another one of his that I watched and I liked, and it was before he really knew English. And so most of his lines were dubbed over by someone else, and it would be one of those like watching Godzilla where he would be talking and it wouldn't match up. And I'm like,
okay, yeah,
yeah.
I love those, man. Those are fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 But no, I had to go back up to the Jar Jar there and talk a little bit about that. And then I'll go back with old Jackie Chan. Yeah, that was fun. And a good little run they made with the Rush Hour movies. And again, going back to just how it always, first one's always the best. Twos can be good. Like Rush Hour 2 was pretty good. And then Rush Hour 3 was just like, why did we wait so long to do this one if we were going to do it? And then they talked about doing a fourth one here recently. I'm like, no, you guys are way too old now. We don't want to see senior Rush Hour, okay? We don't care about that.
You know, they talked about, this is recent, they asked Mel Gibson if they would do another Lethal Weapon. And they've been talking. They've been kind of flirting with that. Well,
they better do it soon because Danny Glover just came out saying he has Alzheimer's. So which we just talked about Alzheimer's yesterday, or maybe he has dementia. It's one or the other, maybe dementia. But yeah, he came out in with social media posts or whatever, and kind of let the world know. So hey, it could happen. It's like Bruce Willis, could have another Die Hard, and then boom, just out of nowhere, Bruce Willis, and what happened to him and his disease he has dealing with, I think, kind of like onset, whatever comes before dementia.
Yeah, with Bruce. Yeah. And not that, and a lot of him. So apparently Bruce's family sold the rights to his whole like persona. This is what I've read. And like essentially they can make movies out of AI with him moving forward in perpetuity. So that is one thing that I am wondering in the future if that happens. So you got like a Danny Glover, health conditions, he's getting older, all this stuff. But at some point, are we going to see movies where, hey, we're going to see a young Arnold Schwarzenegger at 25 years old because he's just AI?
Yeah.
Tom Cruise. Like, are these guys never going to completely go away if they sell their essentially their own selves, their IP?
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I don't. I'm not certain. I really want to see that, but
Not me.
One thing they experimented on was the latest Indiana Jones movie where they made Indy like 35, 40 years old or whatever, and he looks super young. And then it's just AI. It's Harrison Ford acting, I believe, for the most part, except for the stunts. But they superimposed the shots, and it looks pretty good, but it's still not 100% convincing.
And then in the end, did that sell anything for him? No, because that movie made no money, and I think it flopped in the end, and they didn't make their money back. So I just no. Yeah. I mean,
I don't like it, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sure some are okay with it, but I would imagine most, it would be no. Give me the real deal. I want to see him. If you want to watch, like, there you go. Watch Hercules, the old school Hercules movie, or the Pumping Air. If you want to see Arnold Schwarzenegger young again, go watch him when he actually was young. And they may have been terrible movies, but my God.
Me and my boys were recently watching Pumping Iron. That's a fun one. Yeah. It's like a movie documentary, him working out in the gym. It's great. It's a great movie.
Yep. Yes, it is, my man. It's they don't make them like that anymore, essentially.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Yeah, well, NVIDIA is just flirting here with this VWAP. It's just flirting. It's like it doesn't want to sink below it, but yet this wiki nature, the way that the stock is moving, I'm almost expecting for it to crater or to fall below VWAP here at any moment.
Speaking of pulling back, we do have AMD cracking that trend line. So AMD not getting it, but SPY making its way to new high of day. So that one's still chugging along here. So we still
pull us up, especially with the Qs and SPY. If they do push up, I mean, NVIDIA could potentially follow, especially with the Qs. So that'll be interesting. Or is this the fall? I mean, this thing looked like it was riding up, and Yeah, I don't know. What's the spread? The spread's nice and tight. It usually is pretty tight with
There we go. What's up, Steve? How we doing, brother?
Hey. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
Oh,
Good
now
to see you guys.
he's pulling out the old big Fat Albert there. We got ties to Fat Albert in the background discussions, of course, yesterday because of that beautiful graphic that Ayush, our producer, put together. Steve pulled up the picture and saying, "Hey, remember these pants and this outfit?" And then you know what? We put his face right in it, and he was jamming yesterday. Joe in the background said he kind of did look like a character from Fat Albert with some I should say that really isn't Steve. It's someone else, but it does kind of have that vibe of that guy that was on Fat Albert, whatever that guy's name was. But man, that honestly provided
Big hat.
Yeah.
What can I say? I knew where you guys were going with it. There's like 3 other references. You'll stumble across them. They jump to my mind. When you encounter them, they'll be really good too. I'm like walking into jokes left and right. But that's what I'm here for, guys. It's good to be on. How are we doing today?
Good.
Some good price action.
Good. I'm red for the day, unfortunately, so I don't take too many red days. I always make sure to try to leave the day green, however it might be. But today, red. Fought back from an early red. I had a loss and I had 2 wins, so I'm 2 for 3. But I am red for the day. Looking to possibly get one more trade and get back to even or close to it, maybe a little bit closer anyway. But just red for the day. 2 for 3 though, so not bad. I was you're right 2 times, wrong once. You just get the one thing is playing volatile plays. I've traded VRAX, and it's one of those barn burners, so it can move very fast. Bit me in the butt to begin the day, but I kind of got back at it and bit it a couple of times, but I'm still hurting and reeling a little bit. Steve, how about you?
Oh, I just pulled up that chart, and yeah, that looks like a tough little failed breakout there. So
that's what got me. That's what got
Yeah.
me. The failed breakout. I'm like, no, you were supposed to go to do the thing. You're the barn burner. What are you doing?
Especially, it sounds like you know this stock too, so you know what its potential. So it's like just teasing you there. Totally understand. Yeah. What's up, Eric Marciano? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you guys. My day's been good. Just a slow one for me. I pulled like a 20-hour work day. It felt like yesterday. With where our headquarters is located, I was up at quite late on some meetings. So I'm a little out of it. I didn't trade the open. But I did get a really nice move on my UPS. My UPS swing has done beautifully.
Up's doing good for you there, buddy. Good job.
Big ups, man. Yeah, thank you. Just really, really solid there. My favorite thing is that I'm trying to stock this for a larger breakout. I bought off the 9-day moving average. And the thing for me is when a trade is working really well, it should be easy like this. So we got in at support. It felt bad for an hour yesterday, but now it's working cleanly. And when the market pulled back, this thing did not. So I'm feeling very confident in holding the runner here for a big home run there after I paid myself this morning. So my day basically done. We called out some calls as well on SPX, which absolutely ripped off of VWAP there about an hour ago. Exactly an hour ago. So those were a couple baggers there in the tank. I did not even play those myself. But hey, I'm tired, guys. I'm hanging out, but never too tired to hang out with my boys.
That's right. I did a Marvell trade. I broke even. I didn't get anything, but I did break even today on a Marvell trade.
Okay, I like where you're looking though. I'm looking at Marvell here too. We mentioned that when the gap filled, it was probably a good time to buy. I wish I pulled the trigger. I'm looking at that chart now. My alert at 226. Not bad. There
would have been a good swing. That's for sure.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. So
the last couple of days, it's been down.
Do you think we get a little gap filled from the gap up today? Because that's where I'd like to add again off the 236, since I missed my own spot there at 226.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, it's already up over 7% and been holding pretty well on the day. And pre-market high 249.90. It looks like we're at 248 right now, and high a day was even more. I think it was 251.70. It tapped that and then fell back down. We haven't seen that since. So we'll see. I mean, if this afternoon, if it can continue to curl, it's held pretty well, which is what I was saying earlier about the whole semiconductor sector right now. It's like it's not plummeting. It's actually holding pretty well, kind of in almost a place of consolidation, but not losing these pre-market highs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry, Josh. Go for it.
I just think it's going to be, to me, you can see it's built that high, built that low. This could be Mr. Range bound for the day and does not get above or back below these areas and kind of maybe channels and surfs the waves in between, so to speak.
I would love that. Honestly, if we do just chill out for a few days, that's always what you want to see, right? We had some loose, bigger, volatile swings in the sector, and if we get a move off the bottom, off a key level, like these 50 days that a lot of the leaders are pulling back into, if we see a pop off that and then tightening, I would consider that the sector kind of acting right, so to speak, getting their act together there and preparing for that next rebase and push up from the leaders there. So I'd love that. Hopefully you're right.
All right, Jesse, you've had about 50 minutes now. Mount Rushmore stock. Who are your top 4 stock traders of all time besides yourself, Steve, and me?
Oh, there you go. That's who belongs on Mount Rushmore. I guess just throw Michael up there, maybe Money Mitch too, just right next to one another, just in joint, placement. Here's the thing. I have traders that I personally like, but I wouldn't say they're on Mount Rushmore. Okay. So I Googled, when you asked that question, I'm like, who does Google think the top 4 traders are? And they say George Soros, number 1, Jesse Livermore, Paul Tudor Jones, of course, and then Jim Simmons.
He's my number 1.
He's your number 1?
Yeah, Simmons is my number 1.
Nice. Here's where I'm at, guys. I'm still, newish. Okay. So for me, I'm still looking to build my Mount Rushmore because there's a lot of traders I read about in Market Wizards. And then there's a lot of people who's just strategies. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I like that. I'm going to try to add that to my own kind of thing. I will recognize like Paul Tudor Jones. He's probably number 1 or at least close to. He's on Mount Rushmore. But at the same time, I've watched one documentary on the guy. I can't say subjectively he's my Mount Rushmore guy yet. I'm still looking for mine. I just have to say that.
Right. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because myself, that's what I came across. I didn't really follow these that are supposed goats, but I have my own goats, right? So
right.
What is my true Mount Rushmore? Who did I look up to as a trader growing up, early on in my trading journey? Who did I look up? Who did I study, or who was up there? Like, oh man, if I could be like that guy.
So if I could, there's a guy who I have been watching now for several months. He's not even that big of a YouTube presence like some of the names that we've known. He just calls himself the Professor. But frankly, his methodology and 30 plus years of trading experience, and he's got a strike and recoil method thing that I just find super interesting and have benefited greatly in my own trading from, averaging down on occasion if something goes against me. His is just understanding of the markets. So this is just totally subjective. He's not on Mount Rushmore. He would not, he's not Paul Tudor Jones or anything like that. But he's somebody that I personally go, hey, I like to look at that. And then, of course, and I'm not joking, guys like you, people right here at Trade the Pool, your bounce plays, AK, Steve, your understanding of Fibonacci. All of these various things of components that I go, maybe none of us are truly on the Mount Rushmore where everybody knows our name kind of thing. But you guys are guys that I also benefit from daily, watching how you guys trade and going, well, how does this develop? How can I develop this with my own personality and skill set into my own way of reading the charts and the tape?
All right. Good stuff.
I love that.
Good take. Love it.
Such a great question. I gotta say, yeah, Josh, this is one of my favorites so far. Is this the topic for the hour for our call-in show too? Okay, awesome.
Yeah. I always have to have Jesse's take before he leaves, so I was going to add a little extra thought process to what, and of course don't want to just say, well, this is only for me and Steve, and be like, well, I want to give my input, so I want everyone to give their input. I want everyone's take essentially when it comes to a topic I bring up. So I always have to ask Jesse before he heads out. Absolutely. Jesse, you going to join us tomorrow for Friday Night Live? A little Courtney Jesse action?
That would be sweet. I think my brother might be coming over. We might be hosting him. So if that's the case, it depends on what time he leaves. But I would love to.
Put your son on. Just put your son on. Your son.
I'll just put Levi on. Yeah, sure. I'll put, here. You guys can.
And then we can talk Levi's with Levi.
That's the way to go.
There you go. Full circle.
The way to go.
Boom.
So yeah, I would love to come tomorrow. I'll let you know. But if I don't, it's been a great week with you guys. It's been a great week talking to the chat and trading, and I'm looking forward to another week of trading next week.
Yeah, can't wait for it, brother. And if back to another finally full week, I'll be used to. This week I'm literally thinking it's Wednesday, is it Thursday? I'm like, it's Thursday, Josh. Tomorrow's Friday. Right. I'll be back to normal next week. So have a good weekend, Jesse. Thanks for joining us. Have a good one, brother.
Absolutely.
Take care, man.
Great to see you guys. Great to see everybody in chat.
All right,
Awesome stuff.
all right. Now, did you look at Pepsi at all? I know we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you look at it a little bit? Do you want to give any kind of
Yeah.
insight on it before we head into the call-in show?
Yeah, I got a whole presentation if we want to go.
Woo! Yeah, show your screen. Give us a good 5-10 minutes, however long you want to go for. And that way everyone else already knows now. We know the call-in show topic. Think about it. We want you guys to chime in. Tack, I think Crow already has. Pops Mafia, Nigel. Who are some names? Who are some traders out there that should be on the Mount Rushmore? Pythagoras out there as well. If you're listening, Mr. Eric, how we doing? Mr. Marciano. Who is on the Mount Rushmore? At least a couple names, throw those out there. Steve, what do we got for Pepsi, though? What's your presentation? Let's talk.
And I was batting around some names. I'm trying to figure out who my last spot is, so I got to get back to that. I got 3 locked and loaded for sure.
Okay.
But for Pepsi, I know what we're looking for, and we know what the street was looking for too. So we're gonna get into it. So let me, quit yap and share my screen.
Get it, got it good. I may go get it.
What is that? Oh, that's stuck so deep in my brain.
Get it, got it good.
Is that like Mystery Men or?
Oh man,
Get it, got it.
What is that from? It's been stuck in my
I
head
don't know.
forever.
Somebody needs to tell us.
Yeah, it's like I've said it so long now, I forgot where I got it from.
It's literally saying, yeah. That brings me right back to like that was part of a great. Remember when like you could just there was one dominant movie and you would just be able to say a line from it, and it would just everybody would know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You could just like Austin Powers, for example. Everybody, you could just quote that endlessly.
Steve,
I'm sorry, I think I was talking over you there.
Good. Yeah, I think we're trying to get your screen share up.
I sure am trying. I apologize here. I'm looking for the right.
Steve, let me crop it. I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Sweet.
Ayush is he's a superhero in my eyes. I'm literally like wandering around like a blind guy trying to find the right setting. So he's gonna set us up with the screen in just a moment. So we're gonna be talking Pepsi. I'll just give you a little bit of a framing before you got the chart there. Excellent. So essentially they reported before the bell this morning. The stock's telling you how it went. It's down about 3.5%, which is a big move on a name like this. These low beta names, they don't move 3.5% without a reason. So we're going to talk about it. Right now, sitting around 137.82. Thank you, Ayush. Appreciate that.
Cool.
And this is the daily chart here. So you can see that this thing, it was trying to carve out a low off the bottom. We're going to start fresh. It's kind of a messy chart there. Let's keep it real simple. We had this downtrend line. We tried to break it into the earnings. It looked like a back test. Well, the street basically was going to say, if it's good results, this is a great risk area to pump it back up to VWAP, to the 200-day and beyond. This was a break of expectations. So here's what we're looking at here. This is what the street wanted. Coming into the print, expectations were already walking downhill. The consensus EPS number was $2.21, but that number had been drifting lower for months, down from $2.24. Oh, geez. Sorry. I just totally shot my script off screen. There we go. 2.24 a month ago there. Yeah, and essentially it's down from, in the last 90 days, just kind of inching on down there. Analysts have been cutting the price targets into the report, and so it's not that it was a super high bar. The street already kind of talked itself into a soft quarter there. So the two things that everybody did flag going into this were the same two things that have kind of haunted this name all year. The first is going to be the volume growth in Frito-Lay North America. Second is going to be the broader share pressure as the health and wellness shift eats into the legacy snacks and sugary beverages industries. So year to date, the stock had gone basically nowhere, basically flat. I'll pull up a little weekly chart here for y'all. If this is what you're in, while let's pull up a little comparison. Why have your money in something like Pepsi when you could be in something like SMH, just smashing up 100% plus? This thing's done nothing, right? So investors. Not feeling it. And let's talk a little bit more about the numbers here. So the question was never, will they beat the headline? The question was, is the North American business stabilizing or is it still bleeding? So the answer this morning was pretty much, we can pretty much say at this point, soft, still soft. That's why we're red. The top line revenue beat is the one win that I really, we got to give it to them. It is a win. Let's be real. The total net revenue came in at $24.18 billion. The street wanted 23.95. So, it still is a clean beat there. But like we said, it's really not about whether they're beating the headline. It's up 6.4% versus that $22.7 billion that they did in the same quarter last year. So nice growth there, but it really doesn't matter. Organic revenue, which drips out currency and acquisitions, that number tells you more about the actual underlying business, and that grew 2.4%. So that lands right in their kind of framework for the full year of 2 to 4%. So, it's a company doing what they said it would do, but that's not going to be enough to get this thing off the mat. Let's get into... Oh, sorry, I should have been on that slide. I was talking there. Here we go. So, am I going crazy? I was right, guys. Apologies. Still waking up here a little bit. We talked about the top line, but let's talk about the missed EPS here. So, this is like, as minor of a miss as it could be. Street wanted 221, we got 220. Literally a single penny miss. On its own, the 1 cent miss is a rounding error. But, especially when you consider that earnings did still grow from the 2.12 last year. But a penny miss on a defensive, low beta staple like Pepsi, it's not about the penny. It's about why that penny is missing. So the answer is the margin. They beat on revenue and still missed that EPS, and that only happens when profitability has been compressed. So that's where the weak North American sector comes in, or segment comes in. They dragged on core margins, and essentially you sold more dollars of product, but you kept fewer pennies on each one. So that's the tell that really matters to the market. When you're looking to position in a defensive company, you don't want them, you don't want their profitability getting compressed like that. When a consumer staples name misses on the bottom line while beating on the top, the market reads that as pricing power is slipping away and the cost pressure is biting them at the same time. So for a company whose entire investment case is steady, defensible, pricing-led margin expansion, a revenue beat, EPS miss quarter pokes a hole in that thesis, essentially. So it's worth more than a penny into this tape, and that's why we're seeing this kind of pretty severe reaction off of this. That is the real nutshell case for it here, and we can do more of an autopsy as we go. But that's if you want to take anything from this, the defensive just ain't defensiving, Josh. You know what I'm saying there?
Yeah. And Tax Talk talked about said it's the dividend, Steve. It's the dividend. So
it's the dividend. Okay, let's see if we let's see. What was I gonna? I don't even know. I actually haven't gotten into let's talk about it in just a second here. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the comments here at the same time, and my brain is getting overcooked. I'm definitely operating a little under my usual here. So let me
CPU
recalibrate.
Slowing down. CPU.
Dude, that's what it literally feels. Do you guys ever get like this when it's just pedal to the metal, and then usually it's after some wins in trading, and my brain just goes into chill mode, and I find myself kind of just a little bit, a little bit out of it. So apologies there. What I wanted to talk about here, dividends are important for sure, but I really think that North American, just the growth or lack thereof, is where the quarter really fell apart. So management said it pretty plainly in their own words that North American business was, softer than we anticipated. You never want to hear language like that. But, soft, bad on its own, but especially we weren't expecting it to be this bad. It's that's your whole job. They now expect a more gradual improvement for the rest of the year. And when management downgrades its own internal expectation mid-year, you got to listen to that. So I think the street's definitely just a little bit spooked about that. So North American foods, whether it's Frito-Lay and Quaker, that organic sales, that's down to about 2%. You have the food volumes flat. And flat volume on your crown jewel snack business, that's not what growth at a reasonable price staple investor is signing up for, right? So the Frito-Lay is supposed to be the engine of this car. Right now it's idling, kind of like my brain, guys. So it's just no good. It's just no good right now, and it seems to be kind of uninvestable. It also, just from a technical perspective, we did violate this swing low. And this was a pretty decent washout from what otherwise seemed like it was going to try to bottom and push out of this kind of base that it had been tempting a break of. So when you get that kind of look like it's going to break out and then it washes out, and now we're pushing that lower again with new information, it's just really a rough look on the stock. You can also look a little bit further back and you can see this prior low as well. both got violated here. So not a good look technically. Doesn't seem like it's a good look fundamentally either here. And I got to say, not a big fan of this one going forward. I know we have some people in my server that wanted to buy this. I'm telling them, for me, hands off.
Yeah. Yep. I've said the same thing when I just even looking at the chart. You can talk about fundamentals all you want, but then you talk about technicals, and not much technically looking good there, honestly, when it comes to cool. Let's get to the we're gonna get to the call-in show. Gonna get to the call-in show. Let's get to the call-in show. You're good. We got anything else about it?
Honestly, I do, but that's real. I could spend 10 more minutes saying that in other ways, but at the end of the day, that really is the full story. So I'd love to get into the fun stuff here, talking about our favorite traders.
Let's get into the call-in show then, baby. It's time.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Boom. Baby. Wendy's Tendies, always making me want some more Wendy's. 3 Great Danes. It's actually 4. So I know you see the 3 just recycling in and out of my office. We have a 4th one. I don't know if she'll come in here. Eleanor. Hello. Yeah, we have 14 dogs. I didn't stutter. 14. I love the dogs. Yeah, we love them. Giovanni wants to know if the SPY is going to reverse. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Do you, Steve? SPY reversing? No, I think this continues to climb. But he wants to know, that was one of the questions that was asked in chat. Do you when you guys get a chance, do you think SPY about to reverse? What do you think, Steve? Are you muted? You're muted. Muted.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome. I was going to switch over to call in there. So, very strong trend day. We were expecting this up to 75.25. That was the last time I checked in with my gamma exposure. That was the target, right? So we hit the target. We've overshot the target. Right now, I would imagine gamma is leveling up higher to 75.50. That is the draw for tomorrow at the very least from the last I checked last night. So I can give you guys a better update towards the end of this power hour. I'm going to let my gamma exposure do its thing while we get into some of this discussion. Then I'll let you know. Definitely don't fade this. If how I've been telling people to do this is we've been in calls since the VWAP retest. I told them trim at the high of day, trim into when they went in the money. They were 750 calls. So for now, it's a completely free roll trade, which is why I don't feel compelled to actually watch, the candles here, because it's already paid for. If you're not already paid for, definitely grain of salt here. Maybe you watch 75.25 SPX for a back test. If that holds, gets proper structure, you can look for that continuation to 75.50. I wouldn't necessarily expect it. We've already had a great look today, but that's kind of where I'm seeing it.
Cool. Yeah, I say it goes up to just SPY itself, number-wise, 751, 751.20. That's where I would be looking to maybe see a reversal. So it has a little more room left in the bank till it starts to see the pullback. Mr. Giovanni, G. Delcor, there you go, sir. Now we can mute ourselves here on EV Mux and we'll go to the call-in show. How about that?
Testing 1, 2.
All right, I am in.
Let's mute ourselves here and EV Mux. Oh, a little bit of there. I think it's good now.
I gotta refresh. I'm refreshing EV Mux. It got froze on me. I was frozen. Now I'm good to go.
I'm good to go.
Boom! Now I can mute it. I was like, I was like, well, oh no, I went back to EV Mux. So I'll go back and forth between EV Mux and YouTube. And it seems like I do that too many times, and EV Mux is like,
It got mad, and that's the worst when you're caught in the echo and you go, and it's and you start freaking yourself out.
Then I know EV Mux is frozen. I need to refresh it. So you guys need to call in. Pythagoras, I don't think you've called in yet. Let's get that free 5K eval. If you guys call in and you're a first-time caller, we're giving you a 5K eval for free. Pythagoras, Tack, you think you called in before. Dale Cord, there you go, my man. Wendy's Tendies. Imagine how much Wendy,
boys. I love it. It's all the gang in here.
Yeah. And here you go. Here's a little preview. There you go. So here you go, Wendy's Tendies. So there we go. So we got Pitbull. We have a Lab. There's a Great Dane. Miss Margot. There's a Shepherd. There's a massive Great Dane. We got a couple of little dudes over here as well. So there's some of the pack. Margot says, I want to be on TV. I want to be on TV. She's a very outgoing girl. She's like, yeah, I'm not afraid of the camera, Dad. Not afraid of the camera. Oh, no, I'm talking to. And you're talking to. Oh, and you're talking to. And then she talks too as well.
Very photogenic.
Oh,
just like her pops there.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's difficult to pick 4. Nigel. Oh, really? So you want more than 4? Nigel needs an 8-pack. He needs 2 Mount
We're
Rushmore.
adding Trump, right? So we can do 5.
Okay. I guess if that's where we're moving toward to, Wendy's Tinnies love it. I have a hard to have a bad day with all them. Yeah, it really is. Until they're giving you a bad day and they're just messing all over the house because whatever it might be. So, oh man, but yeah, always love. My mom, even like my mom loves coming over here. She like leaving on July 4th. She was literally saying to me and Avery, like, I just need to come over and hang out with you guys so I can see all my grand dogs, and that just gives me. She's down petting all of them and loving on all of them. So yeah. Click the button, click that link, team. Come on in, whether it's the Google Meet, you want to call us. I think it's easier. Just click the Google Meet. It'll pop right on up in your phone, however you want to do it. Join us. Question of the day, the topic of the day. Who is your Mount Rushmore of trading? It could be your own personal Mount Rushmore. It doesn't mean like who are the GOATs, like who is the best of all time. Even if you don't like Tom Brady, you got to put him on the Mount Rushmore of best quarterbacks of all time, whether you like him or not. But that doesn't mean it's your Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks. Maybe you have quarterbacks that you looked up to that were better than him, or not better, that you thought were good, but you don't want to put him. It's your own personal one. So it's either or.
Yeah.
You can either do your own personal one and or you can have a real one. Mine's a combo. Mine's personal and also because I don't really follow that many people. There weren't a lot of GOATs that I looked up to. I was just trying to figure out trading. I didn't even think about looking up books and all these other guys that have actually been killing it over the past, however many years or whatever. So,
Josh is like, that can't help me. I can't read.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm like, yeah.
No. It's only fun to joke about it because you're a very sharp cookie. But it's just a wide world, right? It's into the literature around stock trading. It's actually very deep. And a name that I think could be up on this Mount Rushmore. She's not even a trader. She's a poker player. Annie Duke.
Oh yeah, true.
Yes. So you know what? It could be a little bit wider than you think. Maybe one of your best traders is just maybe somebody who's really stoic or something. They don't even trade, but they taught you that trader mindset.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. So lots of options here. I'm just putting out the bat signal in my server too. So guys, if it's your first time, you can come on, call in, get a little free 5K account, right?
Yes.
5K, beautiful.
Yes. Joe's already has awesome. Joe's been teasing it already, just making sure it's over on the over on our Discord too as well. Let's see here. Come on and join the call. Okay, so we want to start going. Who do you have your list for? You said you had 3. Have we rounded? I've got 4. Have you got 4 yet?
Yes. Yeah.
We got someone. Okay, hey, hold on. Here we go. Who's joining us? Who's joined?
I can. How about this? Do you want to trade off back and forth? That could be fun.
No, we could do that. All right, who do we got joining us? We got someone joining us. Who do we got?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let one of you guys go first.
Oh, we get to go first, he said. No, come on. Come on. Yeah.
Who are we speaking with, though?
Oh, no, this is Hudson. I've been on the show before.
Oh, Hudson.
Oh, Hudson.
What's up?
I thought that sounded familiar.
What's up, brother?
From you, man.
Okay, I try to figure out who's who on the phone, you know?
How's it been?
Totally.
How you been doing, bro?
I'm doing good, man. Actually, I got a quick question for next time. So, how do I get a link without having to do the call-in again? I know last time I had to, email or something. I don't know.
The link for what you talking about? For the actual call-in show?
Well,
You're on it, brother.
No, I get the call-in show is phone only because it's call-in. It's not video. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. It's like you're on the radio, and you call them into, hey, it's Steve and Josh here on 105.1 The Wolf. Call in today. You can win a free chicken tendies. That's right, Wendy's tendies for free. Just call in now. First caller wins. Or they'd be like 11th caller, and you'd be trying to be the 11th caller, like trying to time it right. You're like, oh, you're the 6th caller. Oh, you're the 7th caller. It always sucked to be the 10th or whatever number they did, the one before or after, and you're like, no, come on, can't I win? I'm one away. But yeah, so yeah, you can see my face if I turn the camera on or Steve, but yeah, we're just yapping on our phone, trying to look forward, because when I turn my camera on, then I start looking down and I'm not looking up at the mic on the actual YouTube live stream. So I'll give you mine. I know we can go back and forth, but I do have a top 4, and it's a combo again, like I talked about, of true all-time greats and then guys I looked up to. So I have 2 all-time greats on there. Got to go with Paul Tudor Jones, and I'm going to go with the old school GOAT with Warren Buffett. So I'm going to go with Tudor Jones and then go with Buffett. Those are going to be up there. Then 2 that I did kind of look up to that were I could familiarize myself with that weren't just these gods up on a pedestal, which is Andrew Aziz and then Stephen Dux. So those would be the 2 that I would look up to that are more my age even, because Aziz is 42. I'm 42. He was born the year before me, literally, essentially. So we're right at the same age. And Stephen Dux, younger, but I still liken with the younger crowd, like the Steves of the world. So those were the 2 I liked and looked up to that I could actually appreciate what they're doing, and I can maybe attain that. And then, of course, the 2 that I'm never going to get there. I would imagine in my wildest dreams, which would be like essentially me winning the lottery and me being a billionaire, which would be Warren Buffett and Tudor Jones. So there's my Mount Rushmore. 2 that I liked and looked up to and could familiarize myself with, could see myself hanging out with, and then 2 guys that I just don't even belong talking or in the same bracket, which would be Warren Buffett and Tudor Jones.
Yeah, that's good.
What do you got, Steve?
All right. So I was trying to figure out how I was going to come about this. I really like what I came up with here, and I'm kind of doing archetypes here, So I've got some categories, and I put the GOAT in each category up on my wall.
Okay.
That being said, I got water in the other room. I'm dying here, Josh. I'm going to go.
Oh, what a tease! What a tease! What a tease! Now he's going to come back next time with his stripper outfit on, and then he's going to tease us and not give us an actual strip dance. Okay, I see how it's going to be, Steve.
Well, guys, if you get enough likes in there, maybe we get a hot tub stream going on. Who's to say?
I love it. Yes, Wendy's Tinnies. There's some good stuff. Good stuff. Nigel in chat says his favorites are Paul Tudor Jones. I like Stanley Druckenmiller. We got Charlie Munger. Yeah, Charlie Munger. I've heard of him as well. Jim Simmons. I think that's going to be Steve's overall GOAT. Gordon Gekko. There you go. Bud Fox. There we go.
There you go. All right. So I'm ready to get into it. Unless Hudson, did you want to jump in there first?
Yeah, sure thing. So with the Mount Rushmore thing, I would definitely say for me, probably Druckenmiller, and then Buffett. But I feel like if you get too much, I've been saying recently with Justy is that Steve. With Steve is that you don't want to get too much exposure to Warren Buffett because it might mess up your trading psychology.
We've been having some talks about not being too long-term investing, right? Like Buffett's maybe 30 years out there. He doesn't care what happens.
Well,
he's gonna be dead.
Yeah.
There's plenty of business there. It's plenty of goodness there for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take his bond advice anymore because things are different. But aside from that, yeah, my 2 strongest recommendations right now that I've been looking at, I'm seriously considering outside of Pepsi. Now I know I'm a contrarian on Pepsi. I'm willing to take that risk, but that's another story. But the 2 ones I would take the most seriously is Salesforce and ServiceNow. They're both in the same kind of boat.
Hudson, are you putting stocks on your Mount Rushmore? You're over people. You're just saying the company.
No.
Okay. I like those stocks too. But
they were just Mount Rushmore thing.
I just want to know. I want to know those next two faces on your wall. You can think about it a little if you need to. But then, of course, I want to know your stock picks too. But I want it all.
Yeah, I definitely say Druckenmiller. Druckenmiller, he's a very interesting guy. He's very competitive, and he has a lot of personality traits I feel like I relate with. And he doesn't really care about the money. He just cares about for the game primarily. And the thing about him is he believes in going big. Okay, so when he sees an opportunity that he truly believes is a serious golden opportunity, not some opportunity that you see every week and you say, oh, I'm going to pull for GameStop, but a serious opportunity like Nvidia back in 2022, etc. That you go big. So you bet big on your winners and you have stop losses and you cut your losses small. You take small losses. And that philosophy I think does very well. And what I've even seen in my own trading strategy is that the stocks that I genuinely have the highest conviction on most of the time do very well. And so it's like if you just focus for some people, I know some people have different strategies, but for some strategies, just focusing on those primary, very good opportunities that come up once every 3 to 6 months, maybe even once every year, once every few years. Those really core opportunities that you see, being willing to bet, a little bit larger on those. and taking opportunity when they come can often, give you much better performance. As long as it's not a false sense of confidence and something that you genuinely understand and you believe that the metrics, the data, et cetera, a really strong opportunity. Yeah.
Dude, I love that. So first off, that just it warms my heart. I feel like these answers, you might have had very different answers a year ago. So I feel like you're just growing leaps and bounds. Great to see you still in the community, Hudson. You stole one of my names though, so I don't know how to feel about that. Yes, the Druckenmiller, the Druckmeister, the Drunken Master, Stan. He is my man. He is up there on the wall for sure. And for me, he is the one for essentially what you're saying. When to take the fat pitch. He's like the golden, the platonic ideal of that trader that will wait for his pitch and then just crank that thing. It's just the absolute fastball down the middle. When he sees it and he identifies that, he sinks his teeth in and he does not let go. And that is where the majority of his returns come from. So I respect the hell out of that. That's something that I always have been a little bit gun shy and psychologically. I'm willing to take risky positions, but I have a hard time getting myself to size into the ones that I really believe in. And so that's been a change that I've had to make a concerted effort in, but it's been a massive game changer. So I got to put him up on the wall. He also has the legacy behind him, right? He was operating as Soros's lead portfolio manager for many years before he did his own thing. He played a massive role in the 92 Black Wednesday trade against the British pound. He's known for having just one of the longest sustained series of like just big double-digit wins year after year after year. And they're usually off the back of 1 to 3 to 5 trades a year that he just crushes. And that is legend status in my book. He has the combination of fundamental analysis combined with that aggressive pyramiding style. And so for me, he is the position management king. That is the kind of basket I put him in. So that's my number. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say like number one. They're all the GOATs in my eyes for different reasons. The next one up on the list, this is a new one for the crowd. This one, maybe I'd say 90% of you won't know who he is. But that should change, and I want to put him on the map here. Not that, obviously, I'm not putting him on the map. He's established himself as a GOAT in my generation. That is Fabio Valenti. He's an amazing, amazing scalper from Italy. He is actually, we've had him on Trade the Pool. It was so cool. I was so starstruck. He did a webinar, a really cool presentation for us. So go back and check that out too, guys. But he is an absolute sniper. He is a technician to the highest degree. He uses order flow, cumulative delta flow. He uses options flow. He uses volume profiles in a very similar way that I do. He combines this with, you could call it, it's not ICT because he isn't bound to those labels, but it's these smart money type concepts that really just price delivery, essentially. Finding that liquidity, finding the easiest path or the path of least resistance to that liquidity and identifying it in real time. So he is an absolute technician. He has amazing content on YouTube where you just watch him talk about a whole session and trade it live. And it's some of the best trading content out there, besides what you get on Trade the Pool, of course. But gotta give my props there. So Fabio Valenti, absolute amazing trader. He is my sniper, my technician. Then we have not necessarily the best executor because he's not necessarily executing anything. We have the quant, and that is Big Jim Simons from Renaissance. The absolute, you love him too, Hudson?
Oh yeah, best performing ever. Yeah, best performing fund managers.
Widely considered the GOAT by a lot of people, and if I had to pick one, it might be Jim Simons for sure. So he founded Renaissance Technologies, the legendary quantitative analysis firm. What do they do? Heck if I know, dude, but they make a lot of money. That's what they do, right? So their flagship fund is Medallion. I sure wish I could invest in this because they deliver, I think it's on average like 60+% yearly returns.
I believe 61.25% or something like that, yeah.
Hudson knows. Yeah, there you go. And they've been doing it for how long, Hudson? Like 20, 30 years? Something like that?
Man, it's been for such a long time. I know it's not like the same as it used to be because a lot of different people left, including Jim Simons and whatnot. But no, it's very consistent. They have that golden era period. They don't do as well as they used to, but they still do very well. I mean, they're still doing very well.
Right, absolutely. So he's on my wall there, and now I'm up to 3. So I was thinking about what's the last kind of archetype that I wanted to throw up on my wall that I really wanted to represent. And I was thinking about the big names. And this is kind of the wild card, right? So Jesse Livermore was a very strong contender. He's really
No offense, but what's up with these guys? Druckenmiller, liver? What? I got some liver issues going on over here. What's up with these stock traders? Gee, golly, they must stop drinking so much. Or maybe we need to drink more, and that was their secret.
Oh, maybe the Druckenmiller master. I don't know. You might be onto something there. I don't know. Maybe it's a correlation does not equal causation thing.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I don't know. What I do know is Livermore. He was a fascinating one. He's most notable for shorting the crash of 1929. He made an absolute fortune on there. He lost a fortune a couple times. He made it back a couple times. He died broke. But he died broke because he broke his own rules and started revenge trading. He is both a legend, he's a cautionary tale, he is the Icarus figure that flew too close to the sun, but I think the best way you could classify him, and that's what my last section is DGen. So my greatest of all time DGen actually isn't even Jesse Livermore. I just had to throw him up there, shout him out because he's such, an institution for better or worse. When you're having this conversation, for me, I gotta go with Mr. Bill Huang, Mr. Leverage himself, because you know what? He has the most fun story. Him and all of those other Tiger Cubs making these insanely leveraged, incredibly degenerate bets. And then it was like Game of Thrones financial version, where they would all start colluding and plotting with each other to take each other down. And they realized Huang had these massively outsized leveraged positions in the weirdest stuff. Like he was in like Discovery and Comcast or weird stuff, right? It is just go look up that saga. I'm sure there are great, like essays on YouTube or whatever that could do it so much more justice than I can in just a minute here. But literally, it's like a soap opera for stock traders, for the degens up here. It's a blast. It's a really fascinating story to watch. So Bill Huang, I gotta throw him up on my list. He's not the best trader, but man, if he isn't one of the most legendary, and he deserves to be recognized for that, if nothing else. Those are my picks there.
What about Belfort? We don't put Jordan Belfort up here?
If he didn't start selling courses, I mean, that's kind of like if you can't if you can't teach teach financial courses. I don't know. For me, I would be more, I don't know. I don't want to say he's a sellout. He rubs me the wrong way. But hey, he is the wolf. So
I know. I just saw. I think earlier it was Crow that mentioned it, so I just had to throw that out there. Hudson, thank you for joining us, my man. We have someone else that the producer says waiting in the background to join in on the show. Any last words, Mr. Hudson, as we head off? Any secret other traders you want to name?
Well, just FX Evolution on YouTube is a really great channel. They're very conservative, but that's pretty much it. Just checking the service now, and Salesforce is my two recommendations. But yeah, definitely check it out. But yeah, thank you so much.
Love it.
Thanks, Hudson.
Hudson River. Thank you for joining us, Hudson. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, so good. Hey, good talk. I thought this was a good one. It just kind of came. I was trying to think of something different to talk about. I was like, oh yeah, we haven't actually brought this up before on the live stream. And let's do a Mount Rushmore top 4 traders. Who inspired you? Who do you think's good? Who was someone that maybe you learned something from, or you just were, like you were saying, maybe just a motivational, psychological boost that you needed, so to speak.
Absolutely. Sorry, just catching up on the comments there. I love all the engagement, guys. I gotta ask. Sorry, this is so off topic. I'm ADD today. Crow, are you really a stand-up comedian? Because I would believe it. Yeah, I could see you doing some open mics. So, Salute, Smoke Tuna. Good to see you, brother. Hope you've been having a good, prosperous day, everybody. Sorry, Josh. Where were we? We were talking something fun, and I just derailed. Oh, I'm seeing a name that I'm not familiar with. Ivan Shearman. I'm going to have to look him up, Nigel. The new GOAT. Ivan Shearman. Let's check him out. I want to see what he's all about. Let me guess. I bet he's a scalper or a fast trader. Maybe he's a swing trader. I'm not sure. But let's find out. Okay, he's a CMT, great start, chartered market technician, just like our own Michael Moss and me in the future, I hope. So I don't know who this guy is, but you know what? He's got himself a follow, and apparently he is the 2023 World Cup Championship of Futures trader.
Who's
First
that?
place there.
Who's this?
Ivan Shearman, CMT and CFTE, whatever that is.
Oh, I see the comment now from Nigel. Cool. Nice, like it,
Awesome.
like it. Yeah, there's just
followed by a lot of really great accounts that I follow as well. Yeah, I love that feature on Twitter when you can see like, oh, all these people I respect also like this guy. So yeah, he's in the club. I'm following him now too, Nigel. Thanks for the lead.
Nice. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna get my CMT someday. I really want to get a CMT. I've talked to Michael about that when I was at the Money Show in Orlando. How do you get it? How do you how does it come about? And so I was like, I want one. I'm come on, I'm a master charter. Give it to me, baby.
Now I got Offspring stuck in my head.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, no, yeah, and that's another one I say a lot. I'll give it to me, baby, and then you can't help but immediately think of that song for sure. What's funny is
all the girlies do say that I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Well, they do. I know, Steve. I know. Trust me. They're like, oh, this guy, he is a hunk of burning love.
Dude, that song was big for guys like us growing up. we needed that.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say too, remember the dorky, I guess dorky, but the goofy nerd that thought he was fly but wasn't anyway in the music video. They brought him back, so now he's on tour with them doing this goofy dance. Like, I don't know if he's there for every song, but I know during every, that song "Pretty Fly for a White Guy," he comes out and does his stupid dance and does his shtick or whatever. So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know how long they did that for. And when I also saw it too that they were doing that was right around the time when that what is it called? What is it called on TikTok when there's everyone's doing it? What's that? What is it? What word am I? Trend. Yes. And so yes, the viral trend was if you when I wake up in the morning and step outside and I take a deep breath and I right, and then it turns and then man kinda ain't saying nothing, right? So it had. Did you see that trend where it had two people back to back? Did you see that trend?
I don't get out much, Josh.
It's on TikTok. It was on TikTok. So people were doing this on TikTok. So this was on social media back late fall where you would see the front person. And so like Sandlot did it. They had the red hair curly guy to start off. And it starts off with when I wake up in the morning, whoever sings out or that's the Four Non Blondes. It's Four Non Blondes. And what's going on? So it starts with that and then there's a person on the backside of them. So you don't see the backside person yet. And then the camera guy holding the phone or camera will slowly come around, and then you'll get to see who the second person is. And the second person is singing a Nicki Minaj song, like "Bees Ain't Nothing," and I forgot what. So it's a Nicki. So and it's a cool clash of songs.
I do remember that mashup now. That's
so like I would be doing the
than it deserves to be.
Yeah, it really did. Was like, why did this get so big? But it was that I would be doing the front part of it, and all of a sudden you were like, who's gonna be in the backside of Josh? Oh, it's Steve. Oh, it's freaking Steve. Oh, it's Steve and Josh. Right, and so yeah, but it was like, who was it? I forgot who. Anyway, but yeah, Sandlot people did one. Point being back to Offspring, lead singer of Offspring started it off, and then who was behind him? The Pretty Fly for a White Guy, all dressed up in his jersey and his hat. And then I'm like, hold on, did they really bring him back? Is this him? And so I click on their account, and then he's out there doing stuff with them on their live tour now. Like, that's cool that they brought that guy back. So he's still around, Steve. He's still fly for a white guy.
That's so funny. I just looked it up. It's literally like it's like his official role as a white guy. It's like he's the. That's pretty cool.
Literally. He's the white guy. He's the token white guy for them.
It's like a Chargers jersey, right? It's blue and yellow or something. I swear.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
Rams or maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's burned into my brain. Yeah. I love it.
So Tom, Big Me Fit Me says, check out Tom Vorwald, Steve, the real champion maker. So how about Tom Vorwald? There's another one.
Name. Tom Vorwald.
I know we've got some of these traders' names. I'm so bland with Josh Smith. I'm nothing compared to Drunken Miller and Dirty Liver or whatever the other one was.
Dirty Liver. Oh man, yeah, Josh Smith, you sound like you're in the witness protection program. Like, you could be anybody.
Yes, I live in.
It's funny because it's no offense, a little bit of a boring name, but you have so much personality that it's just kind of a funny,
Yeah.
What's the word there? Confluence?
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Where's the call and show link? There you go. There's the link. Smoked tuna. Come on and join it. Hounds. Oh, look, we got some more traders. Hounds in chat says CRM and now details, both similar, holding the long-term structure. Recent enough highs show stability. Highest selling volume past few months ever. Lowest or lower RSI than 2008 and 2001. Small government buys, inside buys. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hounds.
That's Hudson in chat there.
Oh, Hudson.
He's banging the drum. He's putting out the bat signal for software as a service, and I agree with him. I like it. Sometimes we don't see eye to eye when he's buying these dippers. He really likes buying low. I'm a DJ and I like buying high and selling higher. But I'm 100% in agreement with him in this case. So when you got two people from relatively different backgrounds and strategies, you get that crossover. You get a nice trade there usually. So keep an eye on these. I think they're dip buys for the next couple weeks, couple months here.
All right, what's up, Smokey? Smoking some tuna.
Hey guys.
What's up, man? How you doing?
We want to know what you think. Who's your top four besides yourself?
I have to say Crow is my guy, man.
Oh, Crow!
Who's your guy?
Crow! Crow! A little crow for Crow.
Shout out.
All right, so there's one. Who we got?
I've said that I'm not going to read any Market Wizard book unless Crow is mentioned in the book.
Ooh.
Well, that's high praise there, but I get it. I've been watching him and Talk are the two just technicians that I see so consistently. I mean, I would include you in that, but I don't see you in there quite as much. But whenever you pop up, it seems like I see where you're coming from, and it's almost always something that I want to get a part of too.
It's always sunny in smoked tuna.
It's always sunny, man. It's so hot here, man. It's like you guys got the heat after us, Like we had the heat before, and then it came to you guys.
Yeah, right. You can have it back. I don't want it. I'm so sick of it already.
Guys, you're both invited. It is lovely, foggy 64 right now.
Wow.
So over to San Francisco, right on the water.
Yeah,
we can hang out.
only completely sunny and 89 degrees here, and that means that probably the heat index for real feel is already at 100 plus. So, yeah. We're smoking over here, talking about smoked tuna. Not even halfway through the day yet, and it is just blazing. So, yeah, I feel you there, smoked tuna. I'm in the same realm as you, at least now here in the South. In the summer, it gets blazing hot. Mbappe, yeah, that's the new up and comer. He's already been a stud.
France is going to win this game, man. I mean, if you want to win the prediction, just put France, man. Like there's no. I mean, the God can go home, man.
They're good. They're really good. If I had to say who's gonna win, it's gonna be them or Argentina because they got the fix in, it seems like. But I really would like someone else to win other than the teams that always win it, just to see someone different win it.
I guess France is going to have 3 stars, man.
Yeah, they're loaded.
France is impressive, absolutely. But you know what? I gotta say, I am just rooting for Norway.
Yeah.
It's such a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't root for Argentina. Like Josh says, they got the plot armor right now. It seems like just no matter what happens, they're gonna pull it out of the bag. And you got to give credit where credit is due. Amazing performance the last 10 minutes, but truly heartbreaking for Egypt there. So I would love to see some underdogs coming back. I would love to see a Morocco upset. I think that would be pretty unlikely, but I'm rooting for it. So I would love to see Morocco advance, and I would love to see who were we just talking about? Norway. That would be really cool for me.
Do you know a fun fact? There are players in Moroccan team who actually play to the national team of France.
I totally believe that. Yeah, absolutely. It's probably, I'm not an expert for sure, but I can imagine that team synergy is a big part of this. And, like some teams, maybe their individual players maybe not up to snuff at certain levels of, club team play, but when they have such a good synergy together, like, I don't know, perhaps individual.
I'm just saying because they have the dual citizenship, like some of them have French and the Moroccan. Exactly.
Gotcha.
So it will be a very interesting game, because like both sides want to win, like it's kind of like, either side win, it doesn't matter. It's kind of
Hey, so how surprised will you be when Morocco wins 2-2? We go into PKs and they win PKs and Morocco is advancing. How shocked would you be, Smoke Tuna?
I won't be shocked, man. It's a very good team.
Yeah, they are good. Okay. All right.
I respect that.
Well, I will say, as far as these teams have gotten, the teams that are left are really good squads. I mean, we're dealing with some, I mean, look what Egypt did to Argentina. That just lets you know how good Egypt was. So.
Or Cape Verde.
Yeah.
So was that Argentina as well? Yeah. And I mean, it's a beautiful game, right? Anything can happen, and that's why you play it, right? That's why we actually get out there and play the game. But that's why we watch the game. But it's a beautiful sport that I know it's the trendy thing to say, I don't care anymore, USA is out. I think it's really cool that Americans are getting more into soccer. Football, I apologize. Football.
You guys have destroyed the football name.
We apologize. It wasn't us. Trust me, look at me. I was out there playing football.
Don't even play football. Call it football, but you play by. You should call it handball, man.
Yeah, egg ball or something.
Yeah, I don't know who was lazy and didn't want to come up with a new name here in the United States, but someone was lazy and said, look at basketball. Great job, Mr. Naismith. Good job for coming up with a new term, and we came up with basketball. We didn't come up with football. It's not even rugby. It's something else. Come up with a new name. American sport, but anyway, it is what it is. Football, and here's what's funny. If you think about football, the only person that actually touches the ball with their feet is the one we're usually bashing, because the kicker misses a field goal to win the game, and we're going, guys, your one job, it's football. All you do is kick, and you can't make a freaking field goal. Like, God. It's true.
It's true. I think Alanis Morissette wrote about that ironic song, right? I mean, it's true. It truly does make sense. But hey, it's the world we live in, guys. Like, why do you drive on a parkway but park on a driveway? What's the deal? I'm gonna start doing a Seinfeld bit here.
Yeah, literally, it almost sounded like you're going into Seinfeld now. Love it. Hey, what's the deal? Hey, we drive on the driveway. Come on, we drive. What's the parkway? What are we doing?
Okay, so your Seinfeld sounds like I don't know, like Al. Mine sounds like Mickey Mouse. So
we have to combine them. Let's combine them.
Yeah, we need somebody who can actually do an impression on the show. Oh, sorry about that alarm. There we go.
When Josh is speaking French, he sounds like Italian.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's all the hand motion. It's a lot of this.
Yeah, I think the only thing I get right the first time is Australian accents, just because I can go to like Foster's Australian for beer, or I can go to like a Outback commercial, and I'm like, oh yeah. I know. I just go straight to Foster's, yeah, and then I can go straight to the accent versus Italian and French. I don't hear Italians. There's no French around me really, so I can't go straight to those accents. Avery's trust me.
Louisiana, man. You have to go to Louisiana.
Yeah. Oh yes, that's true, and it's right below me, and that is right below me. And when I think about that and think about their Cajun accents that they have, that's more French than what I'm doing. I'm going over to Italy. I'm a few countries over.
Well, here's Josh. I'll give you the cheat sheet. So Italian, it's Mario, Mamma Mia.
Yes.
Easy. French, it's just chocolat bleu.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Do fromage. Just say that, and then you're kind of there. I know they're bad, but you can get in the zone.
Croissant.
Exactly, croissant.
No, guys. Okay, let me fix this for everyone. Okay. So you don't say croissant, croissant. You say croissant.
Wow.
Croissant.
Okay.
All right. Croissant. So this is why all the Parisian waiters are looking down on me. He's like, you're not getting it. I used to work next to an amazing French artisan bakery, and he tried to teach me how to say, I'm gonna butcher it on purpose, Queen Amand, but he would say it beautifully, right? How's that supposed to be said?
I think you said right. Sounds good.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, he did not agree with how I was pronouncing it at the time, so maybe I'm learning. But either way, go ask for one of those at a French bakery. You guys out there, they're phenomenal.
Get a nice croissant, in the morning. I mean, that's my breakfast. A coffee and a croissant in the morning. Just
love it.
That's the life. Are you from France?
No, of course not.
I don't know. You sound like you could be. You nailed that croissant.
I will sound like this and be. I mean, if I have a French, I need to have a French accent. No, I don't have it.
Okay, I apologize. Remind me, where are you from again?
I'm from the Maldives.
Maldives.
That's our friend from the Maldives. How do you say that? Maldesian?
You don't see the tuna because we eat tuna in the Maldives.
Oh, okay. I'll eat tuna all day long. That's where it's at. Yeah. I'm there. Sign me up.
That's just
Maldives. That's awesome.
out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, just nothing but beautiful beaches and seafood. I mean, good lord.
Josh, I wouldn't talk about out in the middle of nowhere, Mr. Arkansas.
What are you talking about? I'm in the middle of. I got Texas. I got Houston and Dallas around me. I got Chicago close to me. I mean, he doesn't have nothing. He's got Sri Lanka, and that's about it. And that's a few clicks away. Hey, listen, that's scary.
We can't even swing there, man.
I've looked at that like Maldives is one of those like dream destinations like Bora Bora or Bali that it's just these islands that are kind of just out there that are just beautiful water, beautiful sand. Give me all the amazing food in the world. So man, that's beautiful.
Man, next time, Josh, next time you hit the TCL, you need to take a trip to Maldives, man. On first class on Emirates.
Oh yeah, Emirates, yeah.
$1,000 ticket, man. That's the ticket you need to buy.
What is the main like island that you would say I should go to?
There's so many. We got like 1,200 islands.
Yeah, I know. So which one should I hit up? What's your favorite?
So there are like 1,000 resorts, so you can go to like Four Seasons or Hilton or something like that. That will be amazing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all of them. It's just like
1,000 islands, and each plane costs how much? 30,000. I'm gonna need to make some trades here. That's a lot of island hopping.
Yeah, if you make $1 for the whole year, I guess you can go.
There you go. There you go.
Better get started.
All right, Smoke Tuna, thank you for calling in as well. Always, my man, giving us your thought process.
I just want to praise you. Okay, like I've seen like the show's growing. Now everything's growing. Streams increasing. All of this, like what you are doing, amazing work, guys. Like you all of you guys, keep us entertained. I think this is a great show. Like all of you guys, what you're doing, Friday live and everything. I would love to join the Friday live, but man, 3 a.m. in the morning, I tried sometimes. I'm like, I'm sorry, like guys, like I don't want to sleep at 4 a.m.
I feel that.
Totally understood.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have a good weekend, and don't forget tomorrow, Smoke Tuna. Everyone else out there. I keep wanting to say that on Thursday. We're live on Friday now, so come over tomorrow and join us if you get a chance.
Progress, man. Progress. Keep up the good work, man.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks so much. Always good to hear from you.
Yeah, ciao.
See you, bub. There we go. And we'll go ahead and just hang up here if you want to. We'll go back over to EV Mux now that we're heading toward the end of this, Steve. All right. I am back. Let me know when you unmute yourself, Mr. Stevie Cheevies. Should be good to go. I don't hear you. Unmute your mic. Unmute it.
Oh, so Josh, the red light means it's off.
Okay.
I'm learning. Okay. All right.
All right. Gotta remember that one. I'm like, red light. Love it. So that was a good college show. Good stuff for the day. I thought that would be a good topic, honestly, talking about, who we thought was, who are our traders? Who do we look up to? Why do we look up to them? What did they do for us? Whether there's something they did or you just had a normal run of the mill. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, you looked into them and you found something from them and they inspired you. Or if it was maybe just, again, mental side of things. And Steve, your in-depth analysis of all the way back to Mr. Liver in the 1920s and his shorting of the Black Friday, whatever it was in 1920. Anyway, and so
shorting of Black Friday. Yeah, he was out there in front of Thanksgiving, in front of Best Buy in 1925 or whatever. Sorry. I know what you're talking about.
He's ringing the bell. Come in, guys. Come in, everybody. All right, step right on up. Give me your orders. We're shorting this one down. It's a Black Friday short. Short the whole market. Mr.
Speaking
Dallas.
of shorting, we do have a question here from Abdallah Kasim. Yeah. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Asking about, can you guys give your thoughts on shorting wrap here? So let me pull up my screen. I see why you're potentially looking at it, Josh. I want to get your opinion on this too, because this is definitely more of a you play than a me play. Maybe not the shorting part, but at least looking at this thing. So let me see. We don't have to pull up my screen, by the way, but I am pulling it up myself. Just look at it.
Either way, I don't care. Yes, you're going to get to screen sharing. Got about, 8 minutes here left in the show.
Awesome. Thank you. So I get why you might want to short a little double toppy here. Let's see if there's some high time frame area. Let me get a volume profile on here. That'll help us. There it is.
Okay, I'm not going to look at your volume profile. I'm going to say we have a really amazing node at 235 into 230, and then it's strong again at 220, and then really strong again at 205.
That's pretty close. 233 to 240, I would say, is the big node, but just a few cents off. Then you're 220. Yeah, that looks good. And then you said a bigger one at 2. Did you say 2?
Yeah, 205. Yeah, 205.
205. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So there's some 3 zones for you. What I would say is long term, we came up and we tagged this. Where was it? If I go like this, you see this purple line migrate. Yeah, right up there. That was a big top of a volume shelf. Be very careful if this makes a new high of day. It would be clearing this major volume shelf, and it would be saying pushing up off of there. If it can get through this meat and potatoes, it'll take these veggies out, no problem. It'll shoot right through them peas and carrots. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But you got this major target up at 322. They would love to run stops out the top of there if they can get through here. The only thing in the way, a little bit of a point of control here at 283. So 283 and 323, very possible to run this thing higher. If we cannot break the new high, then you can start entertaining the possibility of playing a short. But to me, this looks very strong. I'm seeing big buyers. I am seeing some decent distributive sellers here, but really what's happening after that seems like not much follow through, and we're flagging here. So for me, I don't like it unless it cracks VWAP, back tests, and then loses that. Thing is, if this thing falls, it'll fall a lot. So you don't need to be shorting up here at the very top because it's very risky because it's still very strong. That's my analysis, and that is big grain of salt territory because I'm just giving you the preface. Josh is going to tell me where I'm wrong because I'm sure I got something wrong with these small caps.
No, I mean, that's why I don't, you're all over it. I've just go straight to any more just gluing in, knowing where these levels are. It's just, that's why I love us tag teaming this together. We know where to trade this. I know where these high levels are at. It's where we traded most today. Where is most of the action at? Where most of the movement is at? So you got to think about where have we been at most today. We've been mostly in those areas I named. So it's, to me, this is, again, do you want to short the top? Like Steve said, if this gets over 260, 255, I said earlier before Steve even showed up, I said it's going to shoot straight to 3. It's probably not going to stop anywhere before that, most likely. And maybe some smaller stoppage, like he said, maybe 270, 280s, whatever. But we're not saying like it's done from there. It's shorted there. No. We're saying it's going to have like a micro pull before it goes to 3+.
Right.
To me, I'm on a trend line right now. So Steve, we have an all morning long trend line. Truly, from when we popped up, and we're starting that right around the 205 mark, and we are just up on this trend line all morning long. So 205 is where I would start my trend line, somewhere right around that area.
Oh, like that?
Yeah, look,
something like that.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, we're just on this. Yeah, right there. Boom. So once that cracks, then maybe Steve's red line of analogy of cracking back down comes to fruition. But we have to get to that huge volume node of 235. Then we will see some pullback. Under 235, watch remove down to 220, close to 215, and then under that, we'll see that 205 handle. It's going to be a slower mover regardless on the way down if you take it. This isn't and you look at it now, this isn't 10, 15 minutes later, whammy. No. This is let's chill with it, 20, 30 minutes. Now it's an hour, maybe it's 2 hours later till it gets to your actual target. This is what I call slow and steady eddies. These are the ones that can help your discipline and your patience big time.
That's great, and these are the ones where I say a little sports metaphor because I'm talking to like the one person I regularly talk to who is into sports. I don't know much about sports, but I do know they say stay in the pocket. If you're a quarterback and you're looking around, you're trying to figure out, you don't see anybody open, but your defensive line they're holding that pocket. Stay in the pocket. If nobody's charging in your face, find the open man.
Patience.
Find that spot. Patience. Exactly.
Wait for that receiver to juke out the defender, and finally, right at that last moment, that's why Tom Brady was so good, because he's going to sit, he knows, hey, if I can sit here long enough, someone's going to work their way open. No, it just sucks, and I've been there on the opposite end of that, where I'm like, and of course, even the Broncos have had great defenses, but after 10 seconds or 7 seconds, especially anything after 5 seconds, most likely the receiver is going to find his way open. A lot of the time, the quarterbacks miss the wide open guy, and I'm like, he was wide open, but they only because he doesn't have that Tom Brady patience, that Tom Brady brain of waiting. Let's look. Oh, there he is. Oh, hey, there you are. And that's how it is, 100%. And he's all over it. The supply demand up top. I said the supply zone or demand. I'm always back and forth, but the supply area up top. Steve was pointing that out. Yes, 3 into that 320 area. That's what I literally pointed out. I forgot who came over here earlier and was asking about it about an hour ago now, when I was literally talking about this right before you got on the live stream. I forgot who it was. Get Rich Together was who it was. Get Rich Together. She came over. I've worked with her in the past, and she said the same thing. How far can it go? So I was on the opposite side of you, because she wants to go long. She wants to see how far it can go, and I said 3 to 315. So you're looking at the right level there, Abdallah, and that supply zone out from, let's say, last October through January of this year. And there you go.
I think this is, I know we're kind of getting in the weeds here, but I think this is actually a really good just kind of thing to kind of take from this one stock and expand out, because you're saying, yeah, there's always two sides to a trade, and for good reason, because this volume shelf, like I said, if we get through it, it's a launch pad. We did show that there's a seller here, so it makes a lot of sense that they would try to hold this line, this big top thick area here, after just barely poking above and saying no, no, no. So what I would say is that you could short here with a hard stop over the top, but what you're doing is basically, how I would say is the risk reward, maybe it works 50% of the time and it returns pretty good because you drop really hard. Maybe it more like it works 30% of the time. I don't really know. I don't trade these a ton. But what you can do by waiting for it to really play out and waiting for it to lose the VWAP, push under, back test it and look, or wait, maybe it's Josh's uptrend line, that crack, but some kind of, maybe it's just a strong push away from this high volume node. By waiting for that and the confirmation, you're taking those odds from maybe 30 to 50%. You're bumping those up maybe 50 to 70%. What you're sacrificing is, instead of shorting at 244, you'll be shorting at 227 or something, but the probability shoots up. So that's the trade-off here. And you've always got to think about this trade-off, because you know what? You could put it all on black. You could put everything on black and the return would be amazing, but the risk not necessarily there, right? So it's always somewhere between that extreme and another extreme. You're always calibrating that, and it's a personal thing to some degree, but you always got to be doing this kind of mental math. Is it, yes, it might work, but does that mean that this is the best risk reward, the best way to take this trade? That's just what I wanted to say here. That's what this made me think of, this setup.
There you go. And Mr. Abdallah is saying, thank you so much. And we appreciate you coming over and asking great questions, my friend. Pops Mafia, last question before we hop off here. Top stock recommendation. I like Tesla. Tesla looks like it's about to squeeze and go for more here. Watch for a move up for Tesla to 203.60-ish area, potentially up to, or I should say from 403.70-ish area, and then potentially up to 404.50. I like Tesla for the rest of the day for the long. What do you got for us, Steve?
Tesla, let me just, sorry, I was listening instead of looking. I like, Tesla's strong. What do I like for the rest of the day? I'm slow, Josh. So here, I'm a two track mind. So for me, the day trade was SPY and it already happened. That was essentially, you could retest the open. That was really nice. Or the VWAP reclaim on the 1 minute's a little bit clearer. This was the one that we called out this reclaim, and then this was an ad spot here. The target already fulfilled. I don't know what it's going to do now. I think probably all dips get bought and it grinds higher, but I don't know how fast it's going to happen. It's slow. It's slow and steady, Eddie.
There goes Tesla. There goes Tesla. There goes Tesla.
There goes Tesla. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, SPY's, it's doing the thing. It came down just a little, then the dip was bought. We are bullish. We are going higher. That doesn't mean that I see a day trade right now. For swing trades, so many things look great. You could buy chips, play the rebound. A little late in that. I love, this is a little bit of a slow and steady, but it's starting to really act right here. UPS, just the easy trade. We bought yesterday off the 9-day, and it's just been an easy coast up here. I'll trim again into 15 and hold till I'm in the money at 120 here at least. But I love this trade. I love a lot of things, Josh. I love me some dip buys on names like TE2. Some riskier stuff here, but I think it looks strong. So for me, I'm watching these swings. So some swings that we talked about are entered today. TE, Dell, absolutely phenomenal here. Buy every dip on Dell to 500. That's a high conviction one. And then UPS, buy every dip to 120 at least, probably higher.
Boom.
That's what I got for you.
Boom. There you go, Mr. Pops Mafia. Tack. Oh, there's Tack. He said Tack's in it. Tack said he's all over it. Tack agrees with me, and I agree with Tack, and so does Steve. It's a threes party.
You almost made the same mistake Trump did there. It's
Yeah, I did.
a little inside baseball. Wow, yeah, great call there.
Mind. You gotta have a quick mind to fix that. You know, when you're about to mess up, go, quick fix.
Josh ain't sundowning.
Yeah, right. So we have 50 likes. Don't forget, 50 likes on today's live stream. We're gonna do a 25K eval giveaway. We did that yesterday because you guys were we killed it yesterday with the FOMC minutes. Everyone was asking gold. Big views yesterday. It's almost 7,000 views on yesterday's live stream, which is crazy. Thank you so much for that, guys. Again, smash that like button. If we get to 50 likes, we'll give away another 25K eval later today. Steve Y will be back in Power Hour to break it down all for you as we head into Friday. What's special about tomorrow? Steve, Alejandra will be live, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, ready to rock and roll for the opening bell for you guys. Going live for a couple of hours. Taking a little break with Steve, Alejandra as well, and then they'll come back and join myself for the week recap. Pretty much a lunch recap. Bring your own charts, right? We'll have that for you tomorrow. After that, we'll call it a week as far as our morning streams. Steve, though, back at it tomorrow afternoon for a special live presentation. His webinars are back. We're going to be talking earnings tomorrow. Really hitting hard because we're entering the earnings season big time again. He wants you to get prepared, how to trade it, what to be looking for. He'll have an amazing webinar tomorrow afternoon. So again, join us not only later today, Power Hour with Steve. Come back tomorrow morning, join Alejandra and Steve, and eventually down the line, we'll get some more guests on that Friday stream as well to join them here and there. But they got it covered for 2.5 hours in the morning. Coming back with me for the week recap, bring your own charts, and then Steve's webinar tomorrow afternoon. And yeah, still to cap it all off, we got Friday Night Live to chat it up, talk that smash talk. You know, it'll be fun.
Awesome. Great recap there. Can't wait. Just so much great stuff around the corner here at Trade the Pool. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. And just don't turn that dial. Just great stuff coming at you constantly.
Hey, and a good big shout out to our producer in the background, Ayush. Thank you so much. And again, you guys, Tack, Douglas, Pops, Mafia, Abdul, and Nigel, Crow, all in chat. Real quickly, thoughts. You get 15 seconds. Look at the chart. We're going to give you one quick answer since we're done here, Douglas. Mr. Bundy. Listen, I sold women's shoes at Dillard's. I can't help but help out another Bundy. They called me Al Bundy because I whipped those women's shoes on those boots and those heels, baby, and those little baby toes. So to one Bundy to another, it's long, baby. Long term. It's still going up. That is a beautiful chart. This one's going to 100. If you're looking for a dip by like 72.50, 66 to 67 area, and I don't think we'll see that again before we see 80 plus. What do you got, Steve?
I actually know this company, not well, but it came up in my biotech scans. I think they're oncology. Maybe I'm wrong. Regardless, it seems like every biotech is a buy. Long term, in particular, I think that this is it's a good sector to be in. I'm flailing trying to find the right. Let's see. I'm looking for. There we go. I see what happened. Apologies. I needed to get it on the monthly chart here. So what we're essentially looking for is the extension of the measured move from the initial range, from that IPO open to the IPO low, or, after IPO washout low. When we extrapolate that outwards, we see the 2x measured move got smashed through at 74. In general, just means a very, very strong stock here. I would say the next level to reach for, 96. And when you get that close, like Josh says, that magnet to 100 gonna happen. I would trim into 100 and not before.
Boom, boom. Boom! There you go, Mr. Douglas Bundy, and you're welcome. And yeah, Tack 4 touchdowns, 1 game. He's a legend. Any Bundy has to look up to Mr. Al, and we all do, for sure. Again, heading out for the day for myself. Steve will be back in Power Hour. And, of course, I'll see you guys tomorrow with Steve and Alejandra. Smash that like button, and we'll see you guys later.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. Thank you for getting that Pepsi together, too, as well.
Yeah, I am so sorry. My brain, I just kind of reached capacity this week, I think. I've been burning it at both ends. And I was thinking meeting at 8:15. I woke up at 8. Like, I get to sleep in today. So sorry.
You're good. No worries. It's all essentially the main thing with that TikTok, which we'll talk more about on Monday. Yes. Just pushing that so we can get that going. Really was just the main talk for today. And, of course, YouTube stuff, just the normal run-of-the-mill. Then we brought up you and your show for tomorrow with Alejandra and how you'll do the webinar. So it just was essentially just a YouTube meeting of what we're doing on the live stream. And the main thing was that TikTok to make sure we get videos and content created. So that's about it, though. That's all I really missed.
Awesome.
Great show.
I'm going to try to... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I said great work. Good show.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to try to get a little quick haircut right after the market and then get those TikTok videos out, ready to go. You got me thinking, I got to look a little sharper here. So yeah, we're going to be getting that rocking and rolling today. Should have those done. And then, yeah, awesome. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you,
Steve.
Hey,
hey guys.
What's up?
Who's that?
It's Joe.
Yo, what's up, Joe?
Yeah, not
Just
too much, man. I wanted to just double check. We're not doing the whole like Discord streaming and at the same time. Remember how we used to do that with the strategy webinar?
Right.
I
Well,
don't
we
think
could
we
if
should.
you want, but I don't. It's up to
I
you.
don't think it's like a double. I'd rather send people to the
Yes,
YouTube.
that's what Joe,
Yes.
and it just I would do that.
I say we scrap that
Yes.
going forward.
I would too.
I'll
Honestly,
talk to Carlo too about
and just push it to here. That's what we need, more of the pushing back and forth. We don't want people to go to Discord to watch. We want to push Discord conversation, but then to come over to our live stream. So
now I do it for the call-in show only because sometimes I get the callers. Like I can talk the guys into, if they're watching, I'll say, hey, call in, and I can help them. Cool. But anyways, cool. Let you guys go. Just wanted to chime in there.
Really quick. Just putting it on your radar. I talked to Michael last night. One of the things we brought up in the meeting is I think that we should really expand into Twitch, and he seemed very open to that. So I'm going to be putting together some stuff this weekend, trying to figure out the best way to kind of go about that. But I think there's a lot of room for expansion there. I also have a good buddy who streams every day. He gets about 2,000 streamers on Twitch. He's a financial streamer as well. He streams during the cash session, but he doesn't stream the open. And he doesn't stream after hours. So there's great opportunity to raid back and forth. Or maybe we're on the morning before him.
Yeah, we need to add that to EV Mux. I mean, one thing I've noticed, like, why aren't we on Twitch? That's like,
right.
Yeah, so
it's free real estate.
Yeah, 100%.
But the transition, man, we can be on in the morning, have all our viewers go over to him. Then he sends all of his viewers to us for the after hours stuff. I think it'll be really synergistic.
Right, the rating stuff in there is like a good thing. As opposed to Discord, it's like a bad thing.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. And Joe, I saw your message. Sorry, I saw it when I was on live. I don't have an Instagram that's like, I have like a private one that I never use. Let me get that ready for public consumption. I don't know what things I might have said on there. So let me scrape that real quick, clean that out, and then I'll let you guys know when that's ready. This weekend, realistically.
Sounds good.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
See you guys.
Later.
Thanks, Ayush. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, back on this real quickly. Just popping on. Really not a lot going on, so it's really more of a chill day. I got stuff to do as well. I'll put some jams on for you guys, anyone that is still around. Nice fun time there over with Trade the Pool. Good information. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that as well. We'll throw some music on that you guys have been liking, the new mix that I came up with or put on. Boy, they know that song. As soon as that song comes on, Queenie's like, oh, that's the Dad's Done song. Like, not yet. Hold on here. Where are we at? Where's that one mix that everybody, I need to just add this. Boom. Save the playlist. We're going to go to, where's the stocks non-copyright? There we go. And then boom, this one here, boom. Save the playlist. Stocks non-copyright. Boom. There you go. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit, team. Throwing some jams on now. recap. Nothing really major going on. Pretty much, what was the private placement got put out there? Yeah, whatever. Same thing. Preferred investment option, private's kind of the same thing. Are all about the same thing, essentially, when it comes to private placements, offerings, dilute the share, essentially, overall. And here we go. On down she goes. The new low of day in market just falling on off. If I would have caught that, I was unfortunately out of the office when this happened. But this is just like one of the last alerts I had. I just missed it. Or had I seen this huge sell-off into a halt down, I would have probably just jumped in going, what happened? You know, I'm going to go in just to see if we get a piece of this. And would have been very beneficial overall. What, about $1 or almost and a half gap down? Anyway, pretty much then fizzled out from there. Can wrap it up. It looks pretty done and dead for the day soon as well. Anything else that was moving earlier is just not doing anything. FBRX. Okay, hold on a sec here. Is FBRX? This was earlier. FBRX. Oh, it's still Matricula. This is the one from earlier in the day. Kept its run going. Okay, cool. So FBRX was your main mover here. Put this into a 5-minute time frame. All right, so this is our runner. Finally, we have a runner. FBRX 32.5 support. If this pulls back with, there's that 37.50 resistance over that. Is JLHL moving, James? I'll look at it. Oh man, this has got some clean chart up ahead. Oh, this looks good for tomorrow. Maybe we get something to run in market. Versus this, which we have gotten pre-market moves for sure. Oh, this has got room over that. Oh, and that's only probably, I don't know if that's even in market. Yeah, that's not even in market. Room to run. Nothing really ahead. Watch for this to continue. Type into tomorrow. Alright, let's put that on the Discords. Level 13 on trade the pool now. Yeehaw. Alright, let's do FBRX here. Yep, good. Let's go to did AMD fizzle out today? Did it finally? Yeah, it did fizzle out. Okay, so that fizzled. Tesla was running pretty decent. I had that shot 2 run. Oh, and it did go. Oh, look at it. Did its thing. Got done with the call-in show. And, of course, we'll trade the pool. Said, watch for this to go. Boom, shakalaka. So that was a beautiful move there. And wrap. I'll go here since AMD looks so ugly now. Forgot I had that in the middle chart over there. We'll go here with that. And then we'll go to the JLHL. No. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Reminds me of JL Audio back in the day when I see this play. All right. So what was this even running for earlier in the day? Anything? I don't think it was, right? Yeah, no. It's just been running multiple times over the past few weeks. I think it may have originally had news at some point. Well, obviously, I'm sure most of these do. See, I really wasn't looking at JLHL today. Just going back, I like looking at these charts. Was there anything I would have traded? Nothing really. It's really just an uptrend channel breakout, right? So you kind of come in here and put a trend line in right about right there-ish. I can maybe make it, make it a little bit more clean in there, but somewhere in there is the trend line. And then you have this uptrend channel of resistance that was right about right there, and then you broke out of it right here. Look at that key pivot, and then off to the races. Got a good, this worked out better than what we had earlier with FBRX, not FBRX, with the, what was that, Vrax, our crappy play for the day that wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. Halted up, gap went and ran some, came back. Where did it bounce off of? Where it halted up at. And it ran into what, another halt up, it looks like. Then fizzled out from there, although it does have a reset to it. So let's go ahead and break this play down. We've got JLHL. Let's go with 15 resistance. That's usually a natty number anyway. We really halted down and then right back up. Or maybe not. I have to go back on one. Anyway, I don't think so. I don't see the gap in time there like we do the other ones. Looks like it halted down there. I don't know if it did. Anyway, I'm not seeing the space and time there. It's only seeing 3 minutes. I like that 1050. Then we'll call it 950 support. Has a low float too, doesn't it? Right about 1 mil. Where does this have room to run? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, Lord, yeah, this thing's been all over. No wonder we've been looking at this. I feel like this has been reverse split, though, for some reason. I have to go back and look at it. Here it goes. Really just nothing there. I just don't see much here over the last little bit. I mean, look at this weird, ugly chart. That's why I would say over 15, it really has room to run. I'll go right there in this little double upper shadow at like say 18. We'll go JLHL 15, 18 area resistance. Good alert there, boss. I was just before I could even probably get to it. I was going to see it. I'm guessing maybe possibly on the scanners there, because that's what I was just hitting back up right when I got back in to see if there was anything actually moving. First one I saw was the big play from earlier. I say big play, but the more momentous play earlier in the day that did pop up, and I'm like, what's going on here? And then really didn't do a lot. Just kind of matriculated throughout the rest of the day, and a great matriculation. I mean, from 21 to 27 is pretty darn nice in a day. And then here we go, still struggling there with that double topped right there. JLHL did right at that 15-ish area, 14, whatever, 50 area. So it needs to hold 12. If it holds 12, like I was saying, holds kind of this uptrend channel, right? We can hold this uptrend, watch for this to squeeze and go for more. If it cracks 12, watch for move down to 1050, and then we have this 975 to 950 support. 12 is key. If we hold 12 in the upper VWAP band, I've seen these plays hold upper VWAP band. It's usually only in after hours or in pre-market when they run crazy. Going back to racks, right? I don't even know if it got there, but it may have. Yeah, see, it didn't really even get there. So I would say majority of the time I've noticed it is in after hours. It's really weird. We've already been doing it all day long. Doesn't matter what time frame you put it in. It's just crazy how this play got above it and is staying above it. So if we hold 12, it's got a good shot to continue to go. If not, then, you know, and maybe watch for after hours runners. We haven't really had much after hours movement. Big movement anyway recently. Just to keep it on watch, though, is the key. Is Zaki. Just looking through different scanners and what people are talking about. Over Steve. Aussie Chick, I think I lost my 25. Oh, what happened? How did you lose it? What'd you lose it on, Aussie? What'd you lose it on? What was the trade? You hit the daily max loss? Was it have you hit the overall max loss, or did you lose the just for the day they stopped you out? Is the account gone, or is it actually just for the day? How many times have you done that? What was it on? Seeing if we have anything pop here in after hours, anything else. All right. Good alert there for JLHL. A little slowed down right now. We'll see if we get anything else in after hours. If so, I will probably replace Tesla with it because Tesla, usually these big large cap plays, don't really do too much. RKTO. Okay. You just hold it all day long, I'm guessing? The hold and hope strategy? What happened there? Need to go over it. Need to review this. What did we do? Yeah, and you'll get an email, RCT, OPPS. Are these all the trades you were taking? RCT. RCT is like 20 cents. Oi, we need to review these. We need to track and journal every day. What was it? Wrong keyboard. Jeez. Oh man. Track, journal, track. Label these trades and go over them every single day. What do we do right? What do we do wrong? I'm gonna snap you into a stock trading ninja. I don't know. I was trying to think of some kind of analogy or some goofy saying. We can come back here. You know, it's late in the day when she comes to see me. She's about ready for food. We're not quite there yet. A little bebop. She said, I'm going to say, what are we doing? Say hi. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. How you doing? My little Darla. Darlagen. Oi, Aussie. All right, yeah, so let me know, Aussie, Ingrid, and let's, whatever, if I need, obviously, help you, whatever it might be. I got you. I was trying to get back here earlier. I was hoping I would, and then when I got back, I was starving, so I had to eat some food, so I was trying to actually go live a little earlier, but still just sticking around for a little bit longer here. E-Lab, a little bit of movement in after hours. I see you. Stay right there. FBRX looks, I'm going to put it on my side. It looks like it's going to be stalemate in after hours here, so we'll find something running. E-Lab Quick Pop probably has some news on it. There we go. Got aerospace in the title. That's huge. Merger, acquisition with A&B Aerospace. There we go. Expected to be surviving operating entity. Okay. There we go. Merger. Oh, that's not even right now. That's on the 6th. What in the world? I thought that just came out until I didn't see a time. Oh, I don't know why that's popping. Maybe we'll see a PR in a minute. Nothing I see right now. On Dita Bob. Oh, Dita. That was right at the closing bell. It's about the only one moving right now, and the other one is a sub $1 play. Oh, Merlin. And the big girl. Oh. It's like, look at the size difference. His head versus her body. Huge, big. It's like little, almost the same size. Her head, or his head, is literally like the same size. To be honest, I was all over the place this morning and on too many trades at different platforms. Oh yeah, yeah. That'll, hey, yeah. I've been there. I hated that day. Or those days, I did it multiple days. I was like, what did I do? What was I even doing today? Here, I'll put you down. Like, oh, idiot. Oh, I've been there, trust me. JLHL, what in the world? Holy moly. Holy good Lord. Oh, wowzer tins. Wow, that was a barn burner. Wow. Whoa. Wowzers right there, guys. That was a huge move. Imagine being in that long right now. Okay, so there's your runner so far in after hours. Whoa. And it's still going. I almost said I'm going to jump in 100 shares. I think this is going to keep going. This thing is barn burning right now. There's no chart on this play. Oh, my. Wow, right here, team. This is great. Good stuff. Good stuff. Look at the move. Look at the move. Whew. 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 I was down 2 as I 50 to say. Cool. Well, yeah. Hey, we'll go over it. We can go over it. You know, we can journal it, track it, do a one-on-one. But RKTO and Vrax definitely. RKTO was the slower one. That just fizzled out, and then yeah, Vrax just. I get the Vrax one if it was Vrax. I get where you may have lost some money on that one. That one just was wacky, wonky. My 10 worked out okay. If I would have held longer, it worked out pretty decent. And then my 9 worked out okay. But overall, yeah, just it's your woo woo. Yeah, that was just didn't work the way I wanted to. Just ran way more, too much in pre-market. I'm going to put that, yeah, leave it in a 1 minute here so I can kind of see if we build up anything to take trades off of. Ever have a dog that lays like this? I mean, he'll lay like that for a while, like sometimes an hour. You're like, how do you lay on your back like that? A cat, yes. A dog, yeah. Cats for sure. A dog, yeah. They'll do it. We've had dogs that'll do it, but they'll do it for like maybe a minute or two. And like, okay, I'm done. This guy will like lay this way for forever. I mean, you could tell how out he is. Like his lips, his jowls are just like spread apart. He's just like, wah. Love that kid. Long-haired Chihuahuas are really good. They're not yappy. It's these short-haired coat dogs, the little ones anyway. Get a long-haired. Palms are a little yappy though. They're long-haired, but long-haired Chihuahuas. Anyone we've been around, we've had 2 so far, and any ones we've been around are like the most chill, sweetest. Oh man, I love them. They're like such cool dogs, such fun dogs. Oh man. He's a cutie pie. Super handsome boy. Well, nothing really to take a bounce play off of. That was kind of out of nowhere, and then you got that last little surge to 27.50. If this comes down below 20, all you big cojones guys, if you want to double top that 27.50, I'd get it. But you need this come down. Excuse me, come down sub 20 first. You know, maybe come to 17.50, then get that ramp back on up. This might even go for more if it stays above 20. Seen it happen before, where I get to doing my office stuff, blah, 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 work out, blah, 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 and I'm sweating, come back in here, I'm done for the day. Or I'm done for the day, done for, like, now it's time to just chill, right? Chill, dinner, whatever. I'm like, what? The thing's still going? And it makes, like, this secondary after-hours push and goes to, 35 or something, 40 or whatever. And this is what I'm looking for. And I want it just because I love these volatile plays. Or it's like roller coaster when I was a kid. Like going fast down the BMW, right? Or whatever you're doing, just going fast. Like I get a craving for it. I want it. This might be the bounce play. So we'll see. Not now. We'd want this back up. But if anything, is what I'm alerting for you guys. I was alerting saying, hey, man, had one last cheeseburger left. A good ground chuck burger. Put some cheese on it from July 4th. I just had that for lunch. Oh my God. A little slice of tomato, some red onion. I'm a little ketchup mustard or ketchup mayo guy. I don't do mustard on burgers. I'm not a mustard guy on burgers. I can do it if they put it on there. Hot dogs, sure. I just can't do it on. I like a little bit of ketchup and a little bit. I don't want a lot of that either. And no lie, like when I go to my favorite burger places, like here in town, because I always order a cheeseburger. I'll take a bite of just the meat, cheese, and bread just to taste that meat. Like I want to taste the meat, But then I'll because then I love that putting the vegetables on there, the crisp. The crisp onion and the taste of the onion, and then a tomato and that sweet juice. Oh, here we go. New high. I told you this may go to new highs. There she goes. She's ripping. She's roaring. Her name's JLHL, and she is a flying right now. Where have we gone from today? We have gone from 365 to 30. Oh, my Lord. Well, there you go. What a move. Hey, Domino. 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 Yeah. Oh man, this makes me want to trade. It makes me want to trade. I said it makes me want to trade. I should have gotten in already and just said, you know what, squeeze a Rooney. Let's just get in here somewhere in the 20, see if we go some more. Get in like 100 shares. It cracks below 100. Call it for a day and say, well, it was a red day today. Daza, I'm out. Have a good one. Yeah, you too, Daza. Have a good one. James, got out way too early. I'm going to start leaving half the profit. Oh, yeah. Depends on where you get in at, you know. That's why you've been trying. I'm sure, James, when you've seen me trade, depends on where you're in at. Yeah, definitely, you know, like say you get in, it's hard to even see it anymore. Let's just say, for instance, even here, you get in at 16, just jumping in. Once this goes up, don't go, oh, that's it. Let's take it all. Leave some, at least a quarter, because how much that can still pay out in the end if you get one of these moves. So it just is, you have to practice it. You know, you have to tell yourself, okay, I'm going to do this today. And at first, you usually don't do all of it. You know, you'll do, I'm going to take it, and then you'll take it all. And then eventually you'll start going, leave 50 shares, leave 100 shares, leave something, you know, and then you can work on it from there. It just takes a while to get to that, the gut instinct feeling of trust in it, so to speak. All right. I mean, it's funny. I come back right when something's going crazy. Although I didn't get back just in time for it. I would say if you're quick with after hours moves and you try to catch this breakout here and just jump in with momentum, got a limit order, so it's going to be pretty hard. The bounce play is going to be, and it is now. Now we can look back down here. You can see that lower shadow on this one, so right around 21. It is a volatile play. There is going to be a pretty good size spread on it. We'll go take a look how big that spread is. 40 cents at times. Do it down here. I'll get a little bit tighter. 50-ish or so. It's usually staying pretty decently tight, though. 20 cents, 15, 20, 30 cents, somewhere in there. See, then it gets to 1 cent every once in a while, and then boom, I just saw it at 60 cents. So it's going to be a little all over the place. Spread is not going to stay consistent, but it's not over the top all the time. It usually stays pretty decent within 20, 30 cents or so. Any last questions you have? Let me know. Let me know right now while I'm still here. I'll still be here if something comes up, but I'm gonna get to doing my office work for now. And this girl is hilarious. I'll show this off before I leave. Look at this girl. So I wish the camera would focus, but that light is like getting in the way. So she has a bone over there, but it's underneath this cover. So see the blue cover? There's a bone under it. And it's like gotten under there somehow. She's still chewing on it. Margot. Like, what? Oh, dogs are so cute. Well, cats. Animals are so goofy. Animals are so goofy. All right, so we got our one runner in after hours, and it's the one runner we saw run toward the end of the day. It was JLHL. It's the one taking the mob. I mean, what a massive move. We're talking almost 30 points on the day, $30. Big move, big move. Trying to find a little support, possibly back down around 21.50 area. Right now it's at 25. You can see 25 is trying to hold. If 25, it's like earlier when I said if 20 can hold, it can go to new highs. If 25 can hold, it can go make new highs. If it cracks 25, comes back down to 21, we should see some support somewhere. But the guarantee of seeing a new high gets a lot less, is my point. Hold 25, the guarantee is a little higher. 70% chance. It's higher than 50% in my opinion. That if we hold 25, we have a 50% or plus chance to squeeze the new highs. Once we get down here, it lessens it to below 50%. All right. I'll be back in just a bit. If there's something, else to alert real quickly, I want to start getting some office work done. I'll be right here. If there's anything in chat, I'll alert it. Good job there, James, talking about this play popping in there. and Aussie. We'll talk about the loss if you need to. And Dawson is already out. Anyone else, any questions you have, just let me know. Otherwise, what a day. What a mover here, I should say, at least for JLHL. Closing at 300% up, and then we go from 12 to 31. So this day's it's like 1,000% run on the day almost, literally probably from top to bottom right around 800% or so, 700, somewhere in that range. Big move. Big move. We'll zoom out. One little zoom out there, and we go. All right. Music back on. close up and the divergence. We're having big, big, big volume. Our top candles here start to lose the volume. Second, the spread. Not too bad on the way up, but at the top, right through this area, it gets really, really big. And third, that big pullback. That's right, that wick up top coming all the way back closing here. That's letting me know this play is about done. There's one last push to get these traders out that are stuck before the pullback comes in. And that lets me know there's not going to be a bounce. This play's not up on news. There is no catalyst to push this play. There are other plays for the three. Then there's a huge cap play if you're looking for it for that sign, right? The three tails. The three tails, again, are lower volume and that W in your three tails. Three tells that there are three tells that will let you know when a small cap play is going to get exhausted. First, the volume overall. When it goes up in the divergence, we have big volume. Our top candles here start to lose the volume. Second, the spread. Not too bad on the way up, but at the top, right through this area, it gets really big. And third, that big pullback. That's right, that wick up top coming all the way back, closing here. That's letting me know this play is about done. There's one last push to get these traders out that are stuck before the pullback comes in. And that lets me know there's not going to be a bounce. This play's not up on news. There is no catalyst to push this play. There are other plays that are going to be pushing here in pre-market for this play to continue. So if you're looking for the three tells that a sign is exhausted and not to look for a bounce play, first off, that volume on the way up, right, gets thinned out. Then there's a huge spread up top, and then there's that big pullback overall, that divergence that you start to see. So look for those There were 3 tells the display was about to top, and almost everyone bought the exact moment it did. Let me teach you so you can see them. Tell 1, volume divergence. On the way up, you can see much bigger volume, and then when we get toward the top, that volume is starting to dissipate. That is huge right there. Liquidation is leaving the building. Tell 2, right? We have the spread blows out. The spread is huge on this. So on the way up, maybe 3 cents, 5
Germany. It's currently 5:20 p.m. and that's, I guess, one of the advantages I have over you guys in the States is that when you guys are sleeping at 4 a.m., it's 10 a.m. here, and I'm able to
I was in
get a
a
little
session
bit of jump on the
I
news.
saw 419 Turk. I saw him at 4 a.m. this morning. I was like, yeah, because he's over. It's like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He's like, hey, let's get some trading in now. It's like perfect.
Exactly.
What they needed, they got, you know what I mean? And I love it. So that's what I love about seeing you and having you in chat. You completely destroy it. So let's just get straight into it. And now, of course, knowing where you are, serving the country. So again, thank you for that as well, especially as long as you've been over there, boss. So amazing. But let's get into your stock trading background. What was the birth year, right? Essentially, when did you start stock trading? Your full journey. Were you gonna do any kind of investments first, or was it straight into penny market? Kind of tell us your journey and any of those kind of battles and struggles you faced early on.
Okay, so I first started in 2020 during the pandemic. There's a guy that I work with. He actually makes about $25,000 a week trading stocks. So he was always telling me, hey, I'm killing it. There's a couple inverse ETFs. He's actually really good. He's a guy I need to network with a little bit more, but he's retiring from the military, so he'll be gone soon. But he was making a ton of money, and he's kind of asking me, hey, do you trade? Why don't you trade?
Right, yeah.
Stuff like that. So I eventually went ahead and opened up a brokerage with Thinkorswim. One of the things I didn't know at the time, of course, there's a lot to learn in the stock market, is that Thinkorswim doesn't open till my time, 1 p.m. In the U.S. It's 7 a.m. Eastern time. So here I am, $5,000 in my account. I'm buying stocks or whatever, and I start trying to swing stocks.
Right,
you run out of day trades with $5,000. You start trying to swing, and then I get caught in a couple positions where I can't sell them until 1 p.m. And was taking a lot of big losses that way from trying to take swings when I was out of day trades and things like that.
Yeah.
And I think just like when I was, serving in the military, it was just a lack of discipline and also a lack of knowledge. I didn't know, certain brokers open up at 4 a.m., some at 7 a.m.,
yeah,
et cetera.
yeah. And we still get those questions in chat. Some still like, what, they want to know when, and they don't know. It's one of those, again, like you say, early things you figure out along the way.
Exactly. So 2020, I'm losing a ton of money. I actually lost about $20,000 to $30,000 in 2020 alone.
Wow.
I would make some trades, basically almost run out of money, have $1,000, $1,500 left. I would just throw another 2,000 in, trade with that, have a little luck here and there, hit a couple home runs. But through the lack of actual knowledge in the stock market and discipline and training, there was no way that was sustainable.
Exactly.
So 2021 rolls around. 2020, I found out about this group, Deckmar Trade.
Yeah.
This is actually one of the only groups I'm in. Been here about 2.5 years now.
Nice.
And I was always up in the pre-market, catching a lot of runners. Of course, 2020 was super hot in like March, April, May. There was all types of penny stocks, low floaters. It was low float mania, as I call it. Stocks were going crazy. Right. So, I did have some wins, but overall I was losing my losing my accounts.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And here's what I say most of the times early on. What I always say, here's how we grew it. We like you said, we usually funded it back up a little bit.
Exactly. It'd be looking all right. Like I'm up $1,000 today, but I just deposited,
exactly,
1,500. Right. So, but yeah, and then I started actually getting in the video library, checking in with some of your videos as well, looking at some YouTube stuff, reading books like one Tim mentioned. Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John Murphy. That's a great book. I would suggest it to everybody.
419
here in chat.
Say that again.
That's Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy.
Thank you.
And that's a great book. It's basically the technical analysis Bible. So I actually started to learn about support and resistance and flags, pennants, etc. Looking at the daily chart. When I first joined the chat, I had no idea what a daily chart meant. People were talking about the daily chart. And I'm thinking they're talking about just today. I'm like, there's nothing on here. Also, the VWAP, I had no idea what any of that stuff was, 2.5 years ago when I first started. So being around you, Deck, the guys here, J Trades, Mel, who gets up early in California. I don't know where he's living now. He moves around a decent bit, but so I actually started picking up and figuring out what you guys are doing when you guys said this is support, this is resistance, this is a key level, and it started to connect with my knowledge. And that was about April of 2021 last year.
Wow.
So last year I did make $23,000. I'm up 6,200 this year, but I haven't been able to trade as much due to traveling to for work and things like that. And the markets just haven't been as hot. I'm more of a breakout trader, long side, dip buyer. I'm not a guy that shorts a ton, and I'm not a guy that I used to buy at the top all the time. I'll be like, oh, this is breaking out. I had no idea to look left and see what the daily looked like, or even pull up the weekly chart or whatever the case may be. So I've through being here with you guys every single day, sometimes even on the weekends, and also education, I've been able to become a profitable trader during that time. And I wasn't an admin. Actually, I kind of just signed in one day. Dex telling me, "Oh, you're killing it. You're killing it. You saying you're killing it, etc."
Yeah.
I'm not the guy that always posts how much I made or lost, but I do post percentage gains, etc., things like that.
Yeah.
And I also don't alert every single play that I make because it's speculation.
Right. Yeah.
As an admin or someone that's respected in the group, I don't want to just be throwing everything that I may be getting in out there. Like I bought some 22 April 3.5 skills calls. I mean, those are I bought them for 29 cents, sold them today 57.58 cents. Almost double my money on those.
Right.
But I didn't alert that because a lot of people maybe would look at skills daily and think, oh, there's no reversal happening here. The stock is whatever, it's going down to 250.
Right.
So
I'm right there with you because there's a lot of alerts I don't want, and busy as we are a lot of the time, it's hard to do that when because it's mentally you trade, but then it's a lot of the time to go over here and want to put those alerts in. But you always want the best of the best. You want to make sure the alert you put in there you have 100% confidence in yourself that they're going to be able to profit as well. But then secondly, you're busy so much a lot of times you maybe even forget. And I could have put that in there. Whatever it is, you know what I mean. It is what it is. But yeah, I feel you 100%. The main thing is I just want to make sure every trader's that alert you get is going to be the best alert, and I'm not going to give you every single alert that I'm going to be doing.
Precisely. So yeah, that's how I got started essentially.
Where would you see that turnaround come, just real quickly? Because you're one of those ones which way faster than me. Once you got into it, really got the turnaround. It seems like overall, and again, it comes back to the two things. So, would you say it was where the turnaround came from? Was you putting the time and effort, like you said, screen time in, and figuring out what kind of trader you were and learning those things? And then secondly, what was the big epiphany, like if you could get to that, when it really all started clicking? And not say if it wasn't a certain thing, what was the time? Was it last April? Was it last January of 2021? But what was it that got you to that point? Was it that time that, the screen time, the experience, just, putting all that effort in? What was it that got you over that big hurdle at first, became a successful trader? And when do you think that was?
That was the middle of 2021. And I would say the education is key. I mean, you can't, if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know what the EMAs are, support and resistance, if you don't know what normally, what will happen 70% of the time in a pennant, what happens 70% of the time in a wedge, etc. What a falling channel is, what a rising wedge is, etc., then you're not going to be able to trade. First off, you may get lucky every now and then, but you're not going to be able to trade consistently and continue to have funds in your account.
Right.
And then also, I think just being around traders, being around you guys, online, that really helped. And also, I'm an impulsive kind of guy by nature. One of those ADHD kind of guys. Always played sports, basketball, football, track and field. So. I have quick reflexes, with the alerts, with everything. So I had to realize myself that a lot of times I was just jumping in these plays that were already at the top,
Right,
so
exactly, yeah.
they were already at the top. It looked, and I'm also a stubborn guy as well. So I'm the type of guy that'll sit there and say, well, this is, it did just crack 480. It was at 530, but real volume hasn't came in yet. The market hasn't even opened yet. So then I'm, and then I would hold and hope. And, I eventually realized like, that's not a strategy.
Yeah, right.
If you make a bad trade, keep your money. You can't trade if you don't have any money in your account.
Yeah.
You need funds to trade.
Where Active Trader was, they're going with the whole, remember he always puts the picture in chat with the, no, hope's not a strategy. Hope's not a strategy. Active Trader always shows that. But yeah, exactly. You got to know what you're doing. Don't want to hope. And that's what you do early on. You don't know the setups you're essentially attacking or wanting to attack. And even if you start kind of figuring out, I know what a bull flag, you don't know, like you said, the tendencies of them. You still don't know. You haven't traded them that much. Are you good at that setup? Are you not good at that setup? Like you said, I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm not a big breakout buyer. The only breakouts I ever buy are with the crazy movers, which really hadn't really seen many recently. That you just know it's just the gap halt strategy essentially.
Right, like a DWAC.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right. So.
Right.
I'm right there with you 100%. I just kind of want traders to I always call it relation confirmation of what you've gone through and what other traders most certainly have, struggled through. What would you say mainly that big struggle that you faced early on? Mine early on was, of course, the main thing a lot of them don't figure out, like we're talking about, becoming your own trader, what kind of trader you're going to become. But my big hurdle, even after I figured that out, was trusting myself and pulling the trigger. It took me going small share size and then getting those repetitions under the belt. So I finally started realizing, hey, I can trade with live money. That was my big hurdle to get over early on. What was your big hurdle that you kind of had to get over mentally, physically? Well, I say physically, but whatever it was in stock trading, not physically. Obviously, we would have known you would have had that part for sure.
Yeah, I have one hand. No,
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah.
I had to get over that physical restraint. But no, for me, I would say it would, because I have no problem pulling the trigger. That's my thing. I'm a trigger puller, So it was when the play went against me is cutting losses, before they run too hard. Cut them at 10%, cut them at $100, cut them at $50, whatever the case may be. Cut the losses, burn the trade.
Right.
Make another trade, but I would not cut losses quick enough, and I also wouldn't be willing to take a small profit if I saw a reversal happen.
Right.
I could see a big red wick, but not be willing to take the profit because it's not a huge profit.
Right. Yeah, it's not there yet. Yeah, I'm right there with you because that was the other thing that I say right there. I was the opposite, so I was scared to pull the trigger. But point being, the same thing when I tell a lot of traders, like earlier with CELZ with the bounce play, I did a small account challenge. I started taking profit because, again, realizing the resistance that it was forming in those upper shadows, so scaling out into those upper shadows before it cracked over, and then sticking to the stop loss. That was the one thing too early on where a lot of traders, that was the thing, they don't do that, unfortunately. Which we think there's I did the same thing. Oh, it's coming back up. Oh, it's gonna, there's so many things you tell yourself as if you're, again, you have a crystal ball, or I always say like you're Thanos and you've got an full infinity gauntlet, full infinity stones. You can do whatever you want. No, you can't.
Right.
And you can't just will that thing back up. So stick to the things that you create early on, and you'll be a more successful trader.
Right. You start telling yourself, oh, it's got 2 million in float. I should hold on, or this has 1,500 times the volume. It's like, well, it's still going down.
Yeah, right.
Or it's still going up in the case of a short.
Exactly. And so I know one of the things, 419 Tech, not going to probably, and that's fine. I'm not worried about you going over too much today. If there are questions, though, because I want people to ask questions. So then if you do want to go over there, any setups, though, that they do talk about, but team real quickly, I got a couple more questions here for Keith. Build up some questions for Keith. So anything you'll have for 419 Tech, anything you've been wanting to ask 419 Tech, start throwing in the chat right now. But so simply put, what 1-2 like me, I can tell you right off the bat. It's a trend line crack, it's a shelf crack. Going on my short, since I've been going to more of that short side recently, I'm going more to that Thanos and the dark side, with Darth Vader and the guys. But I also, like you, I know the light. I hang out with Goku, I hang out with Optimus Prime, so I'm hanging out with the going long and the bounce play guys. So you know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for bounce plays. I'm looking for dip buys. I'm looking for shelf cracks or trend line cracks. What is it day in, day out that you're most likely looking for with your setups with these plays?
I would say the first thing I look for is trying to get in plays early. Being a breakout trader or someone that likes to buy and hold for a few minutes, I want to get in early. One example I have from yesterday was Pali, P-A-L-I.
Right.
I alerted that one. I saw that PR. As soon as it came out, and I was in it at 95 cents, I sold at $1.30. I didn't have to do anything. Just go ahead, and I saw the PR right when it came out. I saw that it was a low floater. I saw the downtrend on the daily. So at 95 cents, as soon as I alerted, I went ahead and picked up some shares.
Nice.
On the long side, and I made 40 cents in
And you
a
do
few
that.
minutes.
That's what a lot of traders know. So I'll ask this real quick. So how, and before they even ask that, because here's what because you are so good. You and Mill are so amazing at getting in so fast with these alerts. How are you doing it? How are you getting in so fast, and what are you using alert or scanner wise to tell you, hey, of course it's news and PR, but what are you using to get that alert? And then what's your strategy upon getting in? And you since I have it up, you can use Pali, P-A-L-I, for an example, since I have it up. I already have it kind of pulled up, so you can kind of use an example, what you're looking for, getting in for the time frame, just all that kind of stuff. What scanner you use, what it is.
Okay, so I don't actually pay for any news. I get my news from Stock Titan, Thinkorswim, and then whatever is posted in the chat. If someone posts, a lot of times people will post just stocks and say, the headline. I'll find the actual PR and get the float and stuff like that.
100%. Yeah.
But I'm sorry. The question.
How do you get in so well, like with these alerts? Of course, I'll say you alerts, but you get in so fast with these news. So how are you seeing the news? Of course, that's what Of course, how are you seeing it? And then secondly, what's your game plan upon entry on all these breakouts? Like what's your game plan? Like yesterday with Pali, P-A-L-I.
Okay, so my game plan is to get in early and get out before the reversal. Get out before any sort of reversal. That's what I was able to do with Pali. But yeah, so for news, I use Stock Titan, I use Thinkorswim. But most of the plays that I find, I'm actually scanning for percentage movers or stocks that have a certain amount of volume at the hour mark. So when 4 a.m. rolls around, I have scans up to where if something gets 50,000 volume, I just want to know. There's not a lot of stocks at 4 a.m. that have 50,000 volume.
100%.
Same thing with coming around at 7 a.m. I may change it up to 100,000 volume. What has 100,000 volume in the last 11 minutes or so, and it's up, 5%. And then I start looking at those tickers, and I have my charts linked together in Thinkorswim where I can just type in the ticker for Pally, and I'll see the 1 minute chart and also see the daily, and then I already have the indicators on there, the 13 EMA, the 50 SMA, the 200 SMA. And then I just want to get out before a reversal starts to happen or looks like it's going to happen, or before the stock runs it to any sort of resistance.
Just so we know, what was your entry and exit yesterday on it?
Pally, I was in at 95 cents and I was out at 130.
Right. Perfect. And here's what I tell a lot of traders too, which happened with it was, and I'll go over it when we get done with the interview. It was ALLG. I was in it. I was just in the last session. It was a crack. I was wanting to alert, and I was wanting to go in short on it. But then point being, it happened, and I was telling them, I always talk about candle confirmation. So when a candle closes and open outside a certain area, you're good for that next leg up, whichever it's, or down, whichever way you're going. And so looking at where you got in there, even though yes, 10, 12 cents of the spikes already happened, look how much more there was to be had. And kind of like my short, what happens a lot of the time, you'll see that, like on the opposite side, you'll see the same thing, and it goes down more. So you just inverse this and flipped it upside down. When I get a crack, this happens a lot. And I'm like, hey, so what? I missed 10, 12 cents. Look how much more there was to run. Are you kidding me? So that's what I tell a lot of traders. I love your entry, by the way. And I love how I want to tell traders, don't worry about that sometimes when it's already kind of spiked up. Most of the time, team, there's way more room to be had once the confirmation, which was right here, took place, at least in my opinion. And so love the entry, love the price. Just want to see that real quick. So where you got in at, because I guess a lot of traders think you were in at 85 cents. Like as soon as it started moving, I'm like, team, I guarantee you a lot of the time, because I get that question, I get questions about you. I'm like, I can't do what he does. I'm not that good. I'm not, well, at least I'm not good, because you're good at what you do, right? I'm good at the trend line crack or whatever. You're good at this. But a lot of traders think you're in right there as soon as it starts spiking. I'm like, I'm sure he's not in right away. But you've got to realize, and that's what I'd say, even if you got in, that's why I'm giggling. It's like, even if you got in right there at the open and close of this candle, look how much more room there was to be had there. So, dude, you kill it. So I just want to see there. It kind of gives me goosebumps. I love it.
Yeah, and also some of it is familiarization. Like I know Pally is a stock that doesn't have much float because I've been looking at these different stocks.
Familiarity.
They pop up in my scanners. If I see ALF or something, I know, okay, this is a low float stock. If I see ESSC, costs, I don't have to really go and do a whole bunch of restock on 100%. The stock. So.
That's what I tell a lot of traders. The more you watch those stocks run and you've traded them before, seen them before, you don't have to do a lot of research. Research is already, it's stored up here essentially. And the more you start remembering that stuff and using that, because you don't want to always have to be going and go, oh, I've already looked at this float up. Oh, I've already looked at this float up. You should know after a certain amount of time, what that float is and continue to attack it. I just want to know what you did there on those breakouts, essentially what you're doing, kind of your thought process there and where to get in. And what was so right there, you said you got out about 130. Was that just a good enough profit? What was your thought process on the exit?
I'll have to pull up the chart.
You're good.
But I'm
probably
must have seen some sort of reversal happening.
I didn't know what it was.
No, I must have seen some sort of reversal happening. And I mean, and the profit was good as well from a 95-cent entry.
Yeah, right. Oh, and that's what if I go to past chart history, I see a major shelf here at 130. So that's why I didn't know if it was past chart history or what, maybe you saw a reversal maybe coming in that time for me. I just would, just kind of pick your amazing brain over there and what you saw.
No, that was enough profit. I do see around 130 it did bounce up off the VWAP, so that could have been it as well. Right, but I don't look to whole place for too long.
I just didn't know what it was you looked at when it started spiking. If there's a certain thing you looked at, and a lot of it was past chart history, or if if it was just certain movement that you wanted. I just I like picking the brain. I'm trying to learn from as many traders as I can, which I love. I love your alerts. They're freaking money. So
actually, right when I started spiking up, I had to step away. I was at work, so I did have an order set to sell.
Right.
So
there's a bit of what's funny too. I have to go back and look at that 130 area, then look at the bounce. And then I see a perfect bounce off the 130 area. Like you're talking about that with kind of the VWAP area. All right, so cool. Real quick, team. Let's get those questions in. I know those are your favorite. So what are your favorite setups? Just overall, you can just kind of name them. What are those favorite setups you're usually looking for? I know I kind of asked the question, but got that asked again from Alex Vaughn. Well, just generically, what are your favorite setups overall you're looking for?
I like to look for my favorite types of setups would have to be like double bottoms, triple bottoms on the daily. Stocks that have news and have that sort of setup on the daily. Because 2 or 3 bounces is better than one, or a stock that bounces off the VWAP 5 times is much better than a stock that only bounces off the VWAP two times. So triple bottoms, double bottoms, bull flags. I like to play bull flags on the 1 minute chart and for day trading purposes. But as far as overall, not so much, because for me, the stock has already gone quite a bit.
Gotcha.
So, and that's another reason for me to kind of be in and out quick because, both flags look nice. You can kind of tell, okay, it's made it through 3/4 of the triangle or whatever. It should be either breaking up or breaking down. You can kind of see that happening. But a lot of times for me, when I see a bull flag, I'll just, by the time the bull flags for me, it's a bit too late.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is, there's going to be some resistance, some selling, whatever the case may be. If it's a low floater, I'll give it a low floater or something with unusually high volume or a whole bunch of momentum and hype from whatever source, then I'll give it more consideration. But and like an illiquid stock that has a bull flag for me, I'm probably
right.
Not
exactly. 100%. Yeah. There's the same reason is, and hey, there's a chance for this to push versus there's a chance for this most likely just to crash back on down.
Right.
Let's see here. How long did I take? Let's see here. 419 sec. How long did it take you to get good at options? So I guess you do options, and how long did it take to get good at it?
I do options, but I don't know if I'm so great at it. I'm still learning.
Okay.
But I've been learning options for probably about a year now.
Gotcha. How? Go ahead. I didn't know if you were saying something.
I was just going to give an example for BBIG.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, not BBIG. Skills. Skills, I made a bunch. I doubled my money in 2 or 3 days on the 350 calls, which didn't even expire on April 22nd. Maybe tomorrow I could have tripled my money.
Right.
But simply enough, I saw the bounce on skills on the daily bounce at 207. $2.207 for me. That's a pretty good. Actually, it has about 3 bounces there. If you look at skills, you see a bounce on February 24th, a bounce on March 8th, and then the most recent one on March 15th. And then I saw, the green candles on the daily over the 13 EMA. The bodies on those candles aren't huge, but they're big enough to me compared to the other candles to where I could see that that's a momentum candle to the upside.
Right.
And on skills, we've had out of the last 5 days, or out of the last 6 days, we've had green 5 out of the last 6 days with the one red day that I see on the daily. So for me, that's a great setup. 3 bounces off of 207 on the daily and a couple green candles heading up over the 13 EMA with an increase in volume.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm showing it on the chat right now. If you can see what I have pulled up there on the Zoom or whatever, that's exactly what I have pulled up there to kind of has a perfect down. I mean, it's just beautiful buy right there. J-Trade's probably, I don't know if J-Trade's even saw that, but J-Trade's like, oh my God, how did I miss this downtrend? There's multiple areas right there to be, to see. I love what I love that. So that's what I'm trying to bring up examples for traders in chat, see what they'll be looking for right there. Beautiful reversal, 100%.
So I saw that one. I saw that the $3.50 calls had a pretty good open interest for next month for 22nd April. So, I took a bunch of them.
And then you got out, what price you get out?
I got out at 29 cents. I got them for 29 cents to contract, and I got out at around 57, 56 cents.
That's,
I scaled out.
Sweet. That's pretty sweet.
I had an order to sell at 58 cents since I got them at 29.
Yeah.
So, but
nice.
I was watching the chart, and I was like, it started to reverse, and it's still heading down now.
How do you deal, or how did you deal, and maybe still every once in a while if you have them, large losses? How do we deal with the large losses?
I don't take large losses that much anymore, but I used to deal with it by just depositing more money in my account. But in reality, large losses for me, no, I mean, honestly, that's what I would do. I would deposit more money into my account, which I don't advise.
Right.
But I never would. I would look over them, see what I did, and a lot of times it was I held too long when I should have took a small loss at 20%, or I didn't take profit when I had it.
Right.
So
Exactly.
But
I
don't really play the gambly type of tickers, the one that spike up like ALLG. I didn't touch that. The ones that just go crazy. What was it this morning? We had ZNet or something like that.
Right.
I think it was ZNet. It went crazy this morning, but I didn't touch it because it's just a gamble,
Right. Yeah.
And if you gamble, you get burned.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Yeah. I always call it technically sound. I don't know. Just what it fits my head right. My whammy and bang, all the stuff I say, but technically sound. I want it technically sound. If I see it, it's just match. I feel like I'm in the matrix and I'm like, I'm a part of the stock or whatever, I want to trade it. But if I look at it and I'm like, I'm not, just, you don't feel comfortable. There's no point to trade that. You feel gamble. You feel like you're risking. There's just not a good proper setup there. Favorite time frames and indicators that you use?
Favorite time frames. I mean, the daily. I think the daily chart is always a good indicator. Is there a double bottom? Is there a triple bottom? Is there some sort of resistance coming up?
Right.
How did this, the stock charts tell a story. How did the stock get to where it's at now?
Yep.
So the daily, of course, on the daily, the 13 EMA, 50 SMA, 200 SMA, what everyone uses. For breakouts though, on the 1 minute, I actually like the 13 EMA as well. So I do keep the 13 EMA on my 1 minute chart for day trading purposes because the 13 EMA for strong uptrends, in my experience, acts as a strong support and resistance line, just like the VWAP does.
Right. Yeah.
So if you see a stock that's well above the 13 EMA and the VWAP, for me, it's a. I mean, of course, it can get overextended, but for me, that's one of the most bullish signs that I can see.
Right. Gotcha.
So I like to keep the 13 EMA because the 13 EMA is on the 1 minute will be the 13 the EMA of the last 13 minutes. You know,
Right,
so that's for me.
Exactly.
For me, that's great for day trading purposes. I've experimented a little bit with the 9 EMA and the 20 SMA, but I haven't. For me, I don't know. They didn't work out for me so well.
I'm trying to make sure if there's any more questions here. I know I hate because I know I skipped through some though. Truth or not, are you trading under the PDT rule, or is I would imagine it is, but is you under the PDT or are you over the PDT?
I'm over the PDT.
Yeah. And how long did it take you? Because you kept refunding it. Let me just ask you that. Just when you started getting it, how long did it take you to kind of grow back over the PDT? When you of course we kept refunding it. What was that time frame of when you finally started getting it until you got over it, and then moving it up from there? Month, 2, 3, 4 months.
So I grew it over the PDT at the end of 2021, around December, and actually started being really profitable around May or June. So
Cool.
It took about 6 months to grow it.
And then we saw a lot of breakouts last summer too.
Exactly. I probably had about $7,000 in my account when between refunding it and things like that. Yeah.
Cool. I just want to. I love giving time frames for traders, so just so they know what to kind of maybe expect, and then what good traders can do if they really put their mind to it. They can really get. It doesn't take a year, 2 years. If you put the time in and really dive in deep, you can do some work in about 3 to 6 months. It doesn't take like me and I never gave myself the proper time, so that's why it took a year and a half or so to me really finally going, hey, you might want to sit in front of the screen all day. You can't just show up and think you're going to be here for an hour a day and really get it.
Right.
Miss Boss says, where does 419 Tech go to see the open interest for options? He told me once, but I can't find it in my bookmarks. Please and thank you. So where do you go to see open interest for options? Webull has it and Robinhood has it. So I usually just look there. You can just look at the open interest there. Most likely will have it.
Yeah, your brokerage will have it if they have options. Also, there's an app called Option Strat.
Cool.
And that'll show you the open interest for any strike, any options.
Alex Vaughn being funny, saying, what type of alerts you looking for? Who are your favorite traders in chat? He's looking for his own alerts. I'm going to say that right now. He's doing his own alerts. You're
all my favorite traders.
Yeah, right. There we go. Exactly. He's probably looking for Miss Bosses for sure. She's like, where's Miss Boss at? But yes, thank you, Miss Boss says thank you. So awesome. Yeah, any last questions, comments, concerns, anything else? Thank you seriously so much, 419 Tech, for coming over here and giving us your afternoon. I know it's later in the day over there. Dinner coming up. I already had dinner.
No, I'm not gonna have dinner. Actually, I have a basketball game tonight. Starts
nice.
at 8 p.m. So we're gonna meet at the gym at 6:30.
Sweet.
So I got about 40 minutes.
So probably a decent sized lunch then, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I had some homemade gluten-free pizza.
Good. Yeah, I remember this. Trust me, that's what I was like. I remember the athletic days. Not anymore, but I remember. I was like, I don't want to eat a certain amount of time until a big game or whatever. So what do you? So again with the basketball, what are you doing over there with the basketball?
I play in a German league.
Okay.
It's maybe like the 4th or 5th top league, so it's not so high. They don't pay us or anything. It's recreation. But we're 17-0, so we haven't lost a game. And
that's sweet.
Yeah, we have 2 more games left, so we're just trying to finish off the season strong.
I won't go into stats, but what position you play?
I play on this team. I play in the post.
Gotcha.
So I'm 6'4", so I play in the post and I rebound and
nice.
I'm the hustler.
I love it, man. Love it. Cool. Look at you. That's what I was loving the props in chat. Let's see. Pastor says, what are we looking for in open interest? So what exactly are you looking for when you're looking at those open interests?
So open interest is essentially it tells you how many contracts have been bought or sold on that option. So I would suggest looking for open interest over 1,000, or an open interest is headed to 1,000, because if there's not 1,000 contracts that have been bought or sold on that strike for that expiration or whatever, it's going to be hard to get out. So even if the stock runs up, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to get out or that there'll be buyers or sellers. But at 1,000, they're pretty liquid. It's easy. That's nice. Pretty easy to get out.
Exactly. I always come back to liquidity, which I tell most traders, but I want to get into options too. It's very, very profitable. Like you said, especially a short amount of time, it can be, and not have to go use a lot of your money. Essentially, you can go in small amount. Next thing you know, you've profited and made double your account in short of, I say account, but say you go in $1,000, $2,000 or $3,000 worth, you can easily double that in that day, or sometimes even shorter than that. Where'd you play?
Absolutely.
Real quick, D. Sarley wants to know where you played college ball. Did you play any big college ball anywhere?
No, I played in high school and then I joined the army at 18. So
Oh, okay, cool. Look at
I
you.
didn't pursue the
So
college route.
where just real quickly, where have you traveled to? I know you're in Germany now. So where have you traveled since you've been in the
I've been to
military?
Columbia, South Carolina, Augusta, Georgia. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been living in Germany for 4 years now. Kuwait, and I mean I travel all around Europe.
Right.
France, Italy, Prague. Going to London.
Right.
Just wherever.
That's beautiful, man. Love it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of
lovely.
inspiration for sure. You being in chat, being over, and that's being able to travel like that, such an inspiration for a lot of traders, man. So seriously, thank you so much for coming on. This wasn't so bad, was it? I told you it'd be over before you knew it.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Whew, man. Thank God you guys aren't as hard as you are sometimes in chat.
Oh man, well good. Yeah, everyone loves it. Thank you so much. And say I may have missed how, but okay. How did you? Oh yeah, Green Trader just wants to know. I'm sure just because you wanted to. How'd you get into option trading?
Same way I got into stock trading. I heard you could make a bunch of money doing it, and I jumped in and lost a bunch of money. I had no idea about open interest. I had no idea about being able to tell theta, gamma, beta, being able to tell if the stock price goes here, how much will your option contract be worth? If the stock goes down, how much will the option contract be worth? I had no idea that a lot of times at the beginning of the day with options, people will write options and they'll price them super high. You'll buy those options at the beginning of the day, and then by the end of the day, they can literally be worth nothing.
Yeah.
So, just trial and error, and also just learning, research, YouTube, etc.
Pretty much like stocks, essentially. How you got into penny stocks and learn. Just hey, I'm gonna move on to a new thing and learn. Kind of like me with I guess a trend line. Me wanting to short, going hey, because what's so funny, I always did those alerts that I on YouTube or Instagram, like point me out, and even in chat, like hey guys, the more it tests this support, it's gonna do what? Finally, one day it's like smack me in the head. I'm like, it's cracking, it's going down. It's like you've been alerting shorts for, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things you figure out and move on trying to get good at it. So, well, man, good luck
Short
with your game
support
tonight. Do what?
I said short below support.
Yeah, boom. Because now you know you're safe because it's going to the next area. Exactly. I'm a safe trader. So me and you, I have a feeling would get along. I'll run point, you run the low. Even though I'm like 6'3", 6'2", so hey, be a big tall point, big guy down low. They wouldn't know what to do with us. We'll put Deck in the middle too. Deck's like 6'3", 6'4", so have a good game tonight, man.
Unstoppable.
Get 18. How many games are in the season?
It's usually 19 or 20. Ooh. Some were canceled due to COVID. Yeah, some were canceled due to COVID. We actually have 3 this week. We had one Sunday. We have one today. We have one Saturday because they got canceled and they rescheduled them for this week.
So hopefully going for that undefeated season is what I'm saying. You're almost there.
Yeah. Our best player is out, though. He averages 30 points a game, but we won without him. Yeah, we won without him on Sunday, 66-44. So nice. we should be good.
Yeah.
We have a good team, good system.
Yeah, we only won by like 18 without him or so. We should be all right.
Yeah, no big deal.
Have a good rest of your day, boss. Thank you so much for coming over. As you can tell, everyone else appreciate you so much for doing this. And yeah, we'll see you over in chat tomorrow morning. I know you'll be killing it in pre-market, so I'll see you then.
Perfect. Catch you guys in pre-market. Thanks,
boss. Have a good one.
Ciao.
Bye. Thank you again. Seriously, thank you so much. Thank you again. What a man. 419 Tech. All right, cool. So the crypto and coin investments lesson, team. Something I've been wanting to get into for a while. I know, Deck doing last week with his investment lessons, always going over different ways to make money. This is something I wanted to get into. I've dabbled into crypto here and there. My friends more so than me, and I've asked them questions over the years, and they really say to Josh, I've learned a lot from what you've taught me, and put that right into the crypto world. And so I'll teach you what I've not only done, and that, like I said, what I'm teaching here in chat every day, you're going to really pretty much implement that over in the crypto world. And secondly, the coin, and like I love doing for searching for coins. That's something, back in the day, coins or cards I looked at all the time. And there's things that you can do your own and in your own time. And now, of course, I doubt a lot of people are going to be looking for coins, but if you ever get that time too, or maybe you get older, you just use these, and it's very simple stuff, but maybe you do want to look for coins every once in a while, and their coins are very valuable. Maybe you stumble across, maybe your family has some, but maybe you stumble across some, maybe your family has some, your friends have some, they don't realize how valuable they are. Just say, hey man, let me take a look at those. Oh dude, those are just some pennies, let me have them. Maybe talk your way into just getting them just because they are pennies, but they cost thousands, or maybe hundreds of dollars. But I just want to get into both sides of where I've made money besides just in the stock market. And so this is one of the couple of the other areas, and they both are coins, right? Coins you can really hold, the old school kind of coin and the new kind of coin that everyone wants, Bitcoin, so on and so forth. So let's get into these. So first things first, I want to go over a few of these that you can see kind of the range where you watch, say, Avalanche, or you watch Solana, you watch Terra. Just go on a Terra, right? You go from 64 cents to $92, 77 cents to 100. You go to 460 to 90. We know what Bitcoin and Ethereum have done. They have gone crazy. So those are big time, tickers that I've been a part of over the years. Of course, last year in Dogecoin, everyone was in the Doge. So that's way part of the past, and that's probably not going to spike again. That was kind of more like a fad and a trend that we're going to see, kind of like GameStop, AMC. That lasted a lot longer, as you can tell. But those little trends and fads that last a little longer, that maybe, like I said, you go into Saturday Night Live, and Elon Musk is kind of, and then that was the top of, and it dumped from there. But if that's what you're buying into, it's more of a pump and dump type play, not something that's going to last forever, something to look into. And so you're going to want to look into trades or to tickers, or I should say I'm always thinking of stocks, but you're wanting to look into coins essentially, and crypto that has moved. You always are looking for that next mover, 100%. And I'll kind of get into my last one at the very end that I think is going to maybe make the next big move. But you're always looking when they first come out, and you're just watching them. You're not trading them day in, day out. These are more for investments, type of a mentality. You want to get in, find a good area, and you're going to hold that area, hold that play for weeks, months on end, most likely, at least weeks for sure, till you see a nice, good return. And because that's usually what happens. It is not day trading. You're not going to get those returns typically within days. It's going to take a week or two or longer. And so those are just some of the ones that I've been into. And let's go ahead and just really what I want to do next is that very same thing. If I can minimize this quickly, go over here to the next page, and you can see I'm going to go through some of these real quickly. So here we go. Let's pull this over here real quick. So we'll pull this up and kind of go through these, and I don't want to tease it. That was maybe my XRP, but I like XRP maybe for a move up. But I want to get into just a lot of these. I'm not going to go over to Bitcoin. I think we've all looked at Bitcoin. We've all seen Bitcoin and how it's moved. To me, there's really no reason to go over it. Now, if you want to look for investing on Bitcoin, I'll kind of dive into it. So I want Bitcoin. So if you want Bitcoin, even though I doubt there's many people out there that have $38,000 and some change to just get one Bitcoin. But it's the same type of mentality when you kind of go back through Bitcoin or what you're looking for in the rest of these plays, or any of these coins. You're looking over key areas like stocks. And so right here is just a beautiful example of what I'm talking about. So you see this top here right around 12K. And so when you see a top that's being built over time, what's going to happen when you get over that next leg usually. You get a breakout, right? And so that's what we're looking for. And no, not typically maybe the third touch breakout type, which did happen here. So, third touch breakout. kind of in a way. If you want, that's kind of 1, 2, and 3-ish already. If you just want to consider the top area, it is maybe just 1 and 2, and this is the third one that comes through it. The main thing is you're just looking for a breakout over a resistance area that you can see being built up around that 12, 20, that area, right? And then you get the next leg up. And that's what I'm going to do with each and every one of these, and where I actually got in on these trades and what you're going to be looking for. And then for same thing. Not only when they first come out and say, okay, I've missed my big run, where's a pullback area? Then secondly, what do I need to look for the next time a big run is made? What am I looking for? And the main thing you're looking for in each and every one of these, and you can just go back and look at, I love diving into these really at the beginning. And when I started getting involved in these more so, which was last year, which you can tell, say right here with AVAX. I loved AVAX last year. this movement, and I know I don't like this charting as much over here on TradingView, but it's just a simple one, so I can go through each and every one of them. But this is one of the one I use most because I don't really care about day in, day out charting. I'm not worried about, here's what's happening today. I'm just taking a glance at it, finding an area I like and getting in. So breakout areas, right? So early on with AVAX was this first top right here. As you can see that I kept going back to this, and I just called it $14. Man, if this ever gets over 14, I'm taking this in for a ride on the next level up. And I just took it to 20. I took it literally from 14 to 20 team last year. This is when I first started getting into these, and everyone told me, Josh, you need to hold for longer, and I didn't. And I was a little scaredy cat, and I got out, and this then it went to ripping, right? Just goes to ripping. If I can zoom out a little further here, but you can see here, just goes to ripping fully up to 50 something right after I got out. I mean, I get out here at 20. I mean, I held this thing for maybe what? How long did I hold this for? Like probably 3 days, maybe. I was like, yeah, I'm already getting my return. I'm out. I got it in like 3 days, right? I was thinking I'm gonna have to hold it for weeks, and that's what I'm saying. You're gonna maybe every once in a while run into one of these, like in the stock market, where you get a bananas mover and you're like, oh my god, hey, I should have held longer, or B, wow, here it goes, here comes my big runner. I was a part of the first part of the move, right? Over this 13, and it was really like 13.5. You could tell where the resistance area was. I just want to be clean cut and get in at 14 plus. And I got in right as it started breaking 14 one day. I had an alert set on my phone, and then I just got in very small, just $1,000 worth essentially, and had that ride up. And that's how I did it first. And that's what I tell a lot of traders to do, like even when they invest in real stock market. Go small at first. Don't go big. Don't go throwing your whole account at it too, because then you may not have any money to trade it elsewhere. So have a separate account set up, whether it's Coinbase. I like Coinbase. I'm not going to tell you where you need to go where you need to invest your money at. There are many places. It's very easy to tell you, go to Coinbase. We can have many lessons on where to go put your money at. Robinhood's a simple one. Robinhood's very sketchy though too. So Coinbase is a simple one, very easy to use, but there's many out there that you can use to get in and out of your trades, and a lot of them have apps that you can use as well on your phone. And so I'm not going to tell you who I don't care who you use. That's here nor there. I'm telling you areas what to look for. And first and foremost, it's breakouts. When these things break out over certain key resistance areas, they go on a tear on the next leg up. And so I was a part of this small little run of $6, and it went on a freaking tear of 25 plus more, right around 20. I should say right at 25 more, 35 more, I should say, from 20 to 55. And of course, literally, if I just would have held it for another, 4 or 5 more days, I would have been super banking with just $1,000 worth. That would have turned in from, say, a $5,000 investment, return. It would have been a massive return, like 40,000, 30, whatever it would have been. At least 30, 40,000 if I would have held it just a tad longer, and that's fine. But I just, again, early on wanted to get little small chunks of runs. And so now let's go back through this, and I'll zoom in. I hate that it does this, and so let's catch back up to now and go. Okay, well, cool, AK. What about areas to look for dip buys? Where do we want to get in so this comes pulling back? Well, you can see a nice good area always built, and these are never as clean cut as stocks for the most part when these pull back. But you can see in anywhere from, say, the 22, in my opinion, and I'm thinking the same thing, and I want it. This ever somehow gets back to 20, what's called 22, 25, to 25, and 25 is when I'm going to start getting in again. That's what I want for a pullback, for a move to back up to the top part of this channel at 37. That's what, just like stocks team, you're looking for the same thing, but you're thinking for more area. The area is not as, it's not like, like when I say the 225 area or 220, it's more like a 2, like as in you can see, it's more of a 25, it's more of a $2 to $3 range. It's going to be a bigger range area, but you're in it for a longer period of time. So it's okay. You're good with getting in anywhere. If it settles in here for a minute or two, we know the return area back up. We can see anywhere from, say, 33-ish up to 37, 38. You need to start locking some in. Now, maybe I never get that. It just goes on the next tear up. Well, look at this shelf that's being built right now. So cool. Go on a tear up to 52 to 55 again. Then I'm going to look for the dip buyback of where? Back off this little area at 35, 36, 37. Using it just like stocks team. We're not going to change the game here and make things any more difficult than they need to be. We're going to keep things real simple here and trade things like we see in the stock market, because that's what we are doing and what a lot of these guys are doing. They're just it's just investments, right? These are just long-term investments really in the end, more so than day trades. And so we can go back to, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Sol. Another one early on, same type of situation, team. Now this one is pulling back a little bit further, and just real quickly, you can see this one's on a tear back. And I've been loving this area, and I did not think it was going to get back here, but I'm going to keep an eye on this, and I'll start alerting this soon. If this gets back to $71, team, right where this dip was, right around 70, 71, I'm going to be getting in this for sure for a move back up, easily to 85, if not close to the $100 range. You can see these dip buys are, nice, good, areas on the way down here from this, almost looks like a scary creature, or maybe it's a fire that's going on, almost looks like a fire. But you're looking for dip buys, right? And if that area fails, that's fine. I'll get out of it, once it relatively maybe cracks the 67 area. I can tell it's not going to bounce. I did not. I doubt it ever gets there. But 50, you kidding me? If it gets back to 50, I'm getting off this shelf. But let's go back early on. So that's the bounce areas moving down. Let's see how this moves up. And you're going to go back to XRP and kind of see the same movement I saw with it. Now, XRP's taking a little bit more of its sweet time. But as we know, last year was one of the main reasons why a lot of these went bananas here. Was because 2021 was like the year for crypto. A lot of it started, and you can see where I'm about to start, where I got in, which all of my investments were in February. So I see this early movement. I'm like, man, this is nice. I like how it's already got a shelf being built right here. If I can get a dip buy off this 385-ish, $4 area, I'm going to go in. Go in long. It never does. And so now by the time, when I'm when I'm looking at it right here going, it's just not going to happen now. And this is when I'm really now, and again, set an account aside for cryptocurrency. Don't have two different accounts. I'm going back to that again. Have your own crypto account set to the side. So I set aside $5,000 to play with crypto last year. Hey, you know what? I'm going to set $5K over to the side. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of get in and out of these plays, within 4 or 5 days. Maybe hold them for a week, maybe hold them for 2 weeks. That was really my goal at first. A lot of them, I wasn't holding them nearly as long as I wanted to because the movement last year was very volatile compared to what we're seeing so far this year, right? Last year was a year for crypto. So let's get back here. If I can zoom in. Come on, we're trying here. There we go. Let's make this a little better. And so we can see where I'm starting to get in here. Went a little too far right there. That was my bad. So right here, now we're back. All right, mid-February, right? So this is when I started trading. As you can tell a second ago, I was in AVAX first, and at the same time, I wanted to try to do both, but I didn't want to be two at the same time, so I waited for the AVAX move. Wasn't in it very long, right? So it was right around right here that I got into over this shelf. Same thing, same breakout mentality, and I wanted to move over 10. I was like, okay, should I wait for, the 925 break? I want to break over 10. If this breaks over this area to U-shaping real well, I like this little, this movement up that it's had. So like a break over 10, definitely getting in. Well, I got in over 10. Then I got kind of scared here for a minute. 100% on the 20th. I almost got out of my position. It came down, as you can tell, it hit pretty much 10 on the dot. And then exactly like I wanted and thought I was going to get initially, it just took literally one extra day of scaring AK in the butt. Out the butt, whatever you want to call it. I was scared though, definitely, but I was scared for sure. And then boom, the next 2 days you can see boom, 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 and then actually held it. I think I held it for a week or so. I didn't get this tip top part. I sold somewhere here in the 14s. It was one of these days. I can't remember in the 14s, but held it for like I wanted. I ended up holding it for about 2 weeks and actually was like, wow, I was proud of myself. I held that for a few weeks or a couple weeks, I should say. And got about $5 movement or $4 or $5 movement out, almost $5. And so, but then again, what happened right afterward? And then I'm like, oh, I just want to have a little longer. It goes, that's when we saw the real tear starting to come. And that's when, of course, I got out of, this was already out of this play and we started looking at lower price stocks that I could get a lot of share size in, like Doge and a lot of the other tickers that moved. But you can just see over key areas. Here's just another example. Look at this prime area that was built, and when we push over it, I'm not saying it was prime, but that high of day area, I keep looking at this intraday, but that high that was built, look what happens when we go over it. Every time a high is built on a lot of these, when they start tearing, that's why I want you to find these early on, team, because the sooner you can find these early on, the better you're going to be you will be as a trader and be able to get these moves in and actually be a part of them. And now it's hard to catch them. Now last year that's why last year was a lot. We saw a lot of big moves because we saw a lot of these that were just released and say the previous 7 months of the previous year or two, so they're relatively new and had a lot of movement to be had last year, right? And so same right here is another one that I love, Luna, the same type areas, right? So you can see here's when I was in my first two, I was in AVAX, and then was sold, and then right around right here, now I'm freed up with some of my my movement, my equity that I had for more crypto movement because I'm out of my SOL play, SOL. And so I'm looking. This is when I started finding and liking because it hasn't gone up a lot yet. And so around the same time as Doge and the same time as everything that was kind of ripping last year, this goes on a rip. But I was already in a lot, I was already in the plays, and this already kind of made the runs. Like, I want a pullback area. Well, what happened last year? We saw a lot of stuff dip back hard. And so what I did when this came back, and I had to ride it for a while. Look what happened. This came back last year, team. Look at the beautiful support. This is one of my favorite trades I was in right here. Was right here with Luna. So Luna comes down again. Never went in big with a lot of these. Just about $1,000 investment most times. Of course, Doge was a lot more. Of course, I had $5,000 account. That was about 6 cents when I got into that. Rode that up to, was scaling out along the way. 20-cent area. I remember selling some 50 cents, 70 cents. I don't think I got any of the 70-cent areas. My point when it kind of topped out when Elon was on Saturday Night Live. I did see it dumping off at that time frame, and that's when I was like, oh my god, this is dumping. It was in like the 60s, and that's when I dumped. I literally sold the rest of my Doge, whatever you want to call it, coin last year, dog coin, whatever you want to call it. Sold that last year when Elon. That's when I sold the rest of it. I didn't have much left. I was like, you know what, this is tanking hard. I really don't have a good feeling about this continuing up as much as this is dumped already. This is not a good sign. I wanted this to spike when Elon went live. He went live and it took a while. It took about 30 minutes. But it started right when he went live. Right when he started going live, it was already going down pretty good. And then about 30 minutes in, it really started hitting off hard. It's like, I'm out. I'm not holding. This is not good. But that was around the same time. Okay, let's go back to this though. That was in that one in April through May, right? April through May. He went live. I think it was I forgot what, it was May. I forgot when in May last year, but remember he went live on Saturday Night Live, Elon Musk did, and that's when Doge took the skyrocket down, so then boom, I'm out of it. And so the next one I'm in, now let's fast forward to Luna. So we went from AVAX to Sol to Doge to now over to Luna here. So Luna's going to be my next one that I'm in, and I see this high area right here. I can't want to say high of day. I'm always thinking of intraday charts, but I see 22 as a high, and I'm going, if we can get over 22, going to be on our next leg up. And I already saw this kind of moving, right? And so that was the first area I'm looking at. But then this starts skyrocketing down. I'm at everything, like I was saying with Doge to Bitcoin, everything is just kind of moving back at this time. Some of them harder than others. And I was like, okay, hey, if we get a dip, if I can get this back to $5, $6, and I got in at 6. I thought 6 was a good low price, and it went a little lower. And so I kept averaging these 2 days, knowing there's no way this doesn't come back up from falling down from say 16 back up. And I thought my 10 was my main first goal when I was averaging in. Go, if I can just get back to 10, I've averaged in my full account almost now this crypto. I don't want this to be the end of my crypto journey that started off so well, and it's kind of, here we go, I'm doing the scaling in thing to my full account size, with the admiration. And there's no way this is dumping back anymore. This is going to see a bounce at least back up to this 10ish area, this little shelf that was built somewhere in here, and same right here, same kind of thought process, 875 roll to 10. So those two little shelves had 3 on the way up, 1, 2, and 3 that I wanted to get back to. Well, I held. Nothing was going on here. I'm like, well, I guess I'm just going to hold this through the summer. This is going to be my crypto play essentially through the summer. And it surely was, because I had to hold, and it did not. I didn't hold. No, AK didn't hold through the end of August like you wish AK your boy would have done. But once it started getting back to, and I wanted it back to this 10 area at most. It did it in like this 2-day span. I was like, yes, because I saw this first little crux, and it got back to it a couple different times. You can tell. See, look at this team. Just like stock market. Look how this hit right here is resistance. When we came back up, resistance fell down. Came back up, resistance, and tried to fail again, but we pushed through. And that's when I started selling, was this day when we were pushing through to 10. I was like, okay, half my share size, I am out of this now. I cannot believe I've been in this long. Very first day, where is it? Yep, very first day of August 1st, I'll never forget, sold this at the $12 mark area because it was right after that, the rest of August, it seems like this just ripped, because where's the last day of August? August 31st. It just ripped. It just ripped the rest of all. I was like, every one of them. So if you want to take AK's lesson here too, on top of the fact, because I got some good areas of where to get in, just hold longer than AK holds. That's the key for also on this lesson, team. But you can just tell the areas to get in. It's not, honestly, it's not hard, team. Wait for pullbacks to nice, good support areas. Wait for breakouts of over clear resistance areas, as you can tell. And when we get over those, look, we failed at this area twice, actually. Didn't quite fail at this area. We kind of failed more so at this area, at the bottom part. As you can tell, see where it came down the support? That was the failing point. So it's kind of in between the two, in between the high and the high here. Then we ran for more, and then we kind of ran into this congestion, but for not for long, and look what happened. And that's why I was really looking at, and I want to get back in. I was like, don't do it, Josh, just don't do it. But over this high that I kept looking back, and now back to that 22 area. Look how when we skyrocketed to that, we went $8 in a day or two. I think it was 2 days we went $8, and I was like, I knew I should have done it. I knew I should have. God, I knew I should have. That was the first area I looked at, originally when I found the play. Right after I got out of Doge, and then, so it is what it is. But you find the areas, and I just want you guys to see, it's not hard. It's really simple. It's find bounce plays back down at support, or rips past the highs. Whatever the highs are, especially the high that it's created, it will rip past those areas. I mean, right here's a high that's created. Look how it rips right past it, $6. You know, when you create a high, you rip past it ultimately most times with these tickers. And you can see over time a lot of them, if you just hold and hold and hold, you really end up doing well. Now, of course, you can see recently, and I'll kind of fast forward here, we have another crazy February most recently, and that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I saw a few of these going nuts again recently. As you can see, this went from 50 to 100 in, a matter of, 2 or 3 weeks here. So a nice good rip. Another one from Luna. And where to look for a bounce play, team? Oh, I'd be going back down, and same with AK. I'm looking at $55 down to about 50 for Luna for a dip buy. So if this ever gets back down to 55, that's where I want for a pure nice dip. I want to be safe with my dips. I'm not going to go up here and go, well, and I do. I like 70, 75, 70. But that would be more of a day, you're in and out within 2 or 3 days. And it's going to come down. It's going to give you a rip and bounce back up, and then it may fall down even more and harder. So you have to keep your eye on it. Where I'd rather get in lower, hold it for 2, hold it for 3 weeks, hold it for. If I can hold it for, like last year, I held Luna for a matter of months till it did rip, in, and like I said, I'm like, heck. And then I look back, I'm like, like I said, days after August 1st, going, I held to August 1st. How did you not hold any longer? You held this thing for about 3 months, 2.5 months. How did you not hold any longer? It is what it is, though. But I want you guys to look at the same thing. Find your good areas of support and bounce play opportunities, whether you see this, whether it's coming down to 50. Maybe you want to come down. I even like this shelf right here at 45, right? So 50 to 45 is where I'd be getting in on this big time. You ripping past 100, you can tell us, and that's the high, and we've double topped there. Team, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to go bananas over 100. It's going to fly up to 110, 120, 130, 140 maybe even. So just keep those on mind. Same thing with, and I won't go, get back into, much more ether, I know, or urethrium, however you want to say it, but it has been rolling big time. Same thing with last year. This is one I barely got in and out of. It was early. This was actually my first one. Never got into Bitcoin. It was already up too high for me. But same thing back. This was my first when I started dabbling in it. When I first opened my account, was this right here with a 480 mark. And you can see back in November of 2020 when these were ripping. This was my area, and this is when I started realizing, and traders that were coming to me were literally saying, AK, Josh, just use what you've implemented to me. I went over to crypto. I'm making tons of money now, and it's a little more simple because you're doing long-term holding, but it's the same thought process. So find your areas, and when you break out over them, that's the kind of the two that were taught to me from my 3 friends that do this more often, way more than I do. They said, dude, stick to the tops and find your areas and watch for breakouts over them, then watch for pullbacks to those tops, especially if they were heavily created. A lot like you do in the stock market, man. I'm like, really? And they're like, really? I was like, okay. And then they just show me this. Like, look at this top. Look at the breakout above it. Look at this top. Reigning resistance. Look at the breakout when we got above, and I'm like, I'm like, whoa, that is. And they were saying, especially when you see a high, then a pullback. Not like high, that it's harder to break. We see a high, then a pullback. When we break it, then you see a high, then a pullback. When you break it, you see what I'm saying? And so that's what I always look for. So I look for a high to be set, get a nice good pullback and a dip if I can, which in this, like say this one I wanted for 285 last year. It was my first dip I wanted. It never came down, kept trending up. I'm like, well, 285 is not happening now. I'm watching for this to break out over 475 and I'm getting in, or 480, I should say, 480, and I'm getting in. And I always go with higher areas. And so when it went over, I think the high there was what? I think it was around the... I don't think it got all the way up to 470 or 480, I should say. It was like at 476 or 477. So I just always go a couple of dollars over it just to be safe. And of course, this is the one time where it actually bit me in the butt, where it wasn't this day, but it was this day. I'm like, okay, we're clearly over 480, opening, closing candles, we're good to go. And it came down, this one kind of started scaring me, started coming down, like, okay, we cannot, get back under, say about, and I was thinking in my mind, say 460, because I went super small in on this. I only went in with a $500 investment, very small, just to test the waters, and then ended up being right. Got to be patient, because my patience game had already been manipulated and worked into the stock market game, so I already knew to hold and be careful and to wait. In this game, just go, hey, just like stocks, you got to give it some time, give it some breathing room. Give it, you're only in, a $500 investment. That's not a lot. Give it to about this 460 shelf, 457 shelf. It cracks back below that, like it did below. Maybe it does it again. It's done, right? If we keep doing this, it may crack real hard, and so it can go all the way back down to 435, which you don't want to be a part of. You're in at 480. And so I was good, only came down about 470, and then whammy. I was like, oh, wow, they were right. because I was messaging them. Of course, I was probably annoying to them. Like, dude, you go live for stock trading. And I know, but I'm a newbie at this. You know, I'm like those guys that hit me up and like, hey, there's always a newbie, and I want, you know, just like I would treat them with the utmost respect. You know, treat me with respect. Just let me know I'm right. But they were, you know, of course, I'm sure I was annoying, but they were like, dude, you're good. Of course, I sell somewhere in the 500s. You know, probably was only at maybe $30, $40 at most. Sold somewhere in the low 500s. Of course, look where it does rip to, and then look where it ultimately rips to. And I was laughing because this is when I really opened up my account. It was right after January of 2021 last year, and I'm like, God, that was one. And it just kept doing it. As in stocks I kept getting into, which is fine with me. Every one of them, team. Let me look at the run. Here's the break area I wanted to get into, and you can tell it's all the way back to it. Yeah, the 480 break. You can see the resistance right there, the 480 break. And you can come back to past chart history and see what I was looking at even right here, right? And going, okay, well, we've had this top. Maybe if we get over 500, I'll be golden. And that's what I want to get to with some in the low 500s. And then this ends up happening, but even more so. I'm like, no! And then it happened however many more times. So just find the areas, team. Hopefully that kind of helps you out. If there's any questions to ask me real quick on the crypto side, team. Do you have any questions about where to invest, what to be looking for? And XRP is kind of my next one, team. So XRP, I have been in this for quite a while now. XRP has been in one since, what the heck? Computer real quickly there. I don't care about it. 30-day free trial. I'll just use this whenever I want it. Anyway, team, but this is one I've been in since early. Again, this was probably the most recent ones I got into, which was last year after I got out of, which you can see in August here. This was down at a nice good dip area, and so I missed this dip, and I was kind of annoyed. So August 1st was when I got out of my Luna trade. And after I got out of my Luna trade, this is the next one I've been in since, and I've gotten out multiple times, and I've been in right over this area, and now we're back to it. And so you can just see, and I like this area. If it gets back a little bit lower, which it did at 60 cents, this is where I did actually kind of load up a little bit more on my share size. But again, when this ripped up to say $1, $20, $30, because this was my goal, somewhere in this area, I was taking some off the plate in here, you know, in the September range. And then when it started dipping back down last month, I was kind of adding back up here at the 60-cent range. And so now we're moving back up again in this downtrend, waiting for the downtrend to break. We get back to $1, and this thing spikes over $1. I'm easily going to see $1.20, most likely $1.30. We get back over this $1, and this is why I want to show you guys as in the ultimate next ripper. Watch for this over the $1.90 mark. This could be the one that moves to 5 and 10 next. And we've seen all those other ones I just showed you. You know, I'll go back. I'll bring up the slide list again. All of them started in the cent range, right around $1 or less, and they all moved up to $100, if not more. You know, you've seen recently where they moved to. These early ones that I've been into right here, where they started off, as you can see, they started off at way down here, way down here in the cent range, and then you can see what they end up running to over time. And so that's why some of these, as you can tell, kind of remind me of XRP, where it goes up and then comes down. And you're like, okay, it's probably never going to do anything, blah, 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 blah. And then, whoop, out of nowhere, just goes crazy. And so that's why XRP is one of my top ones to watch for you guys over this area of 190. We get over this $192 area. I'm telling you, team, this is going to move straight to 5 and 10. I promise you within a month. So keep XRP on watch for sure. All right, team. I think that helps you guys out, hopefully on the crypto side. Now, let's move over into maybe a little bit more of the boring part of this lesson, which would be let's get into it here real quickly. The coin version. Yes, that's right, the real coin. Proof versus uncirculated coins. What's the difference? And we're going to get into what kind of coins to be looking for. The main thing, too, team, if and when you ever do want to look for coins, and I know I kind of laughed, and I'm like, what's the dork moment of the day here? Well, I like to be a dork, though. Come on here. You want to look for these things cost lots of money, especially if you have them in your family, or if they've been passed down to you, if you want to go out and try to find them or stumble across them. But the main thing, if you're ever looking at them, you want a magnifying glass that's about 6 times. 4 or 5 works pretty good, but once you get to 6+, you get to one that's at 10, especially, you won't miss any of the little small details that you need to be looking for. So, uncirculated versus proof. There you go. So those are the main things you need to be looking for. And of course, the main thing's proof. I don't know if Doc Savage is in chat today, but Doc Savage went over this recently as well, having a lot of those gold proof coins. Those are what I have. They're very beautiful. They're double struck by US Mint. They're hand polished. They're super pretty. They're a lot smaller in production size. Those are the top 3 things I would be looking for, that you're going to be looking for. But you know, when you see one versus a normal coin, you know, you'll see one that you're going, wow, why is that so pretty? There's a reason why. It's a proof coin versus something that you would just see on the ordinary average day. But these are the main things you're kind of looking for on either side, and you can kind of tell why proof coins are caught. The main thing, why? I mean, because they're double struck, and they're very limited. They're very rare. There's not many of them made. And then on top of the fact, when many of them aren't made, we see what a lot of people do with coins. They just throw them out. They may not even realize they've got a coin that is very rare in their pocket or in their hand that you've gotten from the store. You may that's the thing. People that use cash deal, team, I'm telling you, traders, I've gotten a couple where I'm like, oh my God, Avery. And she's like, what? I'm like, has no idea. I'm like, this coin's actually worth like $5-10. And I know that's not a lot, but it's crazy to think you'll have all of a sudden a nickel or a dime or a penny in your hand, and it's worth usually quarter, because they're bigger and people love quarters or $half when they see them. So you're very rarely going to get a quarter or $half. That's rare. It's usually going to be a penny, a dime, or a nickel, and you'll maybe run across them when you get it from your local convenience store when you get some change back, and you're going, wow, this nickel or penny just turned into 5, 10, maybe 20,000. I say 20,000, but maybe $20, maybe $100. Very rarely you get the super rare ones that turn into $1,000 or $2,000, but still, even if you have a penny that turns into $5, $10, that's pretty darn cool. Even if you don't want it, you're like, I don't care about this thing. I want $10 instead of having a penny. Then go find you someone to go sell it to. Of course, the main thing, team, when you want to get into this is having patience and don't overlook anything. Always have patience and don't overlook anything when you get into these. Whatever you're doing, whether you're getting into crypto, you're finding those areas. Wait for that dip buy. You'll find a pure high resistance area. Just wait for it to purely break. And kind of get over these real quickly, just so you can see kind of the most expensive coins there are out there, and maybe you'll run across them. I doubt maybe you'll run across any of these, but we'll kind of go through them real quickly so you can see what they look like. But this is a 1969 S Lincoln Cent with the double die observe. One of the main things you'll see with a lot of these is just kind of there's different things within that happen, say in this penny for whatever reason, and you're going to see when we scroll through these of why it's a little bit differently. Like here, and I love these to kind of give stories. In May 2014, a mother in Texas found one while going through a roll of coins. You see what I'm saying? You'll have a roll of coins like pennies, right? Just a roll of pennies or whatever it may be. May get some change somewhere, and you'll stumble across one of these, and that's why you have to look for them off the start. You can't just go, oh, wow, I know what this is. There's certain things you may want to be looking for, but like right here, how to detect. Look for a clear doubling over the entire observe. You can see how this looks a little bit differently, more so than most pennies, except for the mint mark. If the mint mark is doubled, it's probably a case of strike doubling. But point being, there's not going to be many of these around. I think there's literally probably maybe a few hundred maybe or so. I doubt. I mean, it approximately cost $24,000 if you found one. This is actually one of the ones that I have right here is the double die Lincoln penny that I'll go over a couple times today. This is one that you're going to be looking for. They made a few of these in a few different years. This is the 1971 here, for example. They made, I think there's maybe 4 or 5 of these. I can't remember exactly which different years they did. The main thing to how to detect these, which it's really hard to do, honestly. You have to have your magnifying glass. Is, as you can tell right here, the Liberty right here. See, the Liberty's a little bit different right there. There's a different style in it. It's large. It's a lot larger than if you look at most pennies. That Liberty sign is a lot bigger. And it says the double die obverse is best demonstrated by doubling in lib in God. You get my point. So it's I'd have to show you almost in person what you're looking for versus a regular penny. But if you had a regular penny versus any of these, they don't look anything like this. And so that's how you kind of tell when you're going through. You'll be like, oh, you'll notice right off the bat, why does this you'll almost look fake. It almost looks like it's a fake penny because it's so different than the rest of them, or the nickel, or whatever we're going over. It's always going to look a little bit different. Here's one that I love, and this is definitely one that's super cool. I have never seen one of these before, but I'd love to. Would be one of these ones you can see how it literally looks like it has like almost like a shadow, essentially, figure to it. And this is one I love a lot. This is really cool. I've never actually seen one of these, but it almost has a shadow. You can see it's where it's double stamped. It got messed up right there. Those are pretty cool. And so you're going to run through a lot of these. I just want to kind of show you what, anyone can look these up and really go through these and what to be looking for. Like I said, mostly you're going to be pennies. Sometimes you'll run across a dime that's a little bit different. You're going to run across a quarter here and there, but most likely those are always eaten up right away. And so, again, team, look for the main ones I want to go over, though. These right here. This is what you're never going to see, and just to show you how expensive some of these are, like a $10 million coin, a $3 million coin, you're never going to see those. I've never even seen one of these in person, so you're never going to see one of these in person. You're looking at stuff like this. You're looking for something that's old, like say a 1943 copperhead penny, and the main thing you're going to see, it's copper. So you see what happens, how it fades over time. Think of the Statue of Liberty. If you see any coin truly made of this copperhead right here, and it's turning into green, essentially, kind of like the Statue of Liberty has, you're going to have $5,000 to $10,000 in your pocket right away. This is the one that I actually own myself. It's the 55 double die penny. So it's very old. I love what the main thing you can tell right around the edging right here. Do you see how it turns? And that's why instantly you can tell this bronzing that happens. And it only happens for whatever reason right around that edge right there. It's really, really pretty. It's really cool. And this also, some of them have this little double, you can see the double stamp right there. So that's what I love about those, $1,800. This one costs way more. You can see the double stamping in a lot of these right here, which I love. That's what you're looking for. You're just kind of looking for certain little small things like that. I'm not going to go over this in depth like I said I was. I'm just not going to bore you guys. You're all sleeping. But it's very easy. The main thing you want to look for, have a magnifying glass. Look for, like, if it's a true copper penny, you're going to be looking at the green shape, the green coloring that's looking in. A lot of the other ones you're going to be looking for, whether it's the edging, it's the double stamping, which that's why it's called double die. A lot of this, if you see anything, you're like, why is there two T's, two whatever? You want to instantaneously grab this penny, put it in something safe, keep it as best condition that you can, and you're going to get some money out of it. Whatever it's in, even if it's not in fine condition, or even if it's in just okay condition, whatever. I forgot what the middle. There's all the different wordings. I don't remember exactly what the words are anymore. I don't really do this anymore. I did this more so probably 10, 15 years ago when I first started trying to collect these. And just running across from my friend loved to go to antiques, like antique shops. For whatever reason, I'm like, still to this day, I was like, Mitchell, what was your, I was looking for one thing in particular. What were you looking for? You just like looking at old stuff and that smell of those antique barns. But like I said, most of these are going to be pennies. Just scroll through here if you want to ever find the websites. I have a lot of these, like I said, just recently. I mean, look how expensive some of these coins can get. And you can go through here and just go, there's more and more and more, from pennies to silver dollars. Of course, double eagle coins. I literally would love to have a double eagle one day. It was always kind of my, because there's only a few of them made, and you can tell how expensive the double eagles are, and there's a ton of them out there. I say a ton of them, but there's a few different ones to be selected from. I always wanted one of those double eagles, never ran across one or found one. That's what you're kind of hoping to do, is you really just kind of end up hopefully stumbling across one of these by accident, whether like the story up here, which you saw, the lady open it up, she was going through a package, and said, oh my gosh, what's this coin's a little different, and you see, that, I want to check in on this, and so you go check in on it, and it's worth a lot of money. So team, hopefully that helps you out with the coin crypto investment lesson. I know the coin part's a little bit more for maybe older folk. Maybe some of you younger people want to get into it. But otherwise, the crypto point, I know no one's really hit hard on that as far as where to be looking to dive in as far as buying and where to be selling at. So hopefully that helps you out on the cryptocurrency side. All right, let's get into it from the beginning here. Reversal lesson. This is huge. This is essentially finding, the kind of like using fib lines, but I don't use fib lines. I use charting because that's where fib lines come from anyway. So kind of go for what I typically do. Okay, we're up from 1360, essentially pre-market, all the way up to, we'll call it 1860. So essentially, we're up $15 on the day. $15 divided by 2, anyone real quickly? $7.50. So what I do is I'll go down $7.50 from $18.50. Anyone? Math? $11. And I know $11 is kind of that 50% retracement area. Somewhere right around there. And so I know somewhere between 11, then I kind of start using charting essentially from there. 11 is going to be my halfway point. Then I go to about 12 and I see, obviously, this major resistance area. That's about the 40% retracement mark. And then, of course, 60 would be back down here right around the $9 mark. And so that's what I'm using over and over and over and over and over with every single one of these plays. And that's typically where you then are going to start finding bounce plays, right? For later on in the day or potentially resistance like we just saw. Again, a play goes from like say 450 up to, we'll call it 1050-ish or so. The plays run about $6 on the day. Divide that by 2. That's $3. 3 minus 1080. Anyone class? 780. So let's go down around 780 from 1080 and find support or resistance. Wow. Not only found a bounce play at 780, literally on the dot, that we do get again later on, $3 down, 50% retracement. But at the 60% mark, right around close to it, look what we get. Old resistance becomes new support at around the 720 mark, 725 mark. That's all I'm looking for over and over and over in every single one of these plays. Find the high of day, know what the low of day is, divide that by 2, and then find the charting. Find support, find like early part of the day. You're like, man, where could the bounce play be? We've gone from, what's that low right there? 10, we'll just call it 10. 10 up to 1260. 260. Divide that by 2. 130. 130 minus 1260 equals 1130. So go down to 1130 and find resistance support area. Well, you can come down here to around the $11 mark and go, wow, there's a nice whole round number. I see old resistance became new support for a quick blip of a moment. And then also old resistance on that upper shadow was supported around 1120. So 11 to 1120, 50% retracement in between the 40-60 mark as well. This is bounce area. Makes sense. And look what we do. We go right on up and hold. Every single one of these plays, that's all I'm doing. 450 up to 850, we'll call it. The plays moved about $4 on the day. Minus 2 equals what? I think we all know how to do math here, team. 4 minus 2 equals 2. So I hope anyway. I hope you all know 4 minus 2 equals 2. If not, then we got a long ways to go in stock trading. All right, so 875 rule, so to speak. Minus 2. Oh, wow. 675-ish or so, 650. Look at all that. Old resistance becomes what? New support. So I know later on when trend line cracks after trend line cracks down, I can go with bounce plays in these areas and know, like me on my short side, that when we get underneath them, they become great shorts. So A, you can find bounce plays back down at reversal areas just using quick math and then finding the charting within that math area. Then on top of the fact you know where the short's going to come in. Like this play. Trend line crack, right? Where's the bounce going to come from? Okay, let's just do some math. We've gone from around like 10-ish up to 22. That's 12 divided by 2. 12 divided by 2, or 12 divided by 2. Yeah, 16. Anyway, I can do the math. 12 divided by 2 is 6. So, what do we go here? 50%. 22 minus 6 equals 16. Oh, wow. Let's come down around 1650 here and go, oh, resistance, resistance, resistance. Wow. So that's area I'd be looking for. Next area, just under that. Failing here at 1550. Look at the bounce at 1550. I know those are my two key areas below the VWAP that could get a bounce play. And that no below those, we are going to dump bad. It's going to smell like a stinky garbage can. So, we're on the way up. Would you be looking for the highest bounce play, kind of the 60 mark? Well, maybe right here, but we just never hit it at the VWAP. Right? We came down to it close, just didn't quite get to that area. Which this play did then, which again, that's why I tell you guys be careful of shorts, is another prime example of that. Where I tell traders, even back in 2021, like, hey, yeah, great trend line crack, got it. Even kind of formed a little bit of a wonky head and shoulder, head and shoulder, you know. Look at the move on down. Yes, you got about $1.50 maybe in the end if you were lucky with top to bottom, but then that play started moving back up. Why? Well, the upper and lower VWAP band are flattened out. VWAP was really far away. at the time wasn't using the Thanos crossover, but I guarantee if I went back in time, this was still pretty much more of a bullish play and not into that, like kind of like an ALZN, where you get a short, but maybe not the best of shorts, well above the 0 line on the MACD. And so beautiful trend line crack, got the candlestick confirmation, got some good short out of it. Who knows who would have held through this move up, but this is where it's letting you know, hey, Wiki, bullish up a lot, well above the VWAP. Be careful shorting plays like this and look for bounce plays and reversals. Let's go to another one. This one's great. I remember trading this one too, though, right here. And the U-shape breakout and where we bounced at. And this is one where I actually remember actually taking the U-shape back up. And so again, 3 up to 13 was what I called it. Essentially, $10 move divided by 2 is 5. So I went 13 minus 5 was 8. Found this area right here at 9. Then I found the lower shadow at 8 and said, okay, if this cracks 8, we're definitely, and I had to go back to past chart history is what I had to do. And like, if we crack 8, it's going to be a good short. Well, of course, it was a wonky at first, but then we do finally come on down and come down even more. I remember it was like 675. I remember past chart history. I forgot what it was I found on past chart history, like that 375 play the other day, and 675 was the bounce. And remember taking it and then taking another bounce play because it took the 675 bounce up. This is where where I'm scaling in and out of a play. I didn't scale in. I just was kind of playing it over and over and over. Traded the 675 bounce. Back up to this $8 resistance area, 775 to 8. Got out of it, came back down. I remember telling traders in chat, where's the bounce play going to be? Like, it's looking to U-shape because this is when we're like now where we're bullish, and even these plays that look bearish because I'm like, these plays can come up and go. We've been seeing it. I said, watch for a bounce play back down here around the 725 area. Well, boom, got filled. Another move, and I held it. This is where I was starting to hold a little bit more. Took half. Right here, which my first target was here again, that 765 area. Held, luckily got the break of 8. This was then a target was there again because I saw we failed there. Didn't know if we'd complete the U-shape. Got out there again. Then I was 3 for 3 on this, and I waited. My guys, this is completing the U-shape. If we get candlestick confirmation, this is where I was using it into 2021. This is halfway through 20, or 20, I should say. This is halfway through 2020. My bad, 2020. And this is where I was telling traders, candlestick confirmation back above that VWAP. Watch for move back up to maybe this $11 area, right? 10 at first for sure, but then maybe even this main resistance at 11. And so candlestick confirmation, first target was 10, second target was 11, and I was done trading that play. But that's how I traded it. Early on where I was starting to get 2 targets, always still for me 1 entry. Find your entry, kill your entry. Wasn't using the Thanos crossover in the MACD at the time, even though I know it's down there. Wasn't using it. And again, it's not really usable in the 1 minute time frame. Didn't even have the 9 EMA up either. This is just more so about retracements and where to find them and where typically bounce plays are going to come from. Yeah, IMRN. Here it is. This is the same play. IMRN 375. Okay, cool. There it is. There's a 675 mark. So there we go. There's my line in. This is where I said 675. Okay, it wasn't clear cut. Like, okay, so I wonder if I showed it off. But there's that upper shadow, candlestick confirmation. Had a little bit of congestion through that area. So that's why I was like, I thought I found that and saw it. Cap R, I think we all know that. And again, retracements. Even if you can't find it, team, go back and use past chart history. So again, 250 up to 7 in pre-market. That's a total move of $4.50. 450 divided by 2 is 225. 225 from pre-market highs. 7 minus 2 is 5 minus 25, 475. So I'm like, okay. So I had to go back and past chart history, but saw nothing at 475-ish area, 450 area. So I had to keep going down. And here's where we found it at. This is why we had to keep going down and go, oh, wow. And go, hey, maybe we get filled at 375. Maybe we don't. At pre-market, we're going like, well, I don't really see anything at 475 because it's all charting after that. You do the basic math, and then you want to find something in charting that says, hey, idiot, hey, dummy. This is where the bounce or support should be at. This is where you want to go for a bounce play. Like I do kind of with my stop loss. When I did that on day 1, right? Where I determined my stop loss. If I'm going for a bounce play, okay, cool. Where's my target? Okay, 40 cents away. Well, if my target's 40 cents up, I'm going to go 20 cents down and find something 20 cents below my stop loss in charting that should keep me in the play. Should bounce there. And so that's why we've been on this in 3 days in a row now. And Cap R. Found it from past chart history. So that's typically what I'm looking for in those reversals. How much are we up for the day? Do quick math, divide it by 2. Find that 50% area and go to the between 40 and 60% and find charting where support and resistance is. You're going to find your bounce plays there. You're going to find support there. Nice to eat. Vrax does. Probably. Could be. Well, let's go back and just do it real quickly. I'll pull up from... I hate doing it from Trade Ideas. Vrax. Vrax is up from 230 up to 650. We'll just call it 250 to 650 is a $4 move. 650 minus 2. And there you go. Thank you, Tay. Just to prove another example of what I'm doing. Works pretty decent. It works pretty okay. And there's your move on Vrax. New high of day. Where did I say it would go to? Whammies. And then got the bounce off of the halt area. Almost right there for the halt strategy. We came up, bounced with the new high of day. Not running perfectly technically sound, but we are moving pretty nicely on Vrax. We'll go back to ALZN because I don't think this play's fully quite done yet. The Thanos crossover has worked out to a decent short, though, so far. Any stocks you want me to go over? The last thing I want to get into is large cap play and options. Large cap play and options. You're the boss. Hey, T. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to show you guys what to do. Just trying to show you guys what to do on a day in, day out basis. Just so you can simplify the process, my friends. Make sure you have any questions. Let me know. Anyone in chat? Anyone sleeping? I know it's a Monday. Anyone still out there? But any questions you have? Halt strategy. Reversal lesson. Thanos crossover. Charting. Candlestick confirmation. Trend lines. Downtrends. How to use the upper and lower VWAP band. What to be looking for in pre-market. Is there anything I've gone over so far? You know, how to put a stop loss, a target, how to find them. And I've really tried to pound in really the key things that I'm doing day in, day out and what I'm using, so to speak, to be, getting to the successful point that I've gotten to. I was going to say to be so successful. I mean, I am I don't want to get to that stage until I'm like making at least $500,000 every year. Which I got 2 years in a row now. So let me get about 3. Next year, if it's the same as the last 2 years, then we can start saying, hey, you guys need to be just doing this stuff, okay? Watch for a downtrend break to ALZN. ALZN, watch for that DT break. ALZN, watch for that DT break. ALZN. We good? Moving on to options now. Moving over to options. Yeah, we good. I think we're good. And I'm going to show you the basics on what I'm doing day in, day out on options and what to be looking for. And real quickly, how I trade. And I know, Reese, you asked earlier. I know we kind of already went over it. I use hotkeys, and I went over this last week. Have hotkeys set up. So ASDF. So, if you had typing classes in school like I did, you rest your left hand fingers on ASDF. ASDF is how I'm entering in a play. Like I said, long or short. I have 2 different setups for longs and shorts, right? So for my short setup, ASDF is how I have them set up. 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 4,000 shares. ASDF. In that order, 5, 1, 2K, 5K. Or 500, 1K, 2K, 4K. To get in on the bid. Right above it, same thing on the ask. Right above it, same thing on the ask. Below ZXCV, same increments to get out. To get out. To get out. G, now G is my, Mr. G is my flatten button. G, so F, and all I have to do is go over to G. If I'm wanting to get in, like get you all out of the play, so to speak, that's that. So ASDF, in order, 500, 1,000, 2K, 4K. Short on the bid. Above it, long. Below, to get out, ZXCV. Same increments to get out on the ask. To get out on the ask. Or opposite, my bad. In on the ask, out on the bid. Right? Yes. Right? Did I have that right? Let me check. Yeah, in on the bid for shorts. In on the bid for shorts, out on the ask. That's right. Out on the ask. Out on that ass. That's it. Never set a stop loss. In Thinkorswim, I use the buttons or the ladder system on Thinkorswim. I don't have hotkeys. But Cobra and Lightspeed, I use hotkeys. Or if you want to get in on the ask or in on the bid, you could set those buttons up on those. Or for pre-market, I never have physical stop losses in. I'm all mental, all manual mode over here. So hopefully that makes sense. Now I want to get into options real quickly and what you guys need to be looking for on a day in, day out basis when it comes to options. All right. So the first thing, as always, I'm going to just kind of show you my TOS here, what I'm looking for. I have mine set up on the trade tab. On the trade tab, this is the active trader. So I have the chart above. Usually this is a little bit smaller, so I can really see what I'm wanting to trade. If I want to get in shares, I can. And then this is where I put the contracts at for, to get in for the options. Go over to the all products page. This is for Thinkorswim. The first thing you guys need to be doing on options, no matter what brokerage you're at, the first thing you need to be looking at is the spread. Okay, we're good here. 1 cent away here. I know this is, that's the SPY. That's the SPY. Well, we'll start with the SPY. So we'll go back to active trader. We'll put the SPY in. We'll go to all products. No wonder there's no spread. And that's why a lot of traders love trading 0 DTE SPY, because there's no spread. I would tell you guys not to do 0 DTE and go out, because look, you can go out multiple days here and you still get little to no spread, right? You can go out and still see 1, 2, 3 cent spreads, and you're not going to risk the biscuit. So if you're trading the SPY and you're a newer trader, please don't do 0 DTE and go further out. Go further out. And I know they're going to be more expensive. Spread maybe gets to 2 cents, 3 cents. That's fine. This spread's only 2 cents. That's nothing. That is nothing. You don't have to worry about that. So go out a few days. The second thing you want to look for is the volume and open interest. Those are the next two things I'm looking for, as you can tell. First two things I'm looking for: spread and volume. Open interest just lets you know how many more trades could be had that are open out there to be traded. Volume lets you truly know how many contracts have been traded that day. Another reason why traders are looking to trade the SPY. Look at the volume. We're an hour plus into the day, an hour and a half in, and we've got some major movement. That's what you're looking for. Don't do 0 DTE. Go a couple of days out, 1 or 2 or 3. Find a good spread, 1 cent here, 2 cents. Okay, this has no volume. I'm not trading that. I'm going to this one or this one. A little bit cheaper anyway, and there's actually really good volume on this one, right? If I'm going for a put. This is what you're looking for. All these are about even, really doesn't matter, right? That's fine when they're all about the same. But when you see something that stands out clear cut, 10K, 3K, over a 1 you're going right here. You're going right here, okay? Now, no, you're not going to make nearly as much money, and you don't really have to worry about the delta and theta as much. As we're further out, it's not going to eat nearly as against you, but it does, as you can see here, you're going to go further into the delta's going down, which you're not going to make nearly as much money as it runs in your direction. But again, it doesn't need to be about making money at first. The better you get at these, the bigger contracts you can get, and the more even then down the line, maybe riskier trades you can take and contracts you can go after. Don't do that right now. Do what I'm telling you. A, go small. B, find the really small spread. Get out of 0 DTE. 3, look for really good volume and awesome open interest. C, whatever your way to a good trade, right? So let's just go over to a trade like Tesla. Pull it up. Same thing. You can do Friday 0 DTE, or it's Friday's expiration date. It's always everything outside of the SPY that you mostly are going to look at, your Apples, your ARMs, your AMD, whatever, your Sexy 7, Magnificent 7. They're going to have 0 DTE. They're going to have expiration dates every Friday. I get that 0 DTE in my head. But every Friday, you can see. Right? 4 days away, 7 away, 18 a day, 25 days away, 32 days away, 39 days away, always on a Friday. So you don't have to go too far out, and typically I'm trading that Fridays. Unless it is Friday, then it's 0 DTE, and I'm most likely going to the next Friday at that point. And again, not too crazy of a difference of contracts. We're talking about $2 here. That's not that big of a difference, team. First thing I'm looking at is the spread and going, woo! 10 cents. Okay, here we go. A little bit better with 4 cents. Volume's good. I'd probably go ahead and take these as a newer trader. If I wanted to get a short on Tesla, I would be looking for a little bit tighter spread, right? That's what I want to do. So same thing down here. I'm going to right here with these are a little bit tighter spread. They're a little bit cheaper too. That's what you're looking for. Good volume is the next thing. Should have the volume way down here. I just now realized my volume is not. I guess I need to reorganize that on this side. But volume's all great. Volume's great. You know, with these over here, not as great. You know, probably because Tesla might be going up. Let's go back over to active trader. SPY is really shooting up, so that would probably mean, oh, Tesla's kind of coming back down right now. But that's what I'm looking for in every single trade team. You come over here, whatever ticker you want to look at. I don't care if it's Meta, Microsoft, Google, whatever. You want to identify the spread. Notice the spread. Know what you're going to have to deal with. And then the volume. If that volume is lower than 1,000, contracts traded, I would be very, 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 very careful and hesitant wanting to trade it. You know, one of those that are going to be like that sometimes is going to be SMCI. You're going to have to come over here and find big spreads and not a lot of volume. That's usually going to be really hard to trade, especially for a newer trader. So, if you're a newer trader, you need to be trading stuff like Apple. Really tight spreads, cheaper contracts, really good volume. Trading stocks like AMD, same thing. NVDA is going to have crazy good volume. It doesn't move as technically sound some days, but it's got good volume. Tight spread. Meta, a little bit more expensive at times. Spread could get a little bigger, but I like it a lot as well. Tesla is going to be one of your other, right? You can see there's places that have got volume, that have a little bit tighter spread, nothing too crazy. I don't like going more than typically, unless the profitability zone is $5 to $10, like an SMCI or Meta has a lot of room to run, or Tesla. That's the only way I'll trade a stock with a 10 plus 15, 20 cent spread, is because I know the play has a lot of ample room to run. It's got that profitability zone. If it's a $1, $2 move at most, you're going to want to find the tightest spread with the best volume, or you may just not want to take that trade. That's what I'm doing every single time for my options trading team. I'm trying to find, and I'll go through here and just say what I'd be looking for. GovX bid reversal. Let's just say Apple. Reclaim of the VWAP, back over 224.50 for the long. I would come over to products, go to Apple. Okay, I want to get a call, 225 or 222.50. 1 cent spread, 10 cent spread. That immediately eliminates this one. This one has better volume. That's it. Boom. I don't want 10 cent spread. I want 1 cent spread. That's $1.70 more. Send Red Rover on over, baby. I'm trading this one right there. There's no questions about it. That's how simple that is for me. Come over. Okay, it's going to be one of these two most likely for a long. Maybe even that one. That's way too cheap. I don't want that. This one's that one's a little better. I like it, but it's still a little too cheap for me. That's more my ballpark. This one, whoa, next thing you know, you're all of a sudden at a 10 cent spread and that much more expensive. Yep, all of these are counted out. And these two, I'm going right there. The 225 calls, Friday expiration date. That's it. That's exactly how I do it every single time. Very simple stuff there on the on options team. 0 DTE, it expires that day. Yep, 0 days till expiration. Days DTE means days till expire or day till expiration. Namaste, Texas. You got it, boss. Where you at in Texas, man? Pretty much still live in Dallas. I don't, but Avery does, as much as she's down there. Got a house in DFW. All right. Dang. Ooh! What did I say the bounce play would come from? Where did I say the bounce play would come from? Where did I say the bounce play would come from? Where did I say the bounce play would come from? Bam. Covered it. Gotcha. 650. Look at us. Look at us banking. Call is shorting large cap, puts his buying. No, that's the opposite. Call is going long. Call is going long and buying, puts is shorting. Puts is shorting. Opposite. What's your ideal time to hold options? I don't like trading options or holding them very long. So if I trade options, that's the thing too. Another thing I tell a lot of traders about. I mean, again, back we talked about earlier, identifying the A+ setups. Been doing it long enough to have a pretty good eye at that. So, and which ones are going to be the best. Kind of like Meta earlier in that trend line crack into the Thanos crossover. That would have been one that I'd be like, hey, I'm good to hold this for a little bit. And I definitely will take an option on this. Plays where I just am a little iffy about it, or will it happen right away? I do the whole, I'm just going to trade shares on this one. But typically, I don't mind holding them for 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, depending on the setup. But yeah, past that, I mean, I don't remember holding too many options plays unless it's a true swing play for more than 30, 45 minutes. Does VRX have any shot of coming back down, or is this just going to keep flying? Let's go to Vrax. Oh, no, Vrax has a shot to come down. No. This has a chance for sure, Joe. This has a chance. The fact that we have already come back after the head and shoulders, head and shoulders up top, has cracked on down, and the fact that we bounced off of my area I talked about, but not great, and we're coming back down to it. If this does crack 650, it's got a good shot. Now, I don't know where you want it to come down to, Joe, but I don't think it's going to get like down to like it might get back down to low end market, like mid fours. Oh man, Gary, let's see how need to go, bro. Okay, cool. You have a good one, man. We'll relax. I feel bad for you, man. I feel so bad for you still, Gary. So, man, Gary, if you need anything, man, rewatch it as many times as you can. My links are out there, Gary. Hopefully you guys have bookmarked them. If not, I'll put those links out there for you guys one last time. Of course, you know my Instagram, or I should say, you know my website, or not. You know my YouTube. You do know my YouTube. Obviously, you're at it right now. So go watch all the videos. There's my website. If you need any help, go click on those links right there. And then that should be website. You got my Instagram. You got my YouTube. Don't worry about Instagram. Who cares about that? I mean, not that I could push it, I guess, but who cares about social media? I'm just trying to teach you guys stocks. Thanks. I'm trying to just get see if my charting works. Cool, Joe. Gotcha. Good luck, Gary. You too as well, man. Hopefully, like I said, Gary, good to see you. I don't know if you've ever been in Tradecaster. Man, is it doing that still, Sean? I don't know why it's doing that. I have no idea why it's doing that. I really have no idea. I have no idea because it's over. I have no idea why it's doing that. It's so weird. Boom. It did that to me earlier. So there we go. That one definitely is going to work. There's my link for my website. There's my link right there. And then I'll put the link out there too for the morning alert sign up. So let's go to the morning alerts. Again, this is done through WhatsApp every single morning. $30 a month. Large caps, small caps, all broken down through WhatsApp, letting you know what I'm trading, what you should trade, etc. There is the link for the morning alerts as well. So one-on-one link, there you go. Any extra, you need to get a hold of me. You want to learn more from me, ask me questions. There's my website. There's my morning alert sign up link. Hit me up on YouTube. And if not, I'll give my Instagram out there as well. So here's my Instagram and YouTube. So go follow me, go subscribe, and you can hit me up. Let's see if those work. Okay, those are working. Cool, just making sure. What's up, Fed? How you doing, boss? Let's see. How do you avoid overtrading, especially without setting? Yeah, and here's questions, team. I'm gonna open up the floor for you guys. The remaining about 30 minutes or so, I'm here. Questions, whatever questions you have, hit me up. Avoid overtrade, especially without setting a daily target. How did I? Well, I don't know how I didn't like to trade a lot. For traders out there that are over trading, what is usually my number one thing? Well, I mean, I would say if you could, Fed, have like a daily limit. I don't know if you can do that though. Some people just be like, I would say, hey, I'm literally said I have three strikes. Put like rip off 3 pieces of paper every morning. And every time, I don't know, I'm just thinking of something for your brain to go, okay, well, there goes one trade. And then kind of like Monopoly, give whoever, I owe you money. There's one trade. Oh, there's a sec. And then as soon as those 3 pieces of paper are gone, you can't trade anymore. You've got to find something in your brain to be able to in small goals like that, even just something that you can set and see if you even stick to it. Because I even had those early on where I was like, well, I don't trade today. I don't like anything that's setting up, go paper trade. And I'd do it. I'm like, oh, wow, you did good. You didn't trade. Or, just those small things. Or I forgot what other ones that stuff like that I would do. I'd set these small little goals and I actually would do what I told myself to do for once. And I was like, oh, wow, look, you actually did that. Good job. Pat on your back. Good job, Josh. So like, I didn't ever overtrade. I never did. I never overtraded. The only time I ever overtraded is because I track and journal. And so do you track and journal your trades, Fed? Okay, cool. That's okay. Do you track and journal your trades, boss? Do you track and journal? Mike, first day of alerts. It was great to go. Awesome, Mike. That's awesome, Mike. Well, do you like to track and journal 10 to 15 trades every day? I don't know how many trades you take in a day. Like how many trades you take a day? Because most people I do one-on-ones with don't like when I mention that when I know they overtrade and I mention tracking and journaling, they don't like to they don't track and journal because they have so many scalpy trades or so many trades a day. Andres, can you explain what's wrong with high spread? Oh yeah, just because of slippage, man. Just trying to get in. Yeah, so if you have a high spread play, like the spread, like, so I'll just go back to that. We'll go to all products and we'll just go back to a play like SMCI because it has a terrible spread. And so when you try to go get in, like right now, if I went to go buy SMCI, I would get in at 23.20. So let's just pull up like the 620 calls. Let's pull up the 620 calls. Go to active trader. No, let's go. My good golly, let's go to the trade tab, active trader. So if I wanted to get in right now because of the spread right now on this, and I'll pull up to level 2. So you can see the spread is down here. I know it's a little out of the way, but it's down here. So the spread is at 1970 and 2030. So if I went to go in, I would already be in the red on this play. I'd be in the red. If you wanted to sell, it's just that, did you see the 50-cent spread down here? That's not what you don't want, like a 50-cent spread like that. Trying to get in and out of the play is absolutely horrendous. I would almost want to show you right now how bad the slippage is. Like, let me just buy like 3 contracts and show you how much down I would be instantly on this play. But you do not want to trade a play unless you know what you're doing with the spread that big, because you're getting out and in where you're not getting in at 2020. You see, it says 2020. Now it's finally, you could possibly, now back to 2030, right? So that's the reason why the bid and the ask need to be a lot closer. You aren't getting out where you think you are. You're going to have to put limit orders in on plays like this. And like, say if you want to get out at 1960 on the short side, you're not getting out at 1960. You're getting out at 2020 right now. And so that's where you have to, like, okay, if I want to get out at 1960, I've got to come in here and put a limit order or use the ladder system over here. That's why traders love trading the SPY, because there's no, they're cheap, but there's no spread. I mean, you don't have to be some perfect limit ordering, hotkey using, get on the bid or the ask type of trader. 5 to 7 trades. Yeah, just if you want to overtrade, you've got to start. The only thing, in my opinion, there's nothing really like out there. They're like, oh, hi, here's how you do it. There's nothing. You're gonna have to be the one that sets this goal in your brain and has to somehow start sticking to it with the whole, I only am going to take 3 trades today. 3 trades. That's it. And that's kind of how you have to justify it. My man. But yeah, I never had that problem, and the traders that do, because I'm working together with them in one-on-ones. I'm making sure we're tracking and journaling. I'm going over their trades with them. I'm hounding them like a coach. Like, why did we overtrade again? What's the deal here? Why are we still having these issues? But you essentially have to set this, however mentally in your brain, however it makes sense to you to go, okay, I get this many trades today. Once these trades are done, I have to shut my brokerage down and go to paper trading. I just did that to where I got into the rhythm like I do anything I do in life now, and I just that's what I did. I'd take, because I was under the PDT, so I only did get so many trades right. 3 trades every 5 days to start off with. I don't know why I did that. I should have done a cash account because all I did was went long, but it helped me out become really disciplined. And that fact that I'd get a trade in if I could or could not. And then after that, I went straight to paper trading for the rest of the day. And it just helped me become like, okay, cool. You get 1, 2, 3 trades in a day. And then even then in paper trading, because I did that at first, I went in like, oh, it's paper trading. So you just kind of, but then that started messing me up. I'm like, dude, if you're going to be this trader, whatever you do in normal trading, you've got to carry that over in paper trading and vice versa. And that way, no matter what you're doing, you are setting this kind of disciplined, structured mindset, so to speak, of what I'm going to be doing every single morning. And now it's stuck to this day to where like, hey, find a play, trade it. Find a play. If it's good enough, trade it. Thanks, man. What do you use? I just wrote everything down. We went over this on Friday, boss. So Friday, we went over this in chat to everybody. So I just wrote everything down. So I write every single thing down. So right here, as you can see, I just wrote stuff down. Win-loss column over to the left-hand side. Okay, I was like, what? My shoes better be out for delivery. So win-loss column on the far left-hand side. What I traded, what shares, like, you know, what time I traded, you know, blah, 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 blah. Same thing. What time, what price I got out, how many shares I got out, what time I got out, what the setup was I was attacking. And just a quick little reasoning why, and mainly the main thing, what my targets were and what my stop loss was. So I can go back and go, was my stop loss right? Should it have been adjusted? Did I stick to it? Why was that my stop loss? Why were these my targets? Did I stick to them? What time of the day did I trade? Did I go too big? Did I go too small? And then because you'll go back through and go, man, every time I trade, you know, the first 30 minutes of the day, I cut out too early or I go too big and I mess up. Every time, you know, it's whatever, you know, you'll start noticing these things because you'll do a secondary journaling system. I wrote this just a win-loss column, old school 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the 5 going through the middle like a slash. And about a month or two after, well, I'd say actually about 2 weeks after me journaling and tracking, I came up with the overall secondary journaling system, which then eventually included time because I noticed the first 30 minutes, every time I took a trade, the first 30 minutes or so, I sucked and lost. And afterward, I'd win because it was now found out after doing setups, which I did first, I love bounce plays. Everything else, all my other setups that I was attacking was really crappy. 30% trader, 40% trader. Bounce plays were about 60, 65%. I'm like, damn, hell yeah, I'm actually pretty good at these. This is about 2 months after tracking and journaling. You know, I've got a good bulk built up. And so it took me about another month to slowly but surely stop doing those other things and only become a bounce trader. And then after that, now I'm only a bounce trader. Now I'm really starting to identify which bounce plays are the best ones. And because you know what would happen? Oh, wow, that bounce play worked better than that bounce play. Well, why? Well, I'm going over not only tracking and journaling my trades or journaling and tracking my trades at the end of the day. I journal them first, track later, which is going over them. Then I'd go over everything else that moved that day. Every other small cap play that moved. You know, if you're a large cap player or a large cap trader, go over all the other large cap plays that moved that day. And so that was that simple. Me writing this stuff down, going back over it later. Was I right? What could have been better? Then having the secondary journaling system just to identify to me, what am I good at? You know, where am I good trading? What time of the day and what setups? And it should within a month or 2 or 3, for sure by 3 months in. If you do this in just very simple process, you can do a PowerPoint. You can go over to TradeZilla if you want to. I like writing stuff down. To me, you're going to do more homework because you got to write it down. You're going to learn this stuff faster if you write it down. If you don't want to, I totally understand it. But this is where you will learn faster, I promise you, if you write it down, because you're visually having to write it down and go over it every single day. That, like I said, led to me going over other charts and other plays I missed, and then even pre-tracking and journaling, where every morning I'd come in on the yellow legal pad, another one, I would write down plays before the opening bell. And I did this into 2020, team. I even paper traded in practice when I didn't have trades into 2020. I tracked and journaled till 2020, and pre-market, hey, write down ABC. Here's my 3 favorite plays. I'm going to attack A. Here's what I think it should do. And then I write down B and C, where I would be looking for bounce plays, essentially, if I was going to trade it. And at first, it wasn't always check marks, but toward the end, it was always, I pretty much could have traded anything that I pre-tracked in pre-market. Like, man, could have traded that. Man, that worked out better than my trade. That's one thing led to the other, but it all started with this simple process and just writing and having one huge long journaling system, and then had a secondary journaling system. Frank, thanks to all. Let's see the depth and info. Just wanted to say, I wanted to throw this out for the ones that have Thinkorswim platform. They have on demand. Yep. I hadn't brought that up yet, but they do have on demand. I brought this up to other traders all the time, and I'm sure you've heard me talk about that before. But top right hand button, you can press on demand. Obviously, I have a paper trading system, but say it's the weekend, it's at night, and the market's not moving. You can go to this on demand feature, click on it. Yep, sure. Oh man, and then go to whatever day and time you want to go to. Go back to whatever day and time you want to go to. You want to get out of it, click that on-demand button again. You're right back to real time. Yep, TED, I'm out for the day after this. TED, I will not be around for the rest of the day. I will be out for the rest of the day. High chart, then take one trade a day, take my profits, and go to the gym. Nice, love it, Roth. That's an easy way to live right there, Wolf Allen. Let's see here. So you have, let's see here. Yep. No, that was just an example, boss. Wolf Allen, that was just an example. So you can see I sent those to a ton of different people. So see, I just sent that to Marcus originally. So Marcus came over on Saturday. Marcus did, and I forgot to email it to him. No, maybe I emailed it to him that day. Yeah, see, I emailed Marcus, my buddy, came over one day. See, that was 2:30 in the afternoon. See, I emailed it to Marcus. Buddy that came over actually last week. That came over on Wednesday. He used to play for the Razorbacks. Does real estate now. But it just then people just kept asking me about it. And then John, and then this person, and that person, and that person, and that person, and this person. So I just keep sending it to people. That's just I don't journal anymore. All mine's gone and in the books down there. I still have probably some of them. I wish I would have kept more of them from the old school days, but no, I go over my trades right away anymore. I mean, it's so quick, and I know exactly what I do, when I do it, how I do it, what I should have done better. I know now. Back then, I just needed that process day in, day out, day in, day out. So I started in August of 2017 and didn't stop till sometime in 2021. But yes, I have stopped. But that was just examples I was doing for... I never typed it out either. I always wrote it out. Never typed anything. I always wrote stuff out. Felt like I was in class. Never typed any of my notes out. I always wrote my notes down, even though I couldn't read half of them half the time, which literally I'd go back through them like, what the fuck did you write there, bro? All right, about done here. I'll go for a little bit longer, about 10 more minutes or so. Any last questions you guys have? Anything else you want to go over for the day? Let me know. Wolf, thank you. Again, thank you for this edition of the boot camp. It was awesome. Like I said, be second in line. Been here essentially second longest since the man that started it, and Sean. For streaming anyway, and Tradecaster. I've been, like I said, streaming since 2020 over in Tradecaster. Small caps, and then got into mid caps, and then got into large caps, and now trade long, go short, mostly short, but I still love long and breakouts, do calls, do puts, do options. Haven't gotten to futures yet. You'll get your futures breakdown coming up if you're interested in that. You need any extra help from me, sign up for one of those one-on-ones or the morning alerts. Like I said, I've got since last August when I started doing these morning alerts for traders. I've made over over $250,000 from traders. Rick C in chat made about I don't know. I think he messaged me in chat. He's up like 80K now or something from my trades. Over I forgot what he's up. It's a crazy amount. I know there's Ivana in chat that he's up like 50, 60K too as well. That's since like last October. CR Trader in chat since April. I know it's April. I should say. Rick C's March. CR Trader is April. He's up almost 60. I know it's 60, if not 80K. Rick C was off for 2 months in Europe, by the way, and still is up that much. And the 2 months he spent in Europe was because he made 60-ish K by Memorial Day and took a 2-month vacay off of that from the earnings he had from my morning alerts. Mafia in chat. Point being, all these I've made over $250,000 for traders in chat off the morning alerts alone. I love how people come over. Man, I made $800 today on my first day. Oh, I made and having this one girl came over one day and just said, "I want to tell you how much it means to me. I don't get in here enough. I've got 2 girls. I get those alerts. I get a trade." Like she made $800 or $900 or something like on I forgot what it was exactly, but a large cap play was done for the day. This is like 20, 30 minutes after the opening bell of that. It's like, now I can be done for the day, enjoy time, like blah, blah, because it was still the summer. So I can enjoy time with her 2 girls or whatever it was. But having that, like, man, that is super awesome to have the feedback and the people banking. Hey, I know. Hey, Margot, you heard your sister right now. TD down turn break. Sometimes you have to be careful. You told me yet. What? Oh no, TED. It's just overall. They don't work as well. Just the overall consistency. Like, here's a downtrend break on ALZN. See what I'm saying? It's above the VWAP. Downtrend break. Meh. How often do you see a trend line crack below the VWAP, and that thing just tanks away? It's just the consistency of them. There's nothing really to look for. Maybe I'll figure that out. I don't know. But what I've seen so far, they are just not as consistent as trendline cracks. They're just not as consistent. That's why I don't trade them. I never have. Yep, exactly, TED. I don't know why. That's why I don't trade them and trade trendline cracks. Higher consistency. Damn it! Stop it! Marg! No! Hush. We're almost done. You can go hang out with your sisters. She wants to see her sisters. Her Great Dane sisters. Margot. Every time I turn my head around, she does it. Your alert was right on with my pre-market scans. Great to see. Yes, and that's I call it relation confirmation, Mike. So again, team, to boost an easy, quick way to boost your confidence and have those levels and what trades to take. Again, $30 a month for those morning alert sign up. Mike signed up like he did over the weekend. First day was the day. So point being, what I tell traders to do is go put your levels in, and then you're going to get my alerts, and then you're going to get my levels. And then when my levels match up with your levels, your confidence boost goes crazy, and then it gives you that much more of a reason and want to take the trade. And you're more confident in the trade, right? Relation confirmation. Go! No. Roth, yeah, cool. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, Roth, I'll get to him, man. You might want to DM me again, Roth, because I have to go find it. It's not on there, Roth. You can see I have no idea, and unfortunately, we used to have an inbox button up here. I have no idea what happened to it, but used to, it'd say inbox in one or two, you could go press it, and then so when people, they'll message me, and it'll be like weeks go by, and I'll never see it. And I'm like, well, if I log out and it's over the weekend, and you message me, and it hasn't been like today, and it's sitting there, I will never see it. So just do your due diligence and be like, hey, and if anything, just be like I would. Like, hey, I know I sent this. I'm sorry. I'm just being persistent like you said to be. Please don't be mad. Stop it now. You were ignorant. You were being bad and you know it. Because every time I turn around, you stop. No. We're going to get over this. No one else in here is growling at all. Big pet peeve of mine when that I can't stand it when I'm talking either. It's like the biggest pet peeve of mine because I feel like they're trying to talk over me because I'll talk like when I don't talk loud, she won't be loud. But the louder I got to do it because I'm trying to talk over her, she gets louder in her little. Ooh, Lori level. My dog's just heard. That's so funny. Like, see, and then you're getting other dogs to freak out, Margot. Come on, Miss Beautiful Robbie. TD, thank you. If you were going long, bounce plays. Oh yeah, bounce plays for sure. Yep, those are the best ones. Bounce plays are break of high of day, and especially when high of day has a lot of resistance at it, you know. So failing at 7, failing at 7, failing at 7, failing at 7, and then woof, we fly through 7. You know, that's what I love when we see a lot of resistance hammerheading into 7, then finally break through it. Roth too easy. You gotta get talk just like it. Yes, Sean, 100%. Yes. It's literally, dude. I don't have kids yet. That's what my mom's like. So I want to have one so bad. Like just one. Just want to have my one little kid. Me and Avery would produce the prettiest little boy or girl. I know it. Anywho, continue the tradition because my brother didn't have kids, and I'm like, I want to have. My line of the family may stop. Literally. I'm like, that's not good. At least on my side. Anywho, so I'm like, I want to, but yeah. Oh my God, my mom's like, you're gonna be very good with you're gonna be so much patience built up because. Trust me, kids are a lot like what you're doing. Just costs more in the end. Thanks, bro. Take care. Yes, you're rough. You got it, Boston. I'll get back to you 100%. Well, I think that's it. That's my portion of the Tradecaster Bootcamp. If you need to learn more, again, I gave you earlier my YouTube page. You got my website, I should say, Prime Trading Investments. If you need the morning alerts, you need one-on-one help, you need anything Also, get your butt over to tradecaster.com. Free 7-day free trials. We're there all day, every day anyway, streaming live and giving this information. You know, my live trades and what to be looking for. Can also even go over that stuff. So hopefully from day one, from, you know, charting and finding the bounce plays, support becomes resistance, old resistance becomes new support. You know, what time frames to use, what to be doing in pre-market into the opening bell, what to avoid at those times as well. Using the VWAP, using the upper and lower VWAP bands, trend lines and downtrend lines, channels and shelves, Thanos crossover, candlestick confirmation, how to create a stop loss and target, you know, how to trade options and what to be looking for, spreads, level 2, we went over level 2 and walked it up and down, the MACD with you, know how to use it. I've gone over quite a bit of stuff in the last 3 days, so hopefully you can use a little bit of this, and a little bit of this will give you a little bit of help moving forward. Because it's a little by little in this game gets you a long way. So if you want a lot or you want a long way to go, it's little by little in this one. Mike, you got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mariah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, team. I appreciate it. TED as well. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Frank, thank you as well. Frank, by the way, since I know that's you, my vet appointment is at noon my time, which is at an hour and a half from now. I don't know how long it's going to take. Sometimes I'm there for 30 minutes. Sometimes I'm there for an hour and a half. So if I can get back in time, you know, if not, and I don't know what's going to happen with the news, a little swelling on Groot's ankle on the inside of it. Really worried about it, you know, because it could be the word I don't want to say, which happened with Bella. But I noticed a little swelling on the inside of his ankle that's bigger, and I'm like, oh, please don't be what I don't want it to be. So, and we hear he's got to get x-ray, so I don't know how long I'm going to be there. So I could be there for a little bit, but I will definitely get back as soon as I can if possible. Cool, Frank, that's cool. That's all I thought that was you, but yeah, man, I'll let you know. Could be a day that I'm bawling my eyes out, and there'll be no way I even want to do a one-on-one because I can't even think properly. So I'll let you know, my man. I will let you know. Thank you, T. And yeah, Tay hopefully does. Hopefully you'll never. I don't know. I don't know until I get there. You never know. You know, you never know. You never know. That's why we're going. Yeah, prayers for Groot for sure. Yeah, I don't want to get to it now, but I already cried a lot on Saturday. Like after I saw it, I was like, please no, because it can just happen out of nowhere. And so, yes, I love you so much, goozies. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you for joining my boot camp. I'm not gonna go live for lunch today. I will back to normal tomorrow. So sorry, maybe my morning alerts were a little brief for the last few days. Tomorrow they'll be much more in depth. Again, so Mike, you got them today. They're a little brief, but they'll be more in depth back tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow though, back to normal. I do have a one-on-one later tomorrow. Morning alerts may be a little bit later tomorrow, but you'll still get them before the opening bell for sure. But I may not start them until after a little bit later than I've been doing the last couple of days. Thank you, Frank, Mike, Sean. I know, Lori, but that just shows you I'm just a big baby. I just love my kids that much. I'm just a huge. I love my dogs. Love my dogs. Love my dogs so much. Thank you, Aussie Chick. Thank you. Good day, mate. We'll put another shrimp on the bobby. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day, team. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Morning alerts for any of those that get them. And then, of course, if you are on YouTube, a lot of my days I am public. My YouTube stream is live. So follow me, subscribe on YouTube. You will get an email or whatever notification when I go live, which is a decent amount on YouTube, and yes, for free. So watch me trade live, give trade alerts. You can ask me ideas or about trades. So do not forget about that. You don't always have to be on Tradecaster. I'm free like Deck is here sometimes too on YouTube. Lori, yeah, for sure. Well, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, AK-47 signing off. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. And again, thank you for all your time the last 3 days. It has been an honor and a privilege, to say the least, to be able to do this for you all. Pooney, what's up, boss? Andrea, nice to see you. Trendline crack on Vrax. It's just a shelf crack at this point. I don't really see much of a trend line. It's just a shelf crack right there. I would be careful still shorting Vrax until it got back below 6 and the VWAP for then a move down to 560 and below. This is still going to be bullish, in my opinion, above VWAP and 6. So I'd be careful shorting anything thing today, small cap wise. Big bang! See you, team.
All my friends know the low rider. The low rider is a little higher. Low rider drives a little slower. Low rider is a real goer. Hey. Low rider knows every street, yeah. Low rider is the one to meet, yeah. Low rider don't use no gas now. Low rider don't drive too fast.
Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught into the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what, it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I used, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be, that's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4 hour the yearly 1 day. The 4 hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation, like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel, essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to their uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put it about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and thinkorswim. When you put these out, you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree right there. It shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at, around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see it. It will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310? Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just making sure this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap play? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, it's kind of choppy through it, but definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier, or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This will floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. What you'd want to do is take this one, because, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both Eli, anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join, or they've moved on, or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. You're good. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So, you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get some comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Well, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Like, let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52 Ikai, which I think that will be that, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and, okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to like Bothy or other traders, even the king line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey to you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here. And we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from. Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. And I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3-minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1-minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. Or not. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so that's what it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there. That little sandwich area, a little touch to touch, wick to wick as I call it. And then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1-minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels because I don't need current. That's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong. And look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy Patrollies, if this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy Matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines, which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle, wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, good, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. So give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell-off. And 350! We're going to get high of day! We're going to do it! We're going to do it! Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell-off there.